If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
Madison with a T, show 'em what you got.
Well, thank you, Claire. Good morning, everybody. We are broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios today in the frigid city of New Orleans. This is Road Gang Radio. How you doing this morning, Jimmy?
I am fine, Madison with a T. Cross those T's, dot those I's on the ones and the twos. Andre Thibodeau, our steadfast producer, is doing just fine and grand and dandy. It's just he's getting that car worked on. Got it towed yesterday, and is going to be getting in here a little bit later as he tries to make sure that he can make that journey safely on a regular basis. I want to start off this morning by saying good morning to my family as well. Lovey and Earl 504 have asked us all to have a wonderful and fun day at work. We love you too. Joe J says, good morning, Lovey and Earl. Good morning, RGR. Late start today from Underwood, Iowa, headed to Little Chute, Wisconsin for 8 p.m. Listening from bed. We don't blame you, by the way. The Paranormal Pie Man says, yo, I am so sick of snow. That's one word, by the way. Yo, I am so sick of snow. Jody V says, good morning, everybody. Stay warm. And Steve says, morning, Road Gang from the icy parking lot in Texas on I-45. Joe J asked how he's doing, and he says, the main road, good side roads, parking lots bad. You know, I mean, that's what it kind of comes down to. So the main roads are good, the parking lots are bad. Good morning to everybody out there in Road Gang Radio Land, and good morning to you if you're listening on iHeart or Odyssey or any of those places in between. We love having you guys on board. This is Road Gang Radio, the best show, the best transpo show in the known universe. How was your day yesterday?
How was my day yesterday?
Yeah.
It was good. I went home and I made a lovely little chicken stew. Right what I needed with this weather, you know.
I'll tell you about chicken stew. My mom got some chicken soup from this place called Dorignacs. Have you ever been to Dorignacs in New Orleans?
I haven't. Okay,
so the joke I make about Dorignacs is it's typical New Orleans. If you ever want to know what New Orleans was like in 1977, go to Dorignacs on a Saturday afternoon. It is right across the parish line, county, for those of you who don't habla, right across the parish line in Jefferson Parish. But it is in that part of Jefferson Parish that is still very distinctly New Orleans, all the way up to Bonneville Boulevard. Just like Old Metairie, it has a certain kind of fabric and rhythm that feels of New Orleans. Dorignacs is, I guess, you know, there's an expression about New Orleanians, they call them Yats. People from Chalmette and from the Ninth Ward are called Yats because they're the people who actually are famous for saying, where you at, darling? They're the ones that talk like they're from, you know, deep-fried Brooklyn to deep-fried New Jersey, as opposed to the Irish Channel people who sound like they come from Boston, which is what the African Americans call everybody from the Irish Channel, and Lakeview, they call them, the Bostonians. Okay, so if you cross over there into Dorignacs, what Dorignacs has is it has the biggest liquor store in the city of New Orleans, the biggest kind of, so when you go there, the entire one half of the store, and it's already a big store, is a liquor store. I mean, a big old, I mean, they have like bottles of vodka that come in like rifles.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's like, I mean, they have rifle bottles of vodka, that kind of stuff over there. They have the best seafood store section for a grocery store, the best bakery for a grocery store. And it's basically Whole Foods for Yats is kind of the deal. So my mom went over there. Well, didn't go over there. Sent my dad and I over there, and we got her basically chicken soup. What she did was she got big, I don't know what the name of these pasta noodles are, the big circular ones, the ones that look like tubes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
And so she separately made some pasta and then got that chicken soup and put it in there for us. And then we had fresh French bread from Dorignacs, from their bakery. And I got to tell you, man, it was everything in my power not to polish off half of a loaf of French bread.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
I mean,
That sounds
with a
good.
big thing of chicken soup. I know I'm killing everybody out there, by the way, guys. I apologize deeply for nothing. I hope you're hungry because I don't allow myself to eat until noon. I've been doing that since Christmas Day. I'll tell you what, man, it works, and it is, you can get through it. You got to drink a lot of water. You got to kind of power up, but you can do it. What was interesting yesterday, this weather was cold, but it was beautiful. You probably noticed that too. The weather outside at midday was gorgeous. So I made the decision to, my car is going to get work done in the shop. We're still waiting for a piece to arrive. The OEMs from Subaru, trying to get that piece to kind of come in. I walked home yesterday. I walked all the way home from the Degas house all the way to Lakeview. It's a safe walk, by the way. I broke it up with a meeting with you. So when you and I had that meeting, that was the midway point. I walked out the door at the halfway point knowing that I would get to PJ's Coffee Shop on Canal Boulevard, and that took me halfway there. 9,000 steps.
Oh my gosh, how far is that distance?
9,000 steps, guys, by the way, is about 6 miles.
Oh, wow.
It's a 6 mile walk.
Crazy.
That sounds about right. If you disagree, we invite your reply at Let's Do It Together, 615-292-6366.
What's that spell?
Nemo. Jump into the conversation. We got lots of stuff to talk about this morning, by the way. A couple of things that I've been kind of thinking about is rogue police pursuits. That's a story that's been percolating over on CDL Life. There's also some discussion about onboarding 21-year-olds again, under 21s behind the wheel. Our good friends at Fastport, we're at the Fastport studio, are really big supporters of the apprenticeship programs. This is an interesting thing too, Madison. You probably have figured this out from a couple of months on the job, that you cannot drive interstate commerce if you are under the age of 21. Meaning 18 to 21, you can drive a truck, you can have a CDL, you can drive an 18-wheeler, you can't drive across state lines. There's a problem. There's a lot of logical problems in that are kind of obvious, but there's also some problems letting people that young drive. Here's the obvious problems. And by the way, even OOIDA is making exceptions or trying to get some exceptions passed. One of the big exceptions they're trying to pass, what they call sister cities. I mean, the idea that if one city is within another city by less than 150-mile radius, everybody's pushing for that to change. I'll give you an example of that would be Chattanooga and Atlanta.
Okay.
St. Louis and Kansas City. I mean, there are cities that are really close to one another that you want to kind of keep in the proximity that cross state lines. The idea that you're creating radiuses of safety. North Carolina and South Carolina have a lot of neighboring cities. North Carolina and Virginia have a lot of neighboring cities to figure out ways that people are actually going back and forth between construction sites and all that kind of stuff. And the other big problem is you're telling people who drive in Texas or drive in California that they can't cross state lines, and yet many of them are driving distances that are the whole point of not having people behind the wheel between 18 and 21 while crossing state lines. It's further and further away. The idea is the experience. The big opposition to it, as you probably can guess, is that a lot of people, it's not about the maturity, guys. I've actually come to believe that. I've actually believe it's got nothing to do with maturity. It's got to do with vulnerability. The idea that an 18 or 19-year-old might look at money offered to them at that age to get behind the wheel of the truck as a good rate, whereas somebody 25 to 30, 35 to 40, those folks go, wait a minute, man, you're not paying me what I'm due. And the big concern about all of that is the fact that it undercuts everybody else's wages. That's the concern. So a pilot program was invented to kind of test it out. Because one of the other really crazy things is, well, can't we make an exception for veterans? God bless America. And you're like, yeah, dude, of course we can make an exception for veterans. Are you telling me that you're hiring a 19-year-old veteran? When did he start serving?
Right.
When did she start serving? What are you talking about? You're being a maniac. It's like there are a couple of exceptions in place. The apprenticeship program that a number of people do, but the problem was the fact that they were roll out the apprenticeship program, wrote a really good one, and then a lot of the carriers and fleets said, you need to make it a little bit easier to do this. And it's like, it's already as easy as it can be. We've made enough exceptions as it is. Deal with it and try to basically create an apprentice program. There is a fear, and I think it is completely founded, that what they're trying to do is not create the next generation of drivers. They're trying to allow people to work on a churn and burn model. I don't know if you know this, they have proven that if you hire somebody as a new driver and you get 18 months out of them, your investment has paid itself back. Now think about that little hustle. You train them up just enough to get 18 months out of them accident-free, and then you cut them loose, You get the idea of what's happening here. By the way, Marshall has dropped in. Morning RGR. Kansas this morning, headed to South Dakota. Man, that is cold. Marshall, would really like some updates over there because this weather is all over the place. We are actually going to get colder this weekend, Madison. Did you see that?
No.
The city of New Orleans is going to get cold. It's one final snap push, which of course is a disaster because it means there are two really fun parades this weekend.
Yeah.
There is Crew de Vue and Teat Rex. I used to live in the Faubourg Marigny, and every year I'd have a Crew de Vue party, and I would get McCarty's fried chicken. I'm killing people this morning. We would get McCarty's fried chicken, red beans and rice, and a whole bunch of king cakes and do that. Marshall dropped a 20 spot on us. Thank you very much, sir. Thrilled to have you aboard. But so one of the things that I like to kind of talk about this morning, if you want to give us a call, is, essentially the 18 to 21-year-old dilemma. I don't think it's a matter of maturity because we were talking about this yesterday. The kind of people who at 18 years old are gravitating towards a career in trucking they're going to be farm boys and farm girls.
Yeah.
I mean, they're going to be people who actually have experience and background. They're going to be the kind of people that got thrown the keys at 9 and 10 years old, like we were talking about yesterday. Here are your keys, go out for a ride, and off they go. The problem I really think comes down to how do we prevent this from being a wage cut? How do we prevent this from actually having people go, well, I'm not going to have to pay you what you want to be paid. I'm going to go find somebody. And look, I realize that part of capitalism is bidding on prices. But when you're dealing with some guy who's like, I'd love to drive a truck, So we're going to drop a phone call in here, get this morning started off before we actually take our first deep breath. Who am I talking to?
We got Jody on the line.
Jody V. What's going on, brother?
What's going on? Just hanging out in the chilly little Florida here. It's chilly.
What
For
is
me
it?
to say it's chilly, it's got to be chilly.
It's chilly, yeah. Michigan man with a Florida plan. If you say it's chilly, it is chilly willy.
Yeah, it's 40 degrees. I'm down here in Auburndale.
That's cold. That's cold for that neck of the woods. That is absolutely cold. Go on.
Yeah. Well, no, just you and I have talked about this before, about this 18-year-old thing. I started thinking about it. I think it's a good idea, depending on what their plan is to make it a good idea. You know what I'm saying? I mean, are they going to start putting them through truck driving school at the age of 17 or 16? Because it's a little bit different there, and are people going to be willing to take them in and train them? Because they can't do it like my ex-boss did, by handing me the keys to a truck and a set of doubles as I figure it out by the end of the day or don't come back, and I was there 13 and a half years.
You just explained by the way, you just explained my experience at RadioNemo, so thank you for giving me flashbacks. Dave Nemo going like, yeah, you take Friday, bye. He literally did that. He's like, you got Friday, go get him. He's like, well, you've listened to the show enough. I said, yeah, but he's like, never mind, I'm going to go out, bye. Yeah, here's the keys, take it over. Yeah, you can't do that anymore. You can do that on your farm. You can't do that with a dump truck company. You can't do that if you're crossing state lines. You just can't. But go on.
But no, seriously, I mean, the guys and girls that want to, say, do flatbedding, they can go to work for a company like I was working for, and they can do the low boy stuff, hauling the equipment around, give them experience of a heavy load and chains, and stuff like that, or have somebody train them, like Larry trained me in a lot of things, about hauling doubles and stuff like that. It's like, what's going to be the plan of teaching them, and when are they going to start teaching them? Is it as they're getting their regular driver's license? Because if you're going to let them drive at 18, you got to start teaching them when.
13, 14.
You understand what I'm saying?
No, I agree. And by the way,
that would be the plan. 13, 14, 15.
My favorite thing that is happening in the country right now, and this is so cool, and I just love when people think outside the box this way. I love the fact that there's a program in Florida and there's a program in California, I kid you not, that have modeled themselves off of art high school programs where the kids take their foundational stuff in the morning and then they all get on a bus and they go to the supply chain. Institute. And they learn how to drive forklifts, and they learn about supply chain stuff, and they learn about they work towards getting their CDLs. Those are really exciting programs. The best part is that they are attached to their actual academic learning, which means if you don't pass math and you don't pass English, you don't get to go to supply chain school. And they have discovered that, guess what? That those men and those women, those boys and those girls are actually doing better in school because they want to go over there and because they're connecting the need for English and math skills to the idea that they want to work in the supply chain. I think it's really groovy, but that's how you got to do it. I mean, you got to keep pushing backwards. You got to keep giving that offer that this is a legitimate career. with a whole lot of places you can go. Speaking of that, listen to this. We got a guy coming on the show today named Wade Chico McCollum. He is an instructor at Bishop State Truck Driving. I don't know if you know this either, Madison. He is a Mohawk Mardi Gras drummer.
Awesome.
Which is really just kind of amazing. So we'll be getting him on the show as well, too. Jody, we got to take this break to do our pledge, national anthem, and get the good Pastor John giving us the good word. Where are you headed next? What's the morning look like?
Just a couple of short hauls. Pick up this one up here in Auburndale, run it to Alachua, then run over to Jacksonville, pick one up, run it back to Alachua, and then I'll find something to do, whether it's right or wrong. And if it's wrong, I'm not going to tell you about it.
Well, you can call me privately and tell me about it, just not on the air. Get out of here, Jody. Go have a great day.
Later. Y'all have a good day. Bye.
We're going to give you a little bit of a weather update when we come back on the other side of the break, let you know what's going on across the country. But for the moment, we're going to breathe through our nose, breathe out through our mouth, and then let a moment of manifestation for the good of our country and the good of our souls with a, pledge, national anthem, and, of course, a bracing cup of coffee from our good friend at the Bennett family of trucking, Pastor John. You ready?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Wednesday. Good morning. I hope and pray that you had a great evening. Just in case if you didn't know, it is Wednesday. But I also want to share something else with you about today. This is the last Wednesday of this month. Man, how this month flew by. And I want to share something with you this morning found in John chapter 14:27. He says, peace I leave with you and my peace I give you. He says, now I want you to understand something. Why you keep sharing with us about peace, Pastor? Because I need for you to understand this world in which we live in does not want you to celebrate nor enjoy the things of God. And God says the only way that you can enjoy my things is with my peace. He says, I do not give to you, watch this, as the world gives. He said, don't let your heart be troubled. Now, why would he tell you that? Because he don't want you to be afraid. One thing I've learned in my short time on planet Earth is a lot of people, listen to me, a lot of people struggle with fear because of the lack of peace. Say it again. A lot of people suffer with fear because of the lack of peace. And if you have a lot of fear, that indicates that you don't have a lot of faith. So if you don't have a lot of fear and you don't have a lot of faith, so listen to me, if you got a lot of fear, you don't have a lot of faith. And if you don't have a lot of faith, then you don't have any peace. Think about it. When you got a lot of fear, you don't have a lot of faith, and you don't have any peace. So hang in there this Wednesday and let God know the peace I leave with you, my peace I give you. God bless you and enjoy your Wednesday.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
If we snap back from the cold snap, we'll figure this out in about a week and change or so. Dean Croak, by the way, you're going to want to tune in next week when he arrives on the scene. He's got a couple of drop-ins over the course of next week. A lot of big stuff coming from him. But if we snap back from this cold snap, the deadly and widespread winter storm, you know of it. It has paralyzed much of the American East with ice, snow, and cold. It is taking a multi-million-dollar bite out of the U.S. economy, experts figure. Now, that comes with with a big caveat, and I'll get to that in a second. This is not a doom and gloom story. This is a moment of paralysis. What follows is going to be determinant for what kind of year. Especially, you guys are going to be the canary in the coal mine on this. If this, in fact, leads to the beginning of the uptick, Dean and I have been tracking this thing. He's been tracking it really closely, and he'll be coming on next week to kind of give you an overview of the last couple of days. We'll get through the rest of this week, and then Dean will drop in and kind of we'll try to make some sense of this. The question is how much of a paralysis, how much of a freeze on the economy is actually occurring. What economists and meteorologists are trying to get a handle on is the disruption cost of winter weather disasters. They're not as easy to calculate as buildings destroyed by hurricanes, floods, and fires. Hurricane comes, fire's a little bit different now too out in the West, but a hurricane comes, a flood comes, the waters recede, the storm ends, you survey the damage, and then you get to work. Events like this storm highlight just how interconnected our economy is with weather conditions. This is what Jacob Fuchs, a research economist for Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere at Colorado State University. Man, that's a lot of information right there, isn't it? I mean, that's a lot of information. Cooperative Institute for Research in the Atmosphere at Colorado State University, which means he's a weather expert. Events like this storm highlight just how interconnected our economy is with weather conditions. When a major transportation hub shuts down or the power grid fails, the cascading effects ripple through the supply chain and business operations across multiple sectors simultaneously. What Fuchs said is that researchers don't have a consensus, but estimates suggest severe weather events like the one we're going through can cut gross domestic product by 0.5% to 2% annually, which he called very substantial. There's a caveat in here, guys, by the way. I'm not a doom and gloomer. With the U.S. GDP at about $30 trillion annually, that would be from $150 billion to $600 billion. Let that land for a second. Most economists, meteorologists, and disaster experts said it's too early to put a legitimate cost estimate on the weekend storm and upcoming week of sub-freezing temps. But the private company AccuWeather announced that its preliminary estimate for the storm, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, the storm, Lindsay knows this, grounded 11,400 flights, is between $105 billion and $115 billion, an amount 6 other experts scoffed at as far too high and insufficiently detailed. Okay, you see what I'm saying? A lot of it comes from the disruptions that occur to commerce, the cost of power outages. AccuWeather chief meteorologist Jonathan Porter told the AP at the annual American Meteorological Society convention in chilly Houston. It was cold in Houston. We talked to our good friend Martin. He said it was cold. Some businesses are going to be shut down for days or a week or more. It's why AccuWeather is calling this the storm that shut it all down, Porter said. By Monday, I don't know if you know this, 25 people have died in direct relation to this particular storm. So there's some stuff going on out there. Add to that, ice toppling electric lines, I don't know, tearing meters off of people's buildings. That's what happened to Lindsay, leaving hundreds of thousands of people without power, tree losses, damage to cars, and all those canceled flights, Porter said. He noted it will take time to reboot air travel and restore power. That being said, climate economist Adam Smith, who used to run the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's billion-dollar weather disaster list, said this storm will be easily cost multiple $1 billion, making it the country's first billion-dollar weather disaster of 2026. But Smith, who is now a senior climate impact scientist at Climate Central, said it's nowhere near as costly as AccuWeather suggests. He said the private company has been an outlier among experts in climate impacts and economics. And that makes me wonder, too. There's a game going on. Okay, so I'm a big football fan. And so one of the things I was trying to do, Madison, was clean up my Facebook. There was so much contention and so many people. It's like snooze for 30 days, snooze for 30 days. I don't want to block people, but it's like snooze for 30 days. So I began to curate my platform, looking at certain kind of ads, going and joining certain kind of groups. But even there, everybody knows in order to get the clicks, you got to get people riled up. Mm-hmm. And even like with the football stuff, they'll like put, which of the following 20 people actually don't belong in the Hall of Fame? And what they'll do is they'll deliberately put a picture up of one person and a name of another person under it, so that all the experts, quote unquote, will then race it and be like, you can't even get this right. Yes, but what they got right was they got your engagement. And I'm not accusing AccuWeather of anything, but it does give you pause saying that big number is going to make a lot of people take on that big number, which means they're going to post the articles that said that big number was coming. And that it's a trap that you've got to refute what's going on if you disagree with it But if you actually cite their article or their paper or their position, you're giving them more attention, And it's funny because I will find myself having a debate with somebody online, which, by the way, if it's a conversation, I love. If it's a debate, I check out. At one point, I realized there was a guy I was arguing with about football, where somebody made a comment saying, it doesn't matter how good Marcus Freeman is for Notre Dame. At some point, some SEC school is going to back a big truck of money up to his thing. And I went, stop. I don't know if you know this, but Notre Dame and Vanderbilt in the SEC have more money than most of these state colleges. I don't know if you know that, but like the University of Notre Dame's endowment is bigger than most state colleges. This guy writes, not Indiana's. And I'm like, wait a minute, dude. I'm like, you can say all you want. Go look it up. Indiana's endowment is $2 billion. Notre Dame's endowment is $18 billion. Well, let that sink in again. $18 billion.
That's insane.
And he writes back, and he's like, well, he still can't coach. And I realized he moved the goalpost. I wasn't arguing about the quality of coaches. I was just simply saying, look up the facts. He changed his argument, and I realized, oh, wait, you're just trying to keep me engaged. Because it'll actually, as I was checking the numbers underneath and realized that every time we went back and forth, the numbers of people looking at the thing went up. And I went, I said, no matter what I say, unless I capitulate, you're going to keep arguing with me.
Oh, yeah. And
so I'm wondering about the AccuWeather thing, if it's just a little bit of an outlier, because a little bit of an outlier actually gets you a lot more attention. 615-292-6366. I will continue to unpack this. And also, conversation is open in regards to the pilot programs, in regards to apprenticeship and onboarding people between 18 to 21 to see if, in fact, there's a model that could work for getting people to drive across state lines on a regular basis. As you know, our friends from OOIDA oppose this, although they are in favor of the 150-mile sister city measure that some people are beginning to push because they understand the logic of that. If you're driving equipment from you work for a company that's doing construction across state lines. They don't have a problem with somebody taking that truck across state lines. There and back again stuff isn't what concerns them. What concerns them, and this I do understand, because one thing a 19-year-old doesn't know, with very few exceptions, is what it's like to actually have to go on the road for 7, 14, 21 days and not be home. And that's something that is worth talking about. Let's get that plump little boy with a tuba playing some music, and we will slide into our break, make our way to the other side of the equation. You're all welcome to jump into the conversation as you see fit. I got a lot of news to unpack. We got a great show today. The Robert Braswell, as you probably saw in our preview, is coming up at 8 o'clock in the center, 9 o'clock in the east, and then a great education station with Chico McCollum. The name alone makes it worth the price of admission. Go to truckdown.com. Out of the ditch, back on the road, truckdown.com.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Our good friend Trucker Bosun, by the way, extends his good morning wishes to everybody with a hearty RGR and a wave. Marshall, by the way, is on 75, almost in Nebraska. It's 9 degrees and clear. Clear is good enough, by the way. On that walk home I took yesterday, it was about 45 degrees on the walk home, guys. And I just made a point of walking in sunshine as much as I possibly could. It was weird because every time I'd walk into the shade, not weird, but it was like so distinctively different. I would walk into the shade and begin to feel a little tingle on my fingertips. In the sunlight, I felt like I was in Denver. Clear and clean and pretty darn decent, by the way. Trucker Boaston says he's sitting at the Sapp Brothers in Omaha waiting for a load after home time yesterday. Hope you enjoyed it. Steve says that's how education should be. I have a feeling he was talking about the way we kind of set all that stuff into motion, about the idea of the half day of doing your core curriculum in the morning and then getting on a bus and going to the supply chain school, just like arts programs. I love all that kind of stuff. I think that's terrific if you can, in fact, improve the grade of the student because you're actually stimulating their imagination to do. They connect it, meaning that once you understand that you've got to be able to write a work order and do math to actually be a diesel mechanic, crazy, I know. Once you realize that, it's the biggest problem, by the way, getting people to write a good work order, Madison. I was at Wyotech many years ago, and the guy who was running the West Coast TA Petro maintenance operations, he said, Jimmy Mack, he said, what I really need is not people who can work on engines. I got those. He said, what I need is somebody who can explain to the customer exactly what's happening and do it in a way that doesn't make them angry, and more importantly, can write the work order that everybody else can read. He said, I need writers and readers. He said, because if I can't communicate this, how can we hand this off unless it's constantly person to person? And you can't do stuff that way. And by the way, ChatGPT does not help on that. You've got to be able to write the prompt. And I'll tell you, there's somebody we let go over the time here who was using ChatGPT at the end, and it just looked like the most vague, amorphous thing because it was guessing. It was guessing what this person writing the prompts was up to. It wasn't like going, oh, okay, you've explained that pretty well. Let me lay this out in really kind of a better form for people to kind of grasp it. ChatGPT does not help people who can't write. It just doesn't. You think it does, and then they send off letters because the letters to them look like a letter. Mm-hmm. They look like a letter. They don't read like it, by the way. And Trucker Boaston, you're absolutely right. It'll take weeks to know the total impact of the storm on this economy. That's kind of what I'm getting at here. The thing is the cold snap going to produce a snap back, or is the damage significant? That's the big thing, too. Remember, New Orleans and Texas were the two, Louisiana, southern Louisiana and Texas were two of the few places that didn't get hit by the Great Recession of 2008 for very different reasons. One, because Texas had indemnified its banks after the savings and loan crisis so ferociously that they didn't get swallowed up in all that kind of collapsing system. New Orleans and southeast Louisiana were in the midst of a giant reconstruction program. So there was building going on all over the place. All that injection of money prevented New Orleans and the southeast Louisiana region from slipping into it. The question is in fact, this is where the federal government actually, and the state governments as well, if they can respond rapidly to this stuff, it actually can kind of juice an economy that was on the verge of juicing. That's the caveat. Now I've added it. You're calling in. People are calling in. Who do I got?
You've got Showtime.
Hey, Showtime. Good morning to you, brother. How you doing?
Good. How y'all doing this morning?
I'm fine. It's going to be the moment of truth here next week, because if we can respond to what's happening with this weather system, it's going to get cold one more time this weekend. But if they can have a plan to get things moving quickly and to put people out there on the highways and byways rebuilding stuff in a pretty efficient way, it actually might jumpstart an economy that I think could go either way. So it'd be interesting to see. Sorry, that's my editorial on the economy. I've never been a doom and gloomer, but I've never been like Pollyanna either. What's on your mind though, my brother?
Right. Well, when you were talking about the young drivers not being able to cross state lines, think about this. So somebody hires a driver in Charlotte. They have to make a delivery at Carowinds, which is the amusement park on the south side of Charlotte. The north side of the park is in North Carolina. The south part is in South Carolina.
Yep.
So what if they have to go to the south part of the park?
That's the thing that is the exception loophole, not loophole, because loophole often suggests that basically you use it as an end run to go back to business as usual. That's exactly what this sister city law, I guess you could call it, is being put in to kind of create that exception. I mean, we know what we're talking about here. That's exactly it. The idea is it's common sense, but it's also common sense that needs to have a parameter put around it because, I'm telling you, you want to hear common sense. The way non-domiciled CDLs were first pitched was as common sense, remember? We just want to make sure
now look at the disaster.
You look at the disaster, because that's the thing about unintended consequences. And I will say this is not in defense of lawmakers, but it is in defense of smart people, that sometimes a bill that seems rather simple, Showtime, is often longer than people think it should be. But a lot of that, when it's done right, is can't do this, can't do that, you can't do this, you can't do that. It is for this specific thing, and if you do any of this stuff, you're in violation of it. But yeah, that's exactly it. Do you ever have a job like that, where you literally were crossing state lines, but it was a day job?
No.
Yeah, I did that. I did that for a while with weatherization of homes. We would go to Pass Christian and weatherize homes. And it was a day job. You just cross the state line, go weatherize homes, come back to New Orleans the next day, and the trucks would have to roll across. But yeah, that's the one example I can think of in my own life. Where do you stand on the 18 to 21 stuff anyway?
Well, that program you're just talking about is a good program, and that's what it needs to be. The problem is most people think on truck driver training, well, this is what we've always done. Well, you can't do it that way anymore. It's like that program I wrote up. You're going to start these kids or these young people literally at starting to drive a car again. You're going to walk them through everything to get them taught right, so when they move to a truck, they already have good skills built into them. And not only teach them how to drive a truck, but let's get the mechanical end. Let's get them underneath the truck. Let's show them how all this stuff works. You have so many people out here driving a truck that can't change a fuse.
Yeah. And
that's
I get
the problem.
And here's the thing. I get a lot of that. I mean, it's like one of those crazy things too, where, I know these guys personally, the ones that run these programs. And so I am of the thought that I have not asked them the magic question is, does everybody in your program have a driver's license at the first opportunity they can get it? You follow me? Is the idea that you can't be in one of these programs if you already don't have a regular driver's license, That's the other problem too. I couldn't agree with that sentiment more, because it's a real issue.
Well,
you can't put somebody behind the wheel of a truck who can't even drive a car,
Right. Well, and even if they can still drive, my program would start them back at the beginning, because like I said, we got to build a good base into them on how to drive safely. Because driver's ed doesn't teach them. That the teen driving school I work for, we found so many teens that come in that were poorly trained to begin with, if they had any at all, and that's part of the problem.
By the way, that's that by the way, and man, this is one of those places where there's an actual crossover here, and boy, it's going to boil your blood, I promise you. I don't know if you know this, but one of the things that happens in college programs is, and I'm sure Madison saw this too, it's happening more and more as more people go, is that, so people are told they have to go to college. Grade inflation happens at the high school level, okay? So the one thing college should not be doing, is teaching people how to read and write and do basic math. And yet there they are, my brother. There they are doing it. There they are making it happen.
Well, and the problem is you have these big cities where they're like 15, 20% proficient in math for their age. They're not even teaching them in grade school. But they'll all know their pronouns. That's the whole problem.
And it's and the thing is we've got to get back to diagramming sentences and the drill and fill of multiplication tables. That's just it.
Right.
Showtime. I have got Dean and I have got Lindsay on, so I want to give you the last thought, but I'll give you some time here if you want to editorialize a little bit. Fire away.
I just lost my train of thought.
Damn it.
I know. Here it is, real quick. Here's it, real quick. Kids used to back years ago, with sixth grade education. They were better educated than kids getting out of college now.
There is some truth to that. That a sixth grade education makes you, at sixth grade, you actually can function in the economy. At eighth grade, you can actually do critical thinking. That's the basic idea behind how it used to work. And there's a really complicated way of saying that people used to, a high school diploma meant the world. It was the gold standard. Absolutely true. All right, Showtime. Get out of here. Love you.
All right. See you later. Bye.
Thank you. I got a Lindsay. I'm going to drop her in here and say good morning. How are you holding up? I got a Dean in a second. We're going to actually get him in as well in a moment here, but I want to catch up with you, Lindsay, and see how you're doing and how you guys are hanging in there. Good God Almighty.
Oh, it's not good. It's pretty bad. I'm surprised actually that I'm able to call in right now. I'm standing in like one tiny corner of my house where I'm able to call out. Can you hear me?
And we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You sound great.
Okay. Okay, good. I'm surprised because I got home about 1:00 last night, and you can hear people's reports calling you and telling you what's going on. You can see pictures, but then you get back and see it yourself. It's like a whole different ballpark, of course. And the whole drive home, I had luckily found someone with a Suburban that came to get me at the airport. Could only get so far up my street, so I dragging my suitcases at 1 a.m. up the street in the ice and fell, and it looked like a comedy show, me trying to get up the driveway. You've seen how steep our driveway is, Jim, but the whole drive home, actually, it's just crazy. Nashville is still without power, so like major streets, major highways, no lights. And I guess I assumed that it'd be like our neighborhood out in the middle of nowhere that would be kind of the last to get power, but it's crazy that they can't get it in major areas. So we are without, we got power back on, but we do not have water. Our pipes are frozen, and we don't have internet. No one in our neighborhood has that. So this may not sound like a big deal, but when your kids are home from school and there's no internet, there's no TV, there's just nothing to do. And on top of that, Seamus and Freya are so sick, Jim. I've never seen Seamus this bad, and actually not even just the man way. And they're like, oh shit. You're pale as a ghost. Your fever is 103, and we may have to go to the hospital. So that's what's going on here. Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how is the play?
One of my favorite rejoinders. Lindsay, I'm so sorry, by the way, and all of our friends out there are expressing a great deal of sympathy, of course, on the chats, and we're thinking of you. We love you. Joe J just says, dang. That's all he's got. I mean, like I said, I wish I didn't understand. I really wish I didn't understand. I can't even imagine because, when you return after a situation like this and you didn't see the event that caused it, the darkness that must have greeted you when you arrived in Nashville at the airport. It's extraordinary that they got you in there at all, given what's happening right now. 11,000 flights were canceled in just a matter of days. And so the fact that you made it back in one piece. And by the way, I've been to Lindsay's house, and I don't envy anybody having to walk up that driveway of yours. I have a feeling. I mean, that's just like. I mean, I wish that I wish your husband and daughter were feeling better because at least you could get some sledding in today. That's a good God Almighty. Jeez. Well, what can we do? How can we help? Is there anything that people can do to maybe give you guys a hand or anybody else in Nashville a hand? Anything?
No, that's sweet. I don't think so. I will take advice on. So yesterday I ended up getting some because I told you that a tree fell and took our meter box out, and I did what anyone would. I took a recommendation on an electrician. I found a guy that could come out, and I just said, yeah, get it, because we couldn't get power until that was fixed. Well, then I got the bill for the repairing the meter box, $3,800. And I don't know if anyone's an electrician that's listening, is that a price gouge or is that,
it's not
a considered emergency? I don't know.
It's not a price gouge because, one of the things, it's not a price gouge, but I will say this, you should hand the damn bill over to public service. You should be like, hey man, you can't freeze people to death in this weather. You can't do this. They've got to pick up some of this. By the way, guys, if anybody wants, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I do know. I mean, we will, with that, certainly be filing a claim because also there's trees all over our roof. I'm guessing we're going to need a new roof. So at that point, now I'm just walking around. I've actually never had to file a claim on my home insurance. So now we're going to probably just walk the property and see what else we can throw on the claim, because we have our massive magnolias leaning on the roof right now. I'm scared that one's going to come down, and that's right over our bedroom. And the comedy of errors here, Jim, can't go to my parents because they're moving today of all times. So throw that in the mix.
Oh my God! Speaking of that, God, I really wish you knew any good lawyers. I wish you or your
aunt. I know lawyers, but I don't know any good ones.
Yeah, if you, I wish you knew a couple of lawyers. That would be really helpful right now, especially when it comes to dealing with insurance companies. But God, I can't think of one over here. I can't think of one in Nashville. By the way, my father asked me in a different time before we realized what had happened to please extend your father his best wishes, and that he's going to be calling him soon for other things. But I think he's going to give you guys a couple of days to kind of figure out what the hell is going on over there. Trucker Bosun says, I know exactly what you're dealing with, Lindsay. We had an ice storm in Arkansas where I lived for several years, and over half of the trees were destroyed. The shotguns that are going off in the background are not shotguns. They are exploding sap. So just be careful. That's not done yet, and it's supposed to get colder this weekend. So just be careful. Just be careful.
Thank you. Yeah, I think we have a potential some more precipitation coming in this weekend. So take me back to Belize is all I can say. When I felt bad I wasn't here, but at least I didn't have to see it.
Well, let me tell you something else, too. Is the moment Seamus and Freya get better, get your butt down here, by the way, and then we'll all go to Belize together. Madison's actually wanting to come on that little trip, too. So let's get everybody down there and never come back. Never come back.
Oh.
I love you. Hang in there. If you need I'm serious. If you need anything, we're here all morning, and we're here beyond that as well, too, okay?
Thank you, friends. I'm going to do my best to figure out an option to get back with you here at 9. If nothing else, I will do it in this capacity, standing on one leg in the corner under a tree. What could go wrong?
Yeah, just get some tinfoil, put it on your head. Everything will work out. Please take care of that hubby. Keep tracking how he's doing. Get him in a lukewarm bath. Oh, wait. Never mind. Oh, you got power. Never mind. Okay. All right.
No water, though. No water. I can't even poop, guys. Can't flush my toilets.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Get out of here. Go take care of your family. We love you.
Okay.
Bye. We're going to drop Dean in here into the conversation. I'm so glad you could show up and make some time for us this morning as well. There's a lot of stuff going on out there. We're cold down here, but we are not in the trouble that our friends in the Northeast and our friends over, as you heard, in Nashville are. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm great compared to Lindsay. That's extraordinary what's going on there. I've just been sitting here thinking how good things are for us. I'm sort of here speechless. We went through a similar thing in 2018 where we had some trees go through our house, and the shotgun sounds of ice hanging on trees, and then the explosion as the branches fall is the most eerie sound I've ever heard. And I remember coming home from the airport at about midnight in Boston one night, and my family was still in the house at the time. And I heard it all the way from the airport as, I drove home, and I thought, I didn't realize what it was till I got home. And then I saw it as the branches were falling. And I raced inside and I grabbed my family, 2 young boys, my wife and mother, and I said, we need to get out of the house now because these trees are coming down. Our whole house was surrounded by trees. We got in the car and took off, and within about half an hour, this massive pine tree went straight through the roof of our house where we were all sitting, which is exactly the sort of situation that Lindsay's just describing. It's these ice storms are not something that's sort of, I think, particularly unique to this country. I think, not that I've got experience in other countries, but this is like devastating. I think the cost so far of this storm is in the $40 to $60 billion range and counting. Like, this is going to be a pretty big storm from an economic cost perspective, but it's still unfolding as we are sort of midway through it, I think, Jimmy Mac.
On an anecdotal note, Dean is so right. If you've never heard those trees explode, it is eerie. My father, my older brother, and my younger brother and I hiked Shiloh Battlefield many decades ago. So we did that in November, and it was supposed to be seasonably warm, and it ended up being seasonally freeze your butt off. So you can imagine we walked the 14-mile trail, and in the background, the trails were fairly clear, but in the background, all we heard what we thought were the reports of shotgun rifles or guns. And then my dad was the one who said, everybody needs to calm down. Nobody's shooting at us, and those aren't the ghosts of the Army of the Potomac. He said that, in fact, or, Grant's men, he said that, in fact, is trees exploding. He said that's branches exploding and trees exploding. It is one of the creepiest sounds. And good call on your part, man. When you start hearing that stuff, if you have trees around your house, you need to make a judgment call really, really quickly. I'm going to ask you this question because you're going to be with us next week, and we got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about. This could go one of two ways. This could actually, if they can get stuff moving quickly, as I was saying this morning, if we can get it moving, there's a way that it actually jumpstarts the economy and maybe begins to move us in that direction you and I talked about. But there's another one where if the damage is substantial and there's no kind of intrastate plan to get this stuff back up and working, it could really slow things down. What's your take on all of that?
Yeah, my take is that I think that the storm represents a temporary shock, and that the economic growth that we would have been expecting in Q1 should rebound into Q2. So I think the whatever economic activity that we would have expected in Q1 is going to be deferred rather than permanently lost.
Right.
That's my take on this at the moment. I think that's what's going to happen. We're going to see a dip, but then a recovery. But if you go to the end of Q2, it'll be a straight line, as in terms of where we would end it up by the time we get to the end of June. So I don't know that it's going to be necessarily a catalyst for economic growth. I think that we're going to recover, but we're not going to lose any ground. The way it's shaping up at the moment, I think the whole freight network, if you thought from a freight perspective, the freight network is ground to a halt. But I think if you look at the 2021 storm, I think we've got a lot more redundancy in place, and we are going to recover much more quickly this time around. Even though there's a lot of damage being reported, I think we will recover from a freight perspective this time around more quickly than we have done in the past years. Although that we've still got some oil production offline in the south, but I think we're going to recover and bounce back pretty quickly.
Yeah, and we don't have, and that's the redundancy you talked about. Remember in 2021, good God Almighty, I mean, that storm literally, basically shut down a refinery, one of the three most important refineries in the country. And when it did it really slowed things down, because it also hit Texas in a way, if everybody remembers correctly, that, that the very stuff they needed to keep people warm was the very stuff that they needed to power the things that drove the things that kept people warm. So it kind of created a real kind of shock there as well, too. It seems like the South has escaped the worst of that. By the South, I mean like the South that's responsible for producing oil and producing all the natural kind of stuff that we need down there. But it's still going to be, like I said, it's the damage we can't tell, and the idea that Lindsay would drive in. I remember this. Like I said, I got to tell you, my sympathy for her is off the chart, because I remember arriving in New Orleans once the water had receded and basically coming into that city. We took a chopper from Moynihan Airport over to downtown, and I mean, it was nighttime, and Dean, it was dark. I'm talking about dark. And when cities shut down, man, it is an eerie situation that can kind of play itself out. It's just like I said, we had a whole bunch of stuff to discuss next week, and now it feels like we got even bigger stuff to discuss next week. So that's a big deal that's coming our way. But you guys are doing okay, correct?
Oh, yeah, we're fine. We've had 2 feet of snow here. It's been the 5th largest storm on record, and, all those sorts of statistics, are sort of popping up. But we've got nothing to complain about because it was light and fluffy snow. So we've had 2 feet of really easy to move snow, as opposed to wet and heavy snow that could have dragged down power lines and created utter devastation. So we are counting our blessings here in the northeast, unlike what Lindsay's experiencing in the south. So no complaints from anybody up here. at all. So recovery is well underway up here from a road cleaning perspective, and the highways are starting to get back to normal here pretty quickly, and a lot of the highways are open from a truck traffic perspective. They were shut down. Schools are still closed and all those sorts of things, but things are getting back to normal pretty quickly.
Yeah, and I've always told people don't use schools as a model for what's going on in the community, because that is, when it comes to your children, that's the biggest CYA on the planet. That's literally people, often kids will get days off that turn out to be a big nothing burger because you got to cancel those schools, because you never want to put people in the stressful, harmful situation of having to make a judgment call on their children. But the schools will shut down, but the rest of Boston and the rest of the Northeast looks like it's going to come back online fairly quickly. It's that Mideast section that we're talking about here, Kentucky, Tennessee, Southern Indiana, that whole world, Southern Ohio, that's getting really hit. I owe a lot of people phone calls today to make sure they're doing okay. Dean, we're running out of time here. I can't thank you enough for dropping in, by the way. You and Lindsay are giving, by the way, by the time this is over with, we got a view from Boston, a view from Nashville, and a view from New Orleans. We just need a Westerner. Oh, wait, we can get Claire on it at some point. Thank you, my friend.
All right, be safe. Talk soon.
Dean Croak, of course, is a regular contributor here on Road Gang Radio, and as always, it appears every Monday at the top of the show to kind of take Dave and I through the week ahead and the week that is to come. Don't be surprised if you don't hear more from him as we make our way towards Matt's 2026. Big plans in store for you there. If you want to find out more about them and you have not yet subscribed to our website, trust me, something is coming. Go over to RadioNemo.com. Just go to the bottom and subscribe. It don't cost you nothing. We don't charge you nothing. We don't sell you nothing. All we do is, when we get this whole thing set up, is going to give you the information that you need. The Braz is coming back, as I told you guys on the postings yesterday. By the way, you should, if you haven't caught every single Tech Talk with TMC since we've come over here, it is available and it is up on our YouTube page. I'm actually asking Madison this question, this fine young artist and producer. Do we have everything up in regards to Spotify and all that stuff, the Blueberry stuff for Tech Talk with TMC? Is that all dropping in there?
Yep, it's all up.
Fantastic. Well done. So not only can you listen to it on YouTube, you can listen to it as a podcast everywhere that podcasts can be found. Tech Talk with TMC. It's making its way over here. Robert's got a great topic today, general maintenance, especially in this kind of cold weather. He'll be talking with Dari Stewart, a regular contributor on Tech Talk with TMC. Our good friend, Robert Braswell, the Braz, is going to be here. Guys, we'll head into this break. You can give us a call during Education Station. You can give Robert a call, too, by the way. 615-292-6366. We'll be back after these messages. It's Road Gang Radio, the best transpo show in the known universe. Head on over to truckdown.com, get your truck out of the ditch, back on the road, find that provider. They've done it since 1997 and continue to do so to this day in 50 states and 8 provinces. Truckdown.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
She insisted on that. She insisted we play that. She's going to try her best to, I don't know if she's going to be able to do the interviews. Nat Segaloff, by the way, who is now becoming a regular contributor to the show, has, wonderfully volunteered to make some time for us today because we lost one of our guests, Audrey. We're going to get her booked again on the show. The weather is just really wreaking havoc with our friends who are over in Nashville. There will be no We Should Write today. It's going to be a replay. We'll do it that way. We'll figure all that stuff out. Marcus Hummin was supposed to join Lindsay, the celebrated songwriter of Wide Open Spaces, and Cowboy Take Me Away. He and a number of great Broadway musicals is not going to be joining her because he lives in Nashville as well, and people are kind of scrambling to make things happen. And our good friend Robert Braswell, however, the executive director of ATA's Technology and Maintenance Council, is joining us. The Mideast is treating him okay. He's surviving. He's set up for this. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Oh, doing great. Single digits in the evening, teens during the day. It's not the kind of weather we're used to in the mid-Atlantic, but we get a little bit of everything out our way, so we're really prepared for just about nothing.
We were saying before, it's like we understand all weather systems. We're not capable of dealing with any of them other than the glorious joys of spring. Yeah, I get it. I'm right there with you because in New Orleans, it's like, wait a minute, it's not 70 degrees. What's the problem? What's going on? Whole city shuts down. Robert, you're going to keep people safe, and as you've been doing the last couple of weeks, you've been really helping keep people safe by letting them know, the ins and outs of their truck and how you can kind of keep up with the maintenance and the general maintenance, which is where we're headed today. Welcome back, and tell people what's going on.
Well, yeah, and today we are going to be talking about maintenance concerns that surround a topic on just about every trucking professional's mind today, and that's cold weather operation in a very general sense. With almost the entire continental United States under extreme cold warnings, boy, it's a critical thing to do the right thing when it comes to vehicle maintenance, or you're going to risk being stuck out in the cold. And joining us on the program today is our frequent guest and longtime TMC contributor, Derry Stewart with DWS Fleet Management, who's going to be sharing his insights on what he thinks are the critical points to know when it comes to cold weather operation as it relates to maintenance and repair. Derry is a longtime TMC member. He's one of our most frequent guests on this segment, and he's a TMC Silver Spark Plug. That's the council's highest honor, and we're very pleased he can join us on the program today. But before we get started, Jimmy Mack, we always like to let our listeners know about our week's special offer, and what with the topic being just about everything, we think the TMC PMI Manual for Technicians is a great offer at the discounted price of just $25 plus shipping and handling. To get it, you can call our customer service line toll-free at 1-866-821-3468. Just mention RadioNemo, get it for that special price. Also, you can email us at tmc@trucking.org, or just visit us over at our website, tmc.trucking.org. Also, if you're an owner-operator or small fleet, you got 100 or fewer power units, we'd love to have you as a member of the Technology and Maintenance Council. You can join for the discounted annual dues of just $150, and do that today. You'll get our 2-volume recommended practices manual. That's over 4,000 pages of information like you're going to be hearing about on the program today, and many other great benefits too. So just please call that same toll-free number today if you're interested in signing up. And as always, remind our listeners at the top of the program, any recommended practices we discuss reflect the consensus of our members. We offer them as recommendations only, and everyone must first determine for themselves if they are safe and appropriate for their operation. Please remember that TMC doesn't endorse any product, person, or service, and the opinions expressed on the show are those of the individual and not necessarily the opinion of his or her company, nor TMC, unless stated otherwise. And with all that out of the way this morning, please welcome to the program Derry Stewart, live from Massachusetts. Good morning, Derry.
Good morning, Robert, and it's great to be back on the show again. And certainly the weather is when we look at the weather in the Northeast and we see it going all across the country, it's an opportunity for people to enhance their maintenance on the vehicles in cold weather. But it's great to be on the show again.
So, you're up there in the Boston, Massachusetts area. They just had a huge 10, 15-year snowstorm up there. That's not necessarily unusual for your part of the country, but for a lot of parts of the country, cold weather operation is kind of an unknown, particularly if you haven't been in the industry for the last 10 years. It seems like these things happen in 10-year cycles. But there's a lot to know about cold weather operation that if you don't necessarily go to all 48 states, and you're just pretty much down south, but all of a sudden you're dealing with single-digit temperatures as they are down in the south the last few days. You really got to, be prepared for this. Otherwise, you're going to get stuck. And there's all sorts of things that I know you keep up with. And if you do it right, you don't have to worry about cold weather operation, do you?
Well, that's true, Robert. And certainly being in the Northeast gives you a little bit of advantage. And we're close to Canada and up in Maine where the cold weather is a lot longer than it is here. But we got pretty smart back in 1978, the blizzard of 78.
Right.
So we are well prepared. So I got at my house, I got about 20 inches, and it doesn't take long to get back in operation. But when it comes to the vehicles, there's a few basic things that should always be maintained. And the one thing that kind of humors me is when I see that people have what they call winterization programs. If you're running a good program, you don't need to prepare for anything that happens in winter. Now, that's easy to say in the Northeast, but down in the South where they don't experience that type of weather, it can be detrimental if they don't quite understand it. But, there's some very basic things, and we've talked about these on the shows before. And it really comes down to batteries to get the vehicle going, certainly fuel, and certainly keeping the environment for the driver warm, which would constitute thermostats. But when it's 0 degrees out at 60, 70 miles an hour going up down the highway, it's pretty hard. The engine doesn't create enough heat to keep it warm enough. So there's a lot of activity sometimes with the winter fronts, but they have to be managed as well. But you've got to have strong battery maintenance to get the vehicle running.
Well, let's start talking about batteries first of all, and then we'll move into fuel, because fuel is one of the things you can't always control. It depends where you're at. If you're starting out down south and you're heading up north, you may have to treat that fuel along the way. But let's get the batteries first. They always talk about, batteries letting you down in cold weather, but really heat is the enemy of batteries. So the damage you experience in the winter is because of the damage that happened during the summer when the conditions were much, much warmer, right?
Yeah, that's true. Heat will cut the life of batteries as well as when it is cold, and that shows truly that the batteries are weak. But battery maintenance is not once a year or it's every single PM. And if you understand charging system of vehicles, and I'm sure there's been many tech talks about charging systems, but the batteries really only get to about 70-75% of state of charge when they're new and the truck runs normally, because there's so much draw on the batteries and parasitic load. So battery maintenance there's a couple of things of cleaning the terminals and making sure that they are up to full charge. And that's why there's been supplements of solar panels, because batteries never really get to a full state of charge. And there's so much electronics in the vehicles today, you get below 10 volts, and the truck will give you transmission problems, it'll give you engine problems, and it becomes a problem. So there's nothing more important than batteries. Batteries are more important than oil.
And of course, it's not just the battery, but it's the connections to the battery to the rest of the vehicle. That the vehicle harness, the electrical harness, if it's compromised in any way, you're going to get resistance. That means you're going to get voltage drop. That means you're going to have a hard time cranking those batteries when the time comes to need it cranked.
You'd be quite surprised how many starters are replaced because of weak batteries low voltage, because low voltage is what kills the starter. And then if you're up in anywhere in the north where there's salt and corrosion, the connections lower the voltage, and people are replacing starters when it's really corrosion and weak batteries. So, for some reason, over the last 5 to 7 years, the life of a battery has been shortened, and in my opinion, it's probably primarily from recycled lead. So, an area not to be conservative with how you spend money is batteries. So, if you're looking to get the last click of starting a vehicle from batteries, you may want to look at batteries as more a preventive thing. And if you can get to 3 years, consider yourself lucky. The truck has got to start and got to go.
Let me ask you this question. So you're servicing your batteries, you're cleaning your terminals, making sure you have a good connection so you don't have the high resistance. Once you've done all that and they're nice, bright, and shiny, do you put dielectric grease on the terminals and then hook it back up, or do you not do that? There's two schools of thought in that regard.
I personally do not look for any type of grease or sprays or anything on terminals. And although the silicone sprays may have a little protection, I see in fleets, if somebody puts grease on the terminals, technicians do not like to clean terminals and load test them if they have to deal with all the grease around the connections. So I'm not saying that it doesn't assist in preventing some corrosion, but I do know what it does is it prevents good cleaning of the terminals, and technicians want to touch that because nobody likes to mess with batteries.
That's a good point. Let's move on to fuel, because as we said, sometimes you can't always control the fuel that you put in your vehicle. What do you do about preparing your fuel situation so you don't get the gelling, you don't get the filter plugging, particularly if you're going from warmer climates to colder climates and back?
Well, let's talk about the most basic principles of fuel, and that is fuel storage. Now, there's two sides to this. There is your own fuel, which is your own fuel storage, which is not as prevalent today as it was, 20 years ago. And then there's truck stop fuel. So the first thing is the filtration that when it comes out of the ground. Now, the truck stops do a really good job of trying to protect their fuel storage, but they pump so much fuel, it's a non-issue. But if you have your own fleet, you have to have filters on your own pumps, and then you also have to do fuel tank maintenance on your own vehicle, because the real issue is condensation. And when you have ultra low sulfur fuel, it can manufacture condensation, especially if you've got aluminum tanks and you've got hot fuel in cold weather. You will manufacture condensation. And the real issue that happens with that is that it gets on the fuel filters, even if it goes through a fuel heater, but it'll get on the paper, because fuel filter paper is designed to absorb water. And if you have cold weather, it is the condensation and water particles that freeze on the filter paper, essentially shutting the truck down. So it comes down to basic tank maintenance. Now, you may choose to use some additives, or for years I used isopropyl alcohol to absorb the water. And at one point in time, you used to have drains in the bottom of fuel tanks so you could drain the water off. Today, there are not drain plugs on the bottom of fuel tanks. And when a lot of maintenance is done at either dealerships or truck stops, there's a lack of intensity on fuel tank maintenance. So there are tools out there to vacuum the bottom of the fuel tanks and to absorb and take the water out. So fuel tank maintenance, whether it's above ground storage, below ground storage, or on the vehicle, is critical.
So we've got our housekeeping covered. Let's say we're doing everything right about there, but you can't always control the housekeeping when you're going to somebody else's house to get fuel. So what do you do then? Do you treat as you're going on the road, or what's the answer?
Well, certainly my threshold is 0 degrees. Prior to 0 degrees in bad weather, and even in good weather, you should use some form of water absorbent chemicals, whether it's isopropyl alcohol or some additives or some of the products that are on the market. But once you start to get below zero, then you get into a fuel issue. And at some point below zero, you have to blend with kerosene to make sure that the fuel will flow and it dilutes the paraffin wax in it. Everybody calls it fuel gelling, but fuel does not gel until it gets about 20 degrees. So you got to prepare for the condensation, the moisture prior to that. So if it's something that you're buying in a truck stop or your fleet puts it in to absorb the condensation and the moisture, then that's as preventative as you can get, especially when you're buying fuel on the road. Because you can,
go ahead.
But it's like a glass of beer in the middle of summer. You have cold beer, you have warm outside temperature, and you have nothing but condensation on the glass. So that's how you got to think about it. It manufactures water.
So you're going to get less energy content out of number one kerosene than you would diesel fuel. So what's the right blend? You know, you don't want to lose too much fuel economy, but then again, you don't want to stop your operation either. What's the right blend of number one to number two?
10%. I use roughly 10% Caro starting at 0 degrees, and for about every 10 degrees below that, another 10% to get to somewhere around 30% if it's severe cold. The rough number is about 1/10 of a mile per gallon for every 10% of fuel of kerosene. So if you're running 20%, you can rest assured it's probably 0.2 of a mile per gallon.
You're listening to Tech Talk with TMC. We have Derry Stewart with DWS Fleet Management. We're talking about cold weather operation and general maintenance issues. We've just been talking about batteries and fuel treatment. Let's move on to a couple other important topics. Winter fronts is one, for example. People have all sorts of theories about winter fronts. Do they work? What kind of winter front? There are certain designs that are better than others, and TMC has a recommended practice that discusses that.
Yeah, winter fronts, if you're traveling 60 miles down a road and it's 0 degrees, the engine and the horsepowers today, they do not create enough heat. And so to operate the vehicle at the right temperature, obviously when an engine runs warm is where you get the most efficiency out of it. So you've got to have a winter front not only for driver comfort, but also operating the engine. But you have to be very, very careful. And I would agree, Robert, you could follow the TMC recommended practice on winter fronts, but they do have to allow a certain amount of air to flow through those. So you don't see as many of them today, but the owner operators know how to manage that. But it is an important thing. And for when you run a winter front, you can also expect to lose about 0.1 of a mile per gallon as well.
And some of the designs actually will cause harm and damage to your cooling system. Often you'll see these diamond holes in the center of the winter front shield. That's one of the worst designs there is because it leaves hot spots in different parts of the heat exchanger. And you're going to get, poor airflow direction, and it's not really going to do the intended effect. And you're going to shorten the component life of your radiator, your charge air cooler. You really got to be careful about the style. TMC's recommended design is where you have 3 vertical slits in the winter front material that are all equal size and equally spaced apart. And that gives you good airflow, and it does not give you those hot spots in the heat exchanger. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to have a certain amount of air going through the radiator for the air charge cooler. So it has to maintain a certain amount of cooler air going through the engine to obviously operate efficiently. So the ones with the diamonds or pieces of homemade cardboard, you don't want to do that. But
we recommend if it's 40 degrees or more, you take the winter front off because that's going to be counterproductive too. So only use those below 40 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and as a fleet operator, I would suggest even below that. When it gets to 30 or 20 degrees, kind of the weather we currently have. Right now, I'm sitting in 12 degrees, so 12 degrees at 60 miles an hour down a road, it's going to take a lot of work at the engine to create some heat to keep the driver warm.
Let's stick with the cooling system for a minute. Thermostats is sort of the Rodney Dangerfield of the cooling system, that and the radiator cap. Those are two critical things that you really got to stay on top of to make sure your cooling system's performing optimally. The radiator cap keeps the pressure because they're pressurized systems. You need to keep that at whatever the specification is. And the thermostat, well, if that doesn't open and close at the right temperature, you may or may not have heat and the engine may never get the operating temperature. What do you do about that?
Well, certainly a thermostat is critical. And, there was a time with engines that you could control thermostats and run, 200, 205 degree thermostat. But today, that's strictly controlled by the manufacturer for emissions and stuff. But the cap is critical, because if you don't build the pressure, okay, then you do not have the ability to generate heat in the engine. So they're both critical pieces of it. The best way to tell if a thermostat is not operating correctly is the engine runs cool. Most thermostats have a little leak valve in them, so that it will leak and dribble some water through the thermostat and recircle through the engine. So when you're running at 0 degrees, you really never get a chance to get the engine to full operating temperature. So when you're operating with a proper thermostat and a radiator cap, and most people don't realize the importance of a radiator cap, both in the summer and winter. So they're both critical. And as you're operating the vehicle, if you're not getting heat in the cab, then you got a bad thermostat.
Coolant itself is critical. We always talk about coolant a couple times a year on Tech Talk with TMC. I'm not going to go into details about the different kinds. Rest assured, most folks are using a nitrite-free organic acid technology coolant, or whatever color or flavor you have. That's your selection. Bottom line is you want to make sure it's a 50-50 blend, no more than 60-40, because if you get too much alcohol, it's not going to do its job. If you have too much water, it's not going to do its job. It has to be in that sweet spot for it to manage the heat and the freeze protection.
That's absolutely correct. And you can have too much antifreeze within the system, and you don't want to have that. So, but today with the weather temperatures that we currently have around the nation, I guess it's just important to have antifreeze in your engine.
Let's move on to some other stuff that not everybody specs. It depends on what part of the country you're in. But, we're talking about fuel, keeping the fuel so that it flows, treating the fuel. Sometimes that's just not enough, or you want to have a little bit of extra advantage. What about fuel heaters? Some folks use them successfully. Other people say they can get by without it. What do you think?
Well, I visited Canada one time many years ago, and they didn't run any fuel heaters. And that's when I learned how they blend fuel and they run kerosene. But fuel heaters are certainly a combination of fuel heaters, and you can either have an electrical fuel heater or you can have a water-based fuel heater. I particularly like the water-based, engine coolant fuel heaters that are tied into the system. So when the driver calls for heat in the cab, then he's heating the fuel.
Right.
But there are cases you've got to get the fuel to the fuel heater. So in severe cold applications, there are in-tank heaters that are available, so that when the engine starts to run, it's actually heating an in-tank heater. So coming from the tank, the fuel is already warm enough to go through the system. But the enemy, again, is still water. And there are a lot of cases way up in the north in Canada where they run these same fuel heaters in hydraulic tanks. Keep the hydraulic fluid warm as well. So there are options there. You just have to choose what is the best. I've always been a proponent of in-tank heaters in the cold weather. And then when you're down in the south, you may not necessarily think that you need a fuel heater, so to say, but they are filters as well. And if you come north, The detriment of coming north when you're in the south is the southern fuel that you buy does not have the additives or the type of fuel to go into Canada. So you've got to manage it much differently from the south than you do from the north.
We have a couple minutes left. Let's talk about brakes. Can't get away with a cold weather operation without talking about brakes. What about preventing your pneumatic system from freezing up? Treat it with alcohol? Don't treat it with alcohol. What do you think?
Well, the valve people will tell you don't put any alcohol or water depressants in the airlines, but my belief is that you still got to run it. I'd rather buy a valve occasionally, and I've tested the O-rings and everything by using isopropyl alcohol or rubbing alcohol, anything to absorb water, so that your valves operate. And today with air dryers, the valves are so dry, the air is so clean that it doesn't take much to stick. So I believe in that. That you've got to be able to move it. If not, they drag 8 tires right down to the rims and wreck the tires. So
speaking of dragging tires, sometimes you're sitting overnight. It's been so cold, the linings, the brake lines will freeze to the drums if you have that kind of foundation brake set up. What do you do then?
Well, it's usually a big hammer if somebody wants to get under it and break the bottom shoe. It's usually the bottom shoe that so to say freezes to the drums. Disc brakes aren't quite as bad because the mounting of where the disc brake is, so it's a little bit different. But I've seen many styles of either providing some form of heat to the trailer, but when the trailers are at a drop yard and the driver hooks up to it, he only has one option, and that's a ball peen hammer, if he can get there. And if they're using backing plates, of which I'm not a proponent of backing plates, you can't get to the shoes to break them anyways. It's a tough situation for a driver.
And for drivers too, make sure you have the right cold weather gear. You have, high energy snacks, sufficient, fluids and things like that for your own person, because you never know if you're going to get stuck out there. Keep a shovel in the cab. Keep those kind of cold weather tools that you might have at home in the cab, so in case you get stuck, you can manage that situation. There's so much more to talk about. We don't have time to get through it, so we're in the final seconds here. But thank you so much, Derry. We hope to have you back on the program again real soon. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jimmy Mack there in the studios in New Orleans.
Hey, Robert, thank you so much. And we can't keep repeating this kind of information enough. It is information so worth having, particularly your encouraging people to make sure that they are completely set. And so much of this is about maintenance and is about getting ahead. It's about really kind of staying on top of that pre-trip and really staying on top of things and anticipating rather than just reacting. Well done. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And next week, we're going to be talking about the forecast for future truck designs with Paul Mennick on Tech Talk with TMC.
Thank you, Robert. We're going to head on over into the other side of this break and go along with another one of our long-running segments, Education Station. So we're going about the business of making a living here, guys, how to maintain yourself, how to maintain your presence. Thank you, Robert. Stay warm, be good, be safe.
Thank you much. See you next week.
We'll be back on the other side with Chico McCollum. That alone is worth its weight in gold. Dude is a Mohawk Mardi Gras dude. So I can't wait to kind of dig into this as well. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. Thank you, Steve. TMC Manual, a great addition to your toolbox.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
That's a guesstimate. Maybe she shows up in an hour. Maybe she shows up in a half an hour. Maybe she never shows up. But our thoughts are with Lindsay Lawler over there in Nashville and everybody going through stuff in Franklin, Tennessee and Nashville this morning, all across the country. For those people buried under gentle snow, I hope you enjoy the downtime that is being accorded to you. For those of you who are struggling out there on the highways and byways, our best wishes are to you. For those of you guys who are doing what you always do, which is figuring out ways to race to the rescue, we here at Road Gang Radio and Radio Nemo can't thank you enough for your contribution to keeping the supply chain open and keeping, that's freedom, by the way. That's it. The ability to go where you want to go and do what you want to do in a country where you can move from place to place and cross state lines without checkpoints and all that kind of stuff. And that's necessary to kind of keep the mission moving forward, which is getting people what they need when they need it. Good for you. Thank you so much for your service to your country right now. A lot of you guys are actually engaged in that. We can't thank you enough. One of our longest running segments now is Education Station. I can't believe it's actually been going as long as it has. We're always meeting new people, getting a chance to talk to great people with interesting programs and ways of training the trainers and training the next generation of drivers. It's been a point of conversation this morning. Our next guest is going to be from Bishop State Truck Driving, where he, of course, is an instructor. Thrilled to have him on board. I turn to Madison now, and we do this. I want you guys to go to www.bishop.edu. If you head on over there, you will find programs and career technical education, truck driving in particular. And if you end up in that program, you're going to end up meeting Wade Chico McCollum. It's good to have you, Chico. Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio and Education Station. How are you doing today?
Oh, we're doing wonderful. Doing our normal do, man. It's cold. Colder than my students are probably used to. You know, we don't get it like we're getting it right now, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is something else. And my co-host, as you might have heard, is over in Nashville, Tennessee. I had to fly in indirectly back from Belize. And, man, she came up to a world of exploding trees and ripped down power lines and a meter that had been tore off her house. Had to drop $3,800 to simply get some power back on and going. No running water. A husband and a daughter that are terribly ill. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff going on. You guys are hanging in there. Tell us about Bishop State. Let's just first kind of start off with giving us the 30,000-foot view of Bishop State, where it is, what it stands for, and what you guys are kind of, cooking up and dreaming up over the course of the coming year.
All right, so Bishop State Community College, first of all, is in Mobile, Alabama. We offer your onboarding, you're first getting into college, coming out of high school type stuff. We also offer to where, you're in your 30s, 40s, 50s, and you've decided, hey, I'm going to go back to school, but let me knock out some of these classes before I go to the other school or something like that. But on the career technical side, we have a lot of different programs. diesel technology, automotive, AC, welding. We're also very big in with the building of the airplanes and submarines and stuff. And then, of course, our truck driving program.
By the way, in case you guys don't know, this is a state-supported urban community college. It is located in Mobile, but it's got 4 city campuses. And in many ways, we kind of always kind of distinguish this as well, too. It is community-focused, that a lot of people think that, you know, when you get a CDL or you go to truck driving school or anything, you just get a truck driving thing to kind of just throw people out there. But the school itself, the community college, is responding to the needs of its community. They're called that for a reason. Can you kind of talk about the partnership you have, because that's really what, in so many ways, particularly in an urban environment, it really is about forging partnerships so that people, as you've mentioned already, some of the programs you have, but it really is about offering people opportunity. This is one of the differences here, is that it's not just a sort of general education. These are people looking to work in certain fields, and along with the education you're offering the opportunity to have connection and contact to stay in the community and build a life and a career there, correct?
Yes, sir, we do. Now, the facility I actually teach at is in Jackson, Alabama, which is just an hour north of Mobile. We just knew that we had a lot of potential up here, and there's another state school, another hour and a half, 2 hours, depending on which direction you go from here. But it just kind of gave us another place to root and be able to help this community with not only local drivers, but also drivers or the potential over-the-road driver. But back in Mobile, we have our main campus of truck driving that we're teaching students, but we also do deals with like the local water company and the gas company. I've personally done classes with Rush Peterbilt and other mechanical-based shops to where there's folks would come to me and I would work with them because they're mechanics and they have never gotten a CDL. And so it helps them get their CDL to where they can test drive the trucks. And like I have a gentleman from north of me from a Mac dealer that's actually in my class now. A little bit different program, but the program is set up, or these programs are set up so these individuals can get a CDL, and it helps them, get a raise, but it also allows them to be just a little bit more powerful of an employee for the company. It just gives them a little more flexibility to say, hey, Joe, you can drive a truck now. I need you to do this, or I need you to do that, and not just be stuck to dig in a ditch.
What I really love about this, by the way, and in many ways you're kind of laying out for people, and we've talked about this on this segment and all across the thing. I think that the employee of tomorrow, he or she speaks a second language. He or she has a technical acumen. He or she actually is able to write a work order, is able to do has math skills that allow them to kind of technically keep up with the changes, and also is a person who is not adverse to doing exactly what you're talking about, to continue to increase their skill set, meaning that exactly what you refer to. The guy that works at the dealership who needs to have a better understanding for the people that he talks to and is able to talk to people in a way that says, not only do I understand, I empathize because I've been in that seat and I know exactly what it feels like and how it works and how it functions. I may not have the over-the-road experience, but I certainly have an idea of how these things handle. All of those kind of things are options, which means you have a diverse group of students. And so I would kind of begin by saying that unlike a traditional college where it's 18 to 22, 23-year-old kids kind of coming in to get their start in life, you have a lot of people who are coming in and reinventing your life. How do you position trainers and instructors to understand that and to use different teaching methodologies with the students while at the same time going through the curriculum and the lesson plans properly to make sure everybody gets the information they need?
The fun part about that is for me, I'm talking with the students as they're slowly onboarding and they're going through the proper channels to get registered for class and do all this. I'm usually hands-on with a lot of that with all of my students. And, at that point in time, I'm starting to evaluate them just in conversation. And then once they're sitting in front of me and my lab assistants that work for me, we're constantly in communication. Okay, well, Jimmy Mack went out with you today. What did he do? What are the things we need to start paying attention to? So we're constantly evaluating and understanding where a student is. And like, for instance, we get people that are green. it's nothing for us to have a person walk in the door 55, 60 years old. It's never, the closest they've been to a truck is one passing them on the interstate. And so now, you know, they never check the oil or check the tire pressure. Now we're teaching them all of this stuff. But at the same time, we get that student whose mom and dad own a trucking company, and they've got some experience around the trucks, but at the same time, we start to teach them things they probably didn't know about the trucks because they run local. They're not used to running over the road, or, hey, it's wintertime, and as you guys were talking about earlier, when you're up north, the fuel, you know, it has additives for the cold, whereas down here in the south, we don't have that. You know, same thing with windshield washer fluid and things like that. So we start trying to educate, and we grab each student and we try to bring them all to a level playing field, but at the same time, understanding we got to get a little deeper with this student, whereas this student understands, you know. And then sometimes the great part is students might explain something to someone in a way that just might lyrically roll off their tongue, and we've explained it 100 times, and it might just, the light bulb finally came on. And was it the way the student said it, or was it the way we said it? And so we built a really neat community with all the students as we're learning and working forward. And I really push teamwork, because the one thing I always hear my buddies say, it wasn't like that, you know, back in my day, you know, and my opinion is if you're still driving, it's your day. So, hey, what can you do to help your fellow driver? And so that's something we really push here, as well as, okay, wait a minute, this guy's having problems. Let's get him caught up to everyone else, you know.
I really love that. There's a couple of things I want to unpack here. The lyrical line, beautiful. The idea of building community, terrific. And if you're still driving, it is in fact your day. It almost reminds me of that great moment from Fast Times at Ridgemont High when he orders the pizza. He said, you know, well, I figure I'm here. He said, remember, I figure I'm here, and I figure you're here. So doesn't it make it our time? Yeah. And what's wrong with having a little pizza and learning about Cuba on our time? And, you know, of course, you know, Mr. Hand flips the script on him and takes his pizza for everybody else, too, to give them all a stack. But that being said, there is a certain kind of beautiful logic to that, because the idea of when you're teaching a class, the first thing you kind of focused on is building that community, and you can't build a community unless they all speak the same language. So it really is a matter of figuring out where everybody is on the language scale, and then figuring out ways to get people caught up. But I also love the idea that the best teachers are always looking for better teaching tactics. And if you hear a student explain something, and another student gets it, that great feeling of the light bulb going off in their head, then you can then pivot and be like, the next time I run into a student like that, I'm going to use what that student used to help get them up to speed. It's one more tool for the toolbox. So as you guys are looking for trainers, you're looking for people who are open and curious about ways of teaching that break through and cause the light bulb moment, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. It's funny. I have one guy that's always, he works for me, and he'll raise his hand in the back of the room, and he'll be like, okay, so Jimmy, you know, he asked, he said, he heard you say that you've done da-da-da-da-da, and, you know, you just sitting there shaking your head because you didn't ask nothing. And it's funny because he'll ask the questions the students don't want to ask. And so that also helps with the community. But it is so funny when he does it, the look on their faces, because he's always behind them, and I'm always in front of them. So it's really funny. But yeah, trying to get everyone on the same playing field, or being able to communicate certain things a certain way. And then, hey, wait a minute, he said what? Oh, wow. You know, it's like I had a young lady tell me one day, she said, so what you're telling me is if I'm looking in the mirror and I turn my wheel to the side of the trailer that I can see as I'm backing up, you know, I can straighten my truck. Well, I've been explaining it totally different than that. And I'm like, light bulb.
Yeah, she heard it.
You know,
she heard it. She actually made the metaphorical analogy in her brain, and then and by the way, she looked in the mirror. She metaphorically looked in the mirror and was able to reverse the image in her own head and say, wait a minute, got it. So, I mean, basically it's the version of, wait, are you saying this in a different language? That's exactly what I'm saying. And even if they don't get it right, at least you know what they're kind of doing right there. So I'm going to ask you, like I said, you've already kind of given us a little tip off here. What are you looking for in instructors? What are you looking for in regards to the men and women who are going to teach the next generation of drivers, whether they are 60 or 26?
Passion for the industry, passion that they love driving a truck or being around trucks, and passion with working with other people. wanting to pass on that knowledge. At the same time, being humble enough to know that they're not always right. They're not always the smartest person in the room. Passion.
It makes a big difference. It really does, because the thing is, it's like with a teacher, if a teacher walks in with the idea that he or she is actually going to be engaged in their own learning experience and going to actually deepen their own knowledge of stuff, either through the student's experience or through the stuff that you and the student don't know together and you go find out together, it makes for a better learning experience. So with these kind of teachers in place, and you talked about the 60-year-olds without a lick of experience, and the and the 19-year-old who actually walks in, who's been driving semis and and forklifts his entire life over at the family warehouse. What is the lesson plan look like? How do you guys break down the dissemination of information and give it to people in a way that is both digestible while leaving space open to deal with individual students' needs? That's a lot.
So starting off, we kind of have we start off at a certain point. First and foremost, how many people walked in the door and what program? How are you coming through my door? Did you pay? Did someone else pay? Are you part of this program or that program? And they're all sitting there, and I'm looking at them, and I break down the things that we intend on them learning before they walk out the door, part of what they're getting graded for, and and what we hope to see happen, and we start on a level playing field. And then we start finding out who our star players are, which that'll happen really quick. I get a lot of people, I can drive. And I'll say, well, we'll see. And I tell them all the time, and a lot of people look at me like I'm crazy when I say this. I want you to be able to back better than driving forward when you leave me. Okay, because I see it as when you leave me and you go to work, be it for your uncle or for a bigger carrier or a local trucking company, or you go back to work with your local municipality that we may be doing a class for, that they have a trainer that's going to grab you from where we left off and continue the education. To me, it's on the company and the driver, the individual, to continue their education into trucking or driving a truck. The fun part is once again, we get them all on a level playing field. And even though they say they know this, they know that, or whatever, we still drive it. We're still constantly pumping it. Pre-trip, backing, and then other little things that may come into it. And I'll tell them little things that, hey, this might happen to you while you're on the road, and these are the things you need to have in your tool bag. Like, for instance, y'all were talking earlier about the brakes, and needing a ball peen hammer. Some PB blaster and a ball peen hammer when you're trying to slide tandems, and they're old, or rusty. So there are a lot of little things tidbits we throw in. And the beauty about, like, down on our main campus and the campus here, a lot of our lab assistants come from different forms of trucking, be it reefer, be it flatbed, be it a tanker, oversize, or whatever.
Yeah, and by the way, you sound a lot like our friend Donnie Tulk, who loves to say, I don't get paid to teach you how to drive. I get paid to teach you how to back up, because in many ways, that as simple as that action is, as a foundational thing for teaching, it changes your relationship with the truck, because you begin to understand the scope and size of the thing. Nothing helps you understand a truck better than backing it up, because it is a lot. I watched the other day. We do our broadcast here on Esplanade Avenue in the heart of what I call the tourist area of New Orleans. But there are still grocery stores that need big trucks to come in. And watching some of these men, how they have figured out that the best place for them to kind of muster is over by the New Orleans Fairgrounds, which is the only big space in this area, and to watch them navigate this is it's a masterpiece of backing up. And if you can master that skill and you can give people enough time to kind of get the repetitions in, that's the other big thing when you actually put the rubber to the road, is giving people enough rep time. And that's often something that escapes a lot of programs. How do we get people enough practice to get better, while at the same time understanding that there's no better practice than doing the job? So how do you actually take the nerves out of people and give them the reps necessary so that they walk out with some sense of, maybe I can do this? This also comes back, we'll get to partners in a second, because you want to turn these people over to people who understand you don't have a perfect truck driver that is coming out. You have somebody who has a complete understanding of what they have to do, but they don't always have the reps in. I'm repeating myself, but I did that on purpose to make sure I was clear.
So I'm going to answer this by going with what you just said. So first of all, I love New Orleans. I've always loved New Orleans. I almost thought about moving there. But in my trucking career, I have delivered all over that place. And there was one customer, I used to have to be there at 6 a.m. to back down an alley on Magazine Street with a straight truck. And
Oh,
I had
my
to
God.
be in and out. Because if I wasn't in and out, you wouldn't be able to get out because everybody would park. And this was a long time ago, so I would lay across the street, and I'd get there real early, and I'd sleep, and then I'd wake up, and they would be there, and I'd, back in, we would unload, and I'd get out. But then let's go over to Shopatula Street. Did I say that right? Because,
Pretty darn good.
the Cajuns and the coon asses and the locals there. Anyhow, the Shopatulas, I would go down there, and I would deliver to Liberty Lumber, and the fun part there is how do you get out of here? Because you get to a point, there's no trucks. Right. And we could make a right, make a left, make a left, make a left, and come out. And then there was another spot where we could make a left and trucks go, but there's one corner that if you can't drive a truck, you're not going to make that turn to be able to get out because of where cars are parked. And then you could go down to the hospital, and then you would back and then do some weird little turnaround stuff there that if you didn't have trucking skills that you could back or make a turn. And that's something else I push. I have video footage of me driving, say, in the Louisiana area, Mississippi area, making tight turns in a big Peterbilt. I believe in my thing I sent you, the green and gray Peterbilt, which I drove that for a buddy of mine out of Cottonport, Louisiana. But being able to back a truck efficiently and make a delivery and be able to get in and out and not have to, cause a major backup out on a road. And the next thing you know, you got people trying to cut around you and all that good stuff. It comes with inefficiency at backing. So what we do here is we have a handful of docks we'll take the students to and let them actually bump a real dock. And then we also take them to truck stops and have them back. So they're getting some real life experience of backing other than just my backing pad. But we do straight line. I teach them how to offset right and left. They learn how to parallel part right and left, serpentine, and then, of course, the new backing exercises that they have to do and or forward stop and the out left offset. We work over all of this so that they can be efficient when they leave here.
Yeah, and by the way, the other kind of lesson, and I'm kind of curious about this one, it just makes me, I'm always kind of fascinated by this, to teach people to calm down and slow down so they can speed up. Because one of the problems is with a young driver, when he or she starts backing that truck up and they have that panic moment of I'm blocking traffic, they start to push and rush things. And you're like, dude, this is going to take as long as it's going to take. And the faster you try to make this go, trust me, it's going to take longer and longer. So it's also, there's also part, it's not just teaching, it's genuine coaching where you're like, you need to steady yourself. You need, I hate to say this, you've got to find almost a mindful Zen place to do this properly, because I've watched producers do this. Fortunately, none of the ones that are working for me now, where they literally shut down because something has gone wrong. You're off the air, something's gone sideways, and you're like, the best thing you can do right now is take a breath and realize it's going to take as long as it's going to take. So part of that is getting people psychologically ready for what the road means. Can you talk a little bit about the lifestyle approaches you guys take to make sure they understand fully what they're getting themselves into? Because a lot of programs don't do that. They're just like, money, 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 here it comes, get those wheels turning, and you start earning. And you're like, no. How do you kind of prepare people for the realities?
So the fun part is every day, after the first day, I kind of give the students a breakdown of what each day may look like as we move forward. Like, and I'll always ask them at the end of the day, did you learn anything? And then they'll be like, well, yeah, I don't know this, that, and the other. And I'm like, no, give me something specific. And then, okay, tomorrow, this is my plans. And then what will happen is my plans won't go the way they are. And I tell the students, there's always plan A. And we may have a plan B, but then again, plan C is we're going to make it up as we go. And this is something that, comes from the musician side of me. Sometimes things just don't work the way they're supposed to in a production kind of way. The lighting is not doing what it's supposed to do. The backing track's not working the way it's supposed to if you're using one of those. Or, wait a minute, my snare drum mic is just not it's not working, and all the different little things that I've learned over the years. And to bring this back to the trucking side of things, when I started working as a trainer for Greenbush Logistics, here I am, earrings and mohawk, and sometimes it might be a different color. I'm getting ready to hop in a truck with a gentleman that's 20, 25 years my senior, and they're looking at me. I got shorts on and my uniform shirt, and it's 30 degrees outside, and they're like, what the hell's with this weird dude? When I get in the truck, my attitude has always been, what are we going to learn today? What are we going to learn today? My job is to teach you about what the company expects of you, not how to drive a truck, because you had to have so many years experience to get that job. But at the same time, hey, teach me something, Jimmy. You've been in radio forever, and I've been playing music. Hey, teach me something besides, da-da-da or whatever. And I take that same kind of culture to my classroom. And, of course, now we start talking music or we start talking movies. And so back on the backing, and you're trying to get in a place, and now your nerves are crazy. I'm like, hey, bro, you Debo. You're Debo from Friday. You're the big guy, okay? Take your time, do what you need to do to get in safely to where you're not about to be in an accident, that you're not going to hit something. Get out and look. I don't care if you got to get out 100 times. Get out and look, because 100 times is better than 30 minutes waiting on a police officer and another 30 minutes filling out accident reports, and there went your safety bonus, or you got fired.
By the way, you and I have something really fun in common. They happened in different newspapers, but the entertainment section of our local newspapers are called Lagniappe. You and I have both been on the cover of Lagniappe in our particular cities. And like you said, yeah. you alluded to the fact that, we've talked about this before. You are a drummer, just like Dave Nemo is, and, you talk about the idea of that lyrical thing. Being able to think about what it is you're teaching and do it in a way that actually translates into the other thing that you love, because there really is, and you'll love this, by the way, Kevin Lindsay, who does Maintenance Matters, talks about listening to a truck when everything is where it should be. There's a natural harmonic to all of this stuff.
Yes.
And I just love that term, and it applies to the way you teach and the way you approach a truck, does it not?
Yes, sir, it does. Matter of fact, I tell my students you're going to learn to use all 5 senses, and I'll break it down, and I use taste as the last one. And they're looking at me, and I said, yeah, if you got an air leak behind your dash and it's got a little water and oil in that air, you're going to taste it. If you got bad batteries, you're going to taste it. If there's a hose under the hood that's got coolant going through it, and it's aspirating into the air, you're going to taste it. It's just what it is. And learning to use all 5 senses and getting in a harmony with the whole truck thing. It's like the air warning light and the alarm. I tell them the light's way more important than the alarm, because you might be riding down the road listening to some trap music, and you selling, while you're driving, you singing the rap song, selling all the stuff that the rap song's selling, and all of a sudden, alarms start going off, and it's going along with the same rhythm, and it's in the harmonics of the, of the song you rocking out to, and the next thing you know, your brakes are about to lock up because you weren't looking at the dash, It's part of that. Let me check my mirrors, every 5 to 8 seconds. Well, let me check my dash while I'm checking these mirrors, because, and checking out the side window. Let's make sure we're paying attention to these things.
By the way, we got to let you go. We could talk all morning with you, by the way. I just always love to say, syncopate with that steering wheel, and you're going to be just okay. It's a matter of syncopation rather than being in perfect harmony with it, because what you want to do is you are a different entity behind the wheel of that truck, and you've got to figure out how your rhythm incorporates into the jazz that that truck is blowing. Guys, I want you to Google Mohawk Mardi Gras drummer, and you will find this gentleman omnipresent everywhere. And I'm going to post that, by the way, on the Radio Nemo Facebook page so people can get a look at who you are and what you stand for. We love having you, Chico. Welcome back. Good to have you. I'll tell Dave Nemo you said hello. And be safe out there and enjoy the hell out of Mardi Gras, okay?
Yes, sir. Y'all be good and enjoy Mardi Gras yourselves, and stay safe on the road.
Thank you, sir. Wade Chico McCollum has joined us this morning. Always love having people who actually understand that driving is a rhythm, driving is a lifestyle, driving is a syncopation. Good dude. Good dudes out there in Total. Please, guys, go to bishop.edu. If you check out their career technical education in truck driving, you're going to find Chico. If you look for that Mohawk Mardi Gras drummer, you're going to find Chico. He's the man. Not Chico and the man. Chico's the man. We're going to give Lindsay a call.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's just like a nightmare.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed. It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath.
Means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered. One
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
What's that?
It's Wednesday.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
Good God Almighty, welcome back to Road Gang Radio. How about Chico McCollum? There's a guy right there. Drummer, syncopator, natural harmonic specialist, educator extraordinaire, and a guy who throws himself into the Mardi Gras over in Mobile. And by the way, for all the jokes I make about Mobile Mardi Gras, it's good Mardi Gras.
No,
That's
it is.
quality Mardi Gras, man. That's a real Mardi Gras. That's the not screwing around Mardi Gras. That's got the build-up. That's got the shut the city down kind of mentality. And it's the first one to actually celebrate an official thing called Mardi Gras, although Carnival has its roots in New Orleans and France and every place else.
It doesn't have as many smells. It's not real.
Yeah, by the way, the natural smell of any city is someplace between 1 and 10, with 1 being totally awful and 10 being excellent. Most cities like Seattle tends to run between 4 and 8. New York tends to run between 2 and about 9. City of New Orleans runs between -3 and 15, is just the best way to kind of describe it. Somebody who always smells terrific.
You ain't lying.
And just is a stand-up gal among stand-up gals. Our Lady of Lawler has arrived on the scene, is still here on the phone, making the miracle happen. Good morning to you, Lindsay. Anything change? I doubt it, but, how you doing?
Well, 2 things. First of all, no, I don't smell well because I have no water, so I haven't showered. And B, I'm coming to you live with a mallet in my hand.
Yes.
Since the last time we talked, I tried to turn the heat on and noticed the HVAC was shaking so loud because it's covered in ice. So I've just been taking a mallet with my work boots. Add that to my resume. But I malleted the ice off. I don't know if I was supposed to do that or not, but somebody told me that was a thing, so I did that.
Hey man, we've been talking about ball peen hammers all morning long on on Tech Talk, and then our good buddy Chico, he actually brought it up too as well. So anytime you can fix the world with a hammer, I don't have a problem with it. You know what I'm saying? Sledgehammers, I got a bit of a problem. But if you got a hammer and you can fix something, go ahead and go for it, man. Getting warm is what's important here. How cold is it in your house? How cold is it in your reality? I mean, like I said, we're colder here than we usually are, and it's going to get colder this weekend again. And then Dean dropped in and talked about what's going on in the Northeast, but they got gentle snow. Is it like just a frozen landscape over there where you're at?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's definitely, if you look at my window, it's a frozen tundra. I don't have internet, so I can't pull up what the temperature is, but I think the high today is supposed to be around 32, which is actually high, or 34, which is actually high around here. Problem is, we've got it's going to be like 8 at night, and so the sun's starting to poke out now, and I'm just hoping that it hits my. Also, my big, beautiful magnolia tree is down. It's this huge tree that is, I don't even know how old it must be. Half of it's down and half of it's leaning on my roof, right over my bedroom. So we probably shouldn't be sleeping in there, I'm guessing.
Whoo, man, I'm actually looking up the Nashville 10-day forecast, Lindsay. The high is now currently 24. It is going to be, let's see, the high will be 34 today with a low of 16. Thursday, high of 37, low of 15. Friday, it gets colder, 32-14. On Saturday, bundle up, guys. The high in Nashville on Saturday is going to be 19 degrees with a low of 12, and then slowly but surely, it begins to creep its way back up to that 40, mid-20s, sort of back and forth. Good God Almighty, be ready for what is coming Saturday, man, because we know it's going to hit us as well, too, over here, but nowhere near the level that you guys are getting the business. Good golly almighty. Our good friend Trucker Boson says good morning to you, Lindsay. Steve says good morning. Marty Ellis says good morning from the Spirit of the American Trucker, which is what he is driving in right now. All kinds of great stuff, and people care about you, they love you, and they miss you, and they want you to be safe and good. And with a couple of sick family members, too, it must just, like I said, I don't know how you're hanging in there, to be honest with you, sister, but, keep on doing it. Keep on making it happen. Tell me this, too. Where are, so we know you got the ball, we got the hammer, we knocked it loose. Is there an order of repair or possibility for today in regards to how things are going to get better, or is it just a matter of today's the waiting day?
Well, that's the thing. I said this to my girlfriends. It kind of makes me feel better when I list all the problems out. I said I can't figure out which problem to tackle first. The frozen pipes down at the street, getting more water so I can flush our poop, the adjuster to come look at the trees on the house, the ice on the HVAC making it shake and freeze, the internet and TV being out. Obviously, that is, first world problems. But by the way, with no internet, I can't work. I can't get on and do this radio show, which is how I get paid. With no TV, I can't entertain a sick child at home and school out. Or, the husband and child who are pale as a ghost with crazy high fever. So it kind of helps me to say it all. But, yeah, I don't know which really to tackle first. I think the fact that we got the meter box fixed and the power on was step one. All the, my back patio, all the trees are up against our windows. So probably getting the tree person here pretty quick is important, because they even slides, they're in our house. And, somebody in our neighborhood, in a group text, they had a card for somebody who came down from Georgia to help with the trees, and everybody, and she said, if you want to call, everybody texting trees. Lindsay,
you're breaking up a little bit. We're getting that popping and all that kind of stuff going on here. Just give it a second.
Is this better?
Keep talking.
Hello.
There you go.
One,
there you are. There you are. Thank you. Welcome back.
Sorry.
That's okay. We heard it all.
Cut me off anytime. Drop me at any time.
Okay. But that's the thing. It seems to me like the trees seem like a good place to go next. The other thing is too is the fact that you got to solve the water problem, right? That's the big thing. Whether it is like a replacement for running pipes in the short term, but I feel like once you get those trees taken care of, and I think that's right. I think your thinking's in the right place. The trees seem like the priority. Anything you can do to continue to protect your property and not let cold air in the house is a good place to start. But I would. Like I said, I'm not on the ground. It seems like solving that water problem, either with a temporary solution, probably with a temporary solution, seems like the next best thing to being there, since you got a couple of sickies out there, and a little bit of water would go a long way to help in the situation. Is there anybody
It would, and I think that's when community is good too. Because Seamus said it's a fix down at the street, but honestly, he cannot literally pull himself out of bed to go suit up in the ice and go work on the line down under the street. So a couple of my friends said, my dad will come, my husband will come. So I'm trying to figure out what it is that needs to be done to get someone over. There's like a key thing that goes down into the pipe and you turn it. I don't know. I'm just saying words. I don't even know what they mean. But something that, but community does come together. I've had people be like, we'll drop off medicine and bread and water, and so it helps to have good friends. That being said, you can't get up our driveway, so I'm like, just leave the victuals down at the end of the neighborhood, and we'll send a sled down to get it later.
Yeah, you ever notice that sometimes when you live in an incredibly charming place, that sometimes the very thing that is charming about it often makes it, like I said, if you guys ever flood, you're in great shape. But in regards to an ice storm, this makes it very, very hard to do an approach, because it's going to be a lot of people walking across a lot of grass, because trying to make your way up that drive, that carport, ooh, man, I can just see myself face planting. I did that at the University of Georgia one year during one of their big freezes. I actually slipped on the ice and in the snow and slid down an entire hill to the bottom of a parking lot. So good luck with that, by the way. You are breaking up pretty bad, Boo. We got to drop you. We love you. But keep us in the loop. Keep texting us. Keep kind of participating. Want to give you the last word, though.
I love you. There's my last word.
I love that too, by the way. Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you. Hang in there, guys. But if you want to give us a call over here and kind of let Lindsay know that you support her and you care about her, 615-292-6366. She's not alone, both in regards to support and regards to people who are going through it. There's a lot of places. Look, and everybody can't be set up for everything. I mean, that's one of the things people get so angry about that, Dre. They're always like, well, why couldn't we have taken care of this? It's like, dude, are you ready to pay higher taxes?
Yeah.
Are you ready to pay for those services? And there's also a redundancy, too, because that's the other problem. People get angry at people not responding, but it's like, look, when it snowed here, there were people who were angry. It's like, well, why weren't we better prepared for this? Because it never happens.
Yeah, no.
Trees don't explode every year.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like, they don't have to shut down the bridge going into Ocean Springs because of a freeze.
Yeah.
That is not a regular recurring entity. Now, here's the thing. If, in fact, they have a bad evacuation plan for a hurricane, people need to get fired.
Yeah.
If, in fact, Boston has a bad street cleaning program, mayor's got to get fired.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Heads got to roll. But, we got to cut some people some slack here. You know 100%.
What I'm saying? We're ready for ice on the bridges, but we're not ready for a full-on blizzard on the bridges.
Well, exactly. It's like they know how to handle that stuff. Like, drive a little safer. Just remember this stuff freezes over. But it's like, down here in the Gulf Coast, you can't be angry at people because literally the fountain outside of the Degas house froze in midair on its run. They were running it. They were running. I don't know if you saw those pictures. They were running the fountain to make sure it didn't freeze. Well, guess what? It still froze.
Yeah.
It still froze. We're going to drop in some phone calls here at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. Well, he didn't freeze. Pack Rat is here.
Pack Rat, how you doing, man? Joe Brady. Brady.
He's unfreezable.
Joe, hey, yeah. That came by surprise. I would have went with Dayball, but anyway, that's.
Oh no, Dayball. By the way, Dayball has not proven anything other than he can get one good year out of somebody else's players. I think that Brady. I think that what Brady has.
They made the right choice.
Yeah, I think. By the way, Brady didn't do anything wrong in that championship game. Brady didn't. I mean, those passes. I mean, those fumbles. I mean, Brady's offensive game plan was spectacular. I mean, they were running up and down the field on the best defense in the NFL. I mean, look at the way. Same situation. Look at the way New England got eaten alive. I mean, New England didn't win that game. Denver lost that game, but against the Bills gave the game away. Just gave the game away.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's a great hire.
Some news. I don't know if you heard, but John Brody passed away.
I heard about John Brody, and the other thing we got to talk about along with John Brody is we got to talk about Bill Belichick. Holy mackerel! What in the hell?
Okay, I must have missed that.
He didn't make the Hall of Fame. He didn't get enough votes to get in the Hall of Fame.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And they said that Bill Polian campaigned behind the scenes to prevent him from getting in. Now, there's a lot of rules that were in place. He never should have been eligible, by the way. They changed the rules to make the coaches eligible after 1 year out. And in doing that, and the reasoning was good, because the idea you have these men who are retiring sometimes at 60, 65, and 70, and the idea to make them wait is to put them in. I understand why they had the rule change. He didn't get 40 votes. He didn't get the 40 votes he needed.
Wow.
You need 40 out of
baseball where the writers.
It's
baseball with the writers.
It's a combination. The NFL Hall of Fame is a combination of writers and other members, and it's a more complicated system that's more inclusive. But it wasn't the writers who stopped him. It was Bill Polian, is what everybody's saying now, saying that he needs to sit out at least a year because of Spygate. Which, by the way, that can't.
Yeah.
I mean, good God, they won 3 more after that. You know, I mean, it's just like, come on, give me a break, dude. It was a bad scene.
Is that the worst thing? Is that the worst that anybody's ever done in any sport? Like baseball, they find ways to steal signals and they make a sport of it.
I don't think that Spygate was the real issue. I think that the whole thing about Spygate was the first time that there was a crack. This is what everybody suspected. It was the first time that there was a crack in a whole bunch of other stuff that they were doing. That there was they felt that there was a systemic sense of absolute looking for an edge. But what's painful about it is few people revere the Hall of Fame in the way that Bill Belichick does. It was important to him, and it was an ugly scene. Bad scene, man. It's a bad scene. But yeah, let's talk about the passing though. You want to talk about the man who just passed away?
John, he was in the era of Bart Starr and Roman Gabriel, you probably remember. He's a little bit before my time. I know my older brother, I was talking about it, and yeah, he knew it, and he was a very avid 49ers fan back when we were like 11, 12 years old. So I don't know much about them because when I was that age, Bart Starr and then, of course, this guy named Joe Namath, they were the big drawback then.
It's funny because, Steve Young honored him when he passed away. A lot of folks kind of jumped in and, sent a lot of well wishes, by the way. He was 90 years old, by the way, so I don't want people to think that this guy left us too early. But it's still sad for his family. Okay, I have a really fun question for you. You ready? This is really kind of groovy.
Okay.
How many?
Hard question?
It's fun. I don't expect you to get all of them. How many universities have produced a Super Bowl winning quarterback and a United States president?
Oh.
Huh?
So basically,
I'm probably thinking 1.
Oh no, it's 10. It's 10.
Is it?
It's 10, and it's surprising, by the way. I'll give you an example of one you might not have thought of. You can think of the 2 quarterbacks, though. So Stanford produced Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover went to Stanford. Stanford has produced 2, the only university that has produced 2 Super Bowl winning quarterbacks. Who are they?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Stanford produced 2 quarterbacks?
Super Bowl.
What era are we talking about?
Super Bowl winning, modern era from the 70s to the present day. 2 Stanford quarterbacks have won Super Bowls. Who are they?
Okay, I really don't know.
Elway and Plunkett.
I don't even have a... Oh, okay.
Here's the weird one. The University of Delaware has produced a Super Bowl winning quarterback and a president. Now, the president's easy. Delaware. University of Delaware.
Oh. Okay. What era are we talking about again?
It's the previous president.
Biden?
Biden went to the University of Delaware. Now, who's the quarterback?
He was a quarterback?
No, you're not.
I must be missing something here.
Everybody misses this. It's a university that has given us both a U.S. president and an NFL winning quarterback.
Oh, okay.
I didn't remember John Elway's presidency. I thought that was clear.
Okay.
It's Joe Flacco.
Okay, I got it.
University of Delaware and Michigan, of course, is Tom Brady and Gerald Ford. And
yeah, I knew Gerald Ford. He went to East Lansing, didn't he?
No, he went to the University of Michigan. He's a Michigan man. Don't tell that to Gerald Ford's people.
Okay.
Yeah, so he and Tom Brady are both Michigan men. And then, of course, there is another pairing from the Naval Academy, Roger Staubach and Jimmy Carter.
Gotcha.
And that's the game. The game is to figure that out. It's kind of a fun little game. It's a really fun game. The other really tough questions.
I just had one more thing.
Go ahead. Go.
I want one more to bring up to you. I don't know if you heard that Kevin Johnson passed away. He's actually murdered. You remember? You probably remember the catch from Tim Coach.
Really, Kevin Johnson was murdered?
Yeah. No, but you know what the sad reality is? He died. He was living in a homeless shelter.
Oh, that's tragic. That is absolutely tragic, man. I mean, he was stabbed at a homeless encampment.
Yeah, isn't that sad?
It's
how do you end up broke? Well, actually, that's nothing unusual. That the pro sports is there's no shortage of people who've lived the wealth and then have gone broke.
Yeah, and by the way, and look, people need to be more responsible. There's a reason why the San Francisco 49ers have the financial literacy class they teach before you sign your contract that they insist on. Here's the thing, though. Like I've said before, so many of these people have had so many people support them as they've made their way up through the ranks that they feel indebted to them. That's not the problem. It's everybody else who's like, well, I was there. Well, you basically, I think one of the hardest things, it's the same as a lottery conversation. Like, I'll tell you right now, there are people who would be angry at me, but if I ever won the lottery, I'm like, you're getting 10 grand, don't ever ask me for anything else again. And there are people like my brothers and sisters, if I won the Powerball, it'd be like, here's $1 million, don't ask me again. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's like 10 people. If I won Powerball, like 300 million, 500 million kind of money, there's about 10 people who would get the big enchilada. And then there's a few other people who would get bits and pieces, but you can't do it. You go insane. It's like, you didn't help me with this win. You didn't help me with this win. And there's like, it's like, the guy who buys a house for his mom, totally get that. The guy who buys a house for his mom's second cousin on his mama's side of the family, no, absolutely not. As a matter of fact, the further away you get from those people, the better off you are. And you have to tell your relatives, too, stay away from those people. They didn't do anything for us. They loaned you a $5 to buy a pack of smokes back in 1978. I ain't giving them anything,
I hear you. I have the same strategy, I would think. But just one more thing. Jerry Kramer celebrated his 90th birthday.
By the way, he's looked 90 for about 30 years. That's the absolute.
Do you remember the controversy? Do you remember the controversy he had in that NFL championship with against Dallas when they were on the 1 yard line? You remember that?
Oh my God, I'll never forget it. By the way, he looked like he was permanently constipated for the rest of his life afterwards.
Well, no, Jethro Pugh claimed till the day he died that Kramer was offside, or it should have been called for a false start.
Oh, absolutely.
You think so?
Oh my God, absolutely. But you know what? That's back in the day before we actually have instant replay, and we'll never know. They
barely had replay, did they?
Yeah, they barely had television back then. All right, get out of here. I love you, Pack Rat. All the best.
Okay, G-Mac, Dre, all the best.
Later, Bob.
By the way, Marshall points out to Lindsay that you should learn from disaster. He's, by the way, being kind. He's not being like, you need to learn yourself. No, but just make sure in the future you keep a supply of rock salt for driveway. It's not a perishable, guys. It's really easy to have. And 10 gallons of water just in case. Marshall, you and I are lockstep on this, by the way. Dre can back me up here. How much water do you have in stock by the time we get to hurricane season? pallets of it, right?
Yeah, fair share. Because like I always like to keep in general, I always have like a rain bucket out back, like a big old several gallon one, and then I'll keep like bottles just in case in storage and at my house. But then at the same time, it's like I like just having good water in general.
And by the way, my brother Ryan has a storage facility where he actually has plugged in a refrigerator where they let him.
There we go.
And he has like water inside of it. And he goes over there right before things go bad, and he takes out pallets and flags.
Perfect.
Like, got it done. Absolutely, Marshall. Well said. And Steve says, "Hey, Dre, you made it. You did."
Oh yeah, hey, I just got to sneak on in there.
Great,
Hello.
by the way. Really, really big thanks to Madison, who, by the way,
Yes.
broke her normal schedule to come down here. Big thanks to Dre for actually making the trip. If he'd come to me and said, "Dude, I got to get this done today," Madison and I would have managed to figure out a way to make this work. But here he is. I got one more phone call. Do I not?
Not that I know of.
Oh, I thought you said two.
Oh no, yeah, sorry, just one.
Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, but we don't have time.
The Winter Olympics, by the way, are coming up, and you and I tomorrow are going to get a chance to kind of talk about that. There were a couple of other stories I kind of wanted to get into, but the frozen weather conditions have kind of dominated this. We are also going to talk about, as we started the whole morning off with, talking about that 18 to 21-year-old continuing pilot program for apprenticeships. We're going to talk about rogue police chases. This isn't a pick on the police moment. This is a pick on particular policemen who probably made a situation worse by chasing a younger driver, and in doing so probably caused a accident. They all did it, by the way. They're all responsible. I'm not sure if the young man is guilty, but the police in this situation might be responsible. It's a CDL life story I want to dig into. But we are very, very excited this morning because it's a chance for me to kind of dig in with Nat Segaloff, who has been on the show on a number of occasions. He's joining us this morning. He's making time. We actually lost our couple of guests today and got some backups in here because the freeze. A lot of Nashville people. So Nat Segaloff and I are going to talk about John Milius.
Oh, yeah.
John Milius, by the way. And if you don't like John Milius, you shouldn't be a truck driver. I'm deadly serious. It's the guy that wrote and directed Red Dawn. It's the guy that wrote Apocalypse Now.
Yes.
It's the guy that wrote the Indianapolis speech from the movie Jaws. Didn't write the whole screenplay. Carl Gottlieb did, but his Indianapolis story sucked. So Spielberg and Robert Shaw called Milius. He goes, "Take out a legal pad and write down what I dictate to you." Dictated the entire monologue onto a legal pad.
God, the way the guy tells a story is just
Milius?
Yes, unlike anyone else. Yeah.
Oh my God, John Milius! I got to tell you, man, it's just
What they do is they come in and kids are gonna save us from the war.
Ross Goddard is who inspired Colonel Kilgore. Yeah, John Milius, by the way, who had his ups and had his downs, had a really bad financial setback, and then David Milch stepped in and came through for him. A lot of great stories. Nat Segaloff's going to be here talking about that. Can't wait to get him on, guys. This is must listen. If you're a guy, this is movies for guys who like movies kind of conversation coming up here. Oh, by the way, you know what else John Milius wrote?
Tell me.
Did I fire 5 or did I fire 6? Want all the excitement. Yeah, you know I'm talking about little Dirty Harry, by the way. Great stuff coming up here, man. And then we're going to talk about Kazoos with Stephen Murray, man. It's groovy stuff, dude. This is Road Gang Radio, man. This is the truth. This is the part of the show where we give you life. So enjoy the life with us. Guys, subscribe over at RadioNemo.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward. 17 Sapp Brothers travel centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
I mean, what more could you want for a show? An entire half hour dedicated to cold weather maintenance, followed by a Mohawk Mardi Gras drummer who actually also does a terrific job of explaining how one goes about getting a job in the trucking industry and making sure the students actually are set up for success moving forward, followed by drop-ins from our good friend Dean Croak, and of course, ongoing updates of the struggles of our friends over in Franklin and Nashville, Tennessee. Phone Master Dre somehow managed, despite all of his trials and travails, to make his way over here to the city of New Orleans. Madison with a T stepped in and saved the day, and I'm just sitting here behind a microphone shooting off my suck. I am really excited, by the way, because I get a chance to talk about one of my, what I would call, skewered heroes of all time. Don't know if I agree with the damn thing he believes in, except that he believes in America. He believes in guns. I believe in both those things, by the way. He also is a big believer in movies and loves movies in an intoxicating fashion. And then to get a chance to talk about that dude with another dude who's becoming a regular fixture and feature over here just feels like a trifecta of glorious joy. This is Road Gang Radio, man. You need to go to RadioNemo.com and you need to subscribe. You got to trust me on this, folks. You got to subscribe. If you haven't done it yet, subscribe. It don't cost you nothing. We don't charge you nothing. We don't sell you nothing. All we do is give you great content that gets you fired up about movies for guys who like movies, and music for guys who like music, and the galettes too, and all the thals and everybody else out there. As I tell people, we are the sons of biscuits of liberty over here. And with that in mind, let us pivot to one of our great new contributors. Music that sounds like it comes from the tough guy world of John Milius. By the way, speaking of talking about Mr. Red Dawn, Mr. Apocalypse Now, Mr. Go Ahead, Make My Day. Actually, he's not that guy. Who he really is, though, is he's, Do You Feel Lucky punk. Hey, Nat Segaloff, it's good to have you back.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm just fine. After that introduction, I think I need to have a eulogy instead of an interview.
How's the weather treating you?
That's Louis the Wonder Dog in the background, in case he hears you and he wants to bark. So
Fantastic.
It's quite a morning out here. We're in North Hollywood. We're at 7:30 and 50 degrees. So I'm terribly sorry if it's colder where you are, but we'll do the best we can.
Thank you, man. By the way, I wasn't kidding. John Milius, both his life story, especially some of the struggles he had in the later part, and the fact that when you make friends and people love you, you'll find that often people will step in and run to your rescue, even though you have your own sense of pride and honor that then turns around and creates something wonderful and creative after that. Talk about your own interest in Milius, because he in many ways is part of a generation that you're part of. I mean, you were intoxicated by movies in the late 60s and early 70s and got a chance to watch that great kind of onrush of Easy Riders and Raging Bulls come into existence. He is part of that film school maniacs that showed up and got over the fence, as he likes to say. Can you talk about your own interest in John Milius and give us some background on him?
You're right, Jimmy. John is a part of what they call USC Mafia, which included George Lucas and folks like that, Robert Zemeckis, who really changed movies in the 1970s when Hollywood was going into the toilet because they didn't know what the public wanted anymore. Both these guys did, and you're right, mentioning Easy Rider and things like that. The interest in Milius came when I, indirectly, because I was doing publicity back in the early 70s and was hosting George Hamilton, who just made a movie called Evel Knievel, which John had written. And Hamilton, who is a real gentleman, kept on talking about this great new young screenwriter he discovered named John Milius. I remembered the name, so when I was doing publicity for the movie Dillinger with Warren Oates, and it's a great little movie, I asked if they would send John Milius to town. I was working in Boston at the time. And so he came not only with himself, but with the co-star of his film, Michelle Phillips, which isn't a bad combination. The Boston press, the young press, who of course are kind of liberal, were completely seduced by John. He is just a captivating storyteller. And he and I began a friendship that's lasted right to this day. It's more than 50 years. So although we only have a couple of things in common politically, we never have time to discuss politics because we're always discussing literature and history and points of honor. And that's really what John, who we call the Yeti, is all about. He's a man who, as he once said, is upholding traditions who were dead before he was born. And he's just a remarkable man.
By the way, all of this is along with the fact that you've written a wonderful book about him, Big Bad John, which in many ways I think captures his spirit too. And like I said, Dre, who knows a little bit about movies, actually knows a lot about Milius. He can't help it. I mean, he's such an intoxicating storyteller. For those people who don't know, he has somehow managed to stay true to his own sort of, and I would call them idiosyncratic ideologies, because John, is it fair to say that he is maybe the closest thing to a genuine bona fide libertarian as ever has tried to kind of hone to that example? He is an absolute individualist. He believes in the big man theory of history. He believes that a group of small, dedicated individuals can change the world in the blink of an eye. There's a seamless garment Catholicism as a metaphor here that really applies to John, that he's a fair dealer and a plain dealer. He doesn't change the rules for his side, because the only side John Milius is on is what he believes in. Is that a fair assessment of who he is as a person? Because you know him.
Yeah, I do, and it's a kind of a partial, but I think correct assessment. He has the great enthusiasm. That's what he said Teddy Roosevelt had. He wanted to get the job done and wanted to help and increase the sensations of being an American. At the same time, he's also a Yeti, abominable snowman kind of character, bigger than life. He's a monarchist, as long as he can be the monarch. And,
well, most libertarians are. I mean, in all fairness.
Well, he says kind of a ninja. He's all kinds of things, and but you see that isn't in the book. Oddly enough, what's so strange, and we hit it off right away. A lot of what John does is bravado, and he likes to make himself appear bigger than life to the press. He never did that with me. He was always a regular person, very literate, and one of the very few people I've ever interviewed whose grammar I didn't have to change when I transcribed it from the tapes to the printed word. He's just that smart and that captivating. When he says, what's interesting, you lean forward because you know the story is going to be incredibly interesting. That comes from the surfer tradition. He was a surfer, one of the Jewish surfers in Southern California. And he said the oral tradition was developed by the surfers out here who were not stupid. They were telling stories that celebrated heroism and attempts at being heroic. And that's John's milieu.
I think it's perfect, by the way, that you came by on this day, ironically. I'm going to tell my good friend Dre something, by the way. Dre, there is only one truly good surfing movie. Point Break's a lot of fun, but Point Break isn't just about surfing. There's only one truly good surfing movie, and by the way, look what day you've arrived on, Nat.
I know. Big Wednesday. A day will come that is like no other, and all that follows will never be the same again.
Oh, it's just terrific.
Yeah. That was his 1978 movie that unfortunately died. The studio said, oh, come on, it's three surfers looking for the big wave. But no, it's about what happens when you're a hero and you don't want to be a hero. And that's the role that Jan Michael Vincent plays in this story, along with Gary Busey and Billy Catt, of the surfers who survived from the 60s into the 70s. And America changes with them, and they have to change along with it. It is really a story of friendship and of traditions. And one of the key scenes in it is when Sam Melville, who plays a character called the Bear, runs a surf shop. And Matt Johnson, who's played by Jan Michael Vincent, comes in and says, I don't want to be a hero, Bear. I don't want to have all these dorky kids looking up to me. And Bear takes him aside and said, before the gods confer greatness upon a man, they test him. The chalice has been handed to you. You have to be a hero. Now go out there and get a new board. Now, what I'm telling you is a combination of the film and the script, because there were a lot of things cut out of the script, including, strangely, the story of Big Wednesday. But it's still, I think, one of the most lyrical and beautiful films. Music by Basil Palladores, just really good acting, too, and a beautiful construction of what happened to a particular culture during the 60s and 70s and the transition. And that is my sales pitch for Big Wednesday.
I'm actually going to get really hinky with you. Not hinky, that's not fair. I'm going to get really interesting with you here, because hinky means going sideways. This is what's really fun about this, is the fact that the same themes, if you go back and you watch Dirty Harry, if you really watch it, because Dave Nemo and I had a really great long conversation one day about Dirty Harry, and one of the things in the movie that comes up that I find absolutely compelling is that he talks about how he missed something, is that the character misses the 60s. Do you remember that moment in Dirty Harry when he's talking about the idea that he missed the 60s and the world changed around him, and he suddenly woke up one morning and everything was different? And there is a theme that runs through the USC Mafia, because, where were you in 62? And in many ways, and by the way, just to make you happy, Nat, up on our wall, I kid you not, up here in our Fastport studios is THX 138 California license plate. And in many ways, what people don't understand is that Milius, and you can talk to this, but thematically, he's always talking about men who are out of time. And I mean that in both meanings of the word, that they've been displaced, but they're also running out of time. And I think about even his, and by the way, with the highest recommendations to everybody listening, I love his Tom Berenger, Teddy Roosevelt in Rough Riders. I love that movie, and the speech he gives when he says no one here are cowards is one of the most deeply moving things I've ever seen in a television drama, the TNT special. So, but he's a man out of time, and he knows that about himself to a large degree. He almost is literally steeped in Ivanhoe as a storyteller.
You're right. Tom did a lot of research when he played Teddy Roosevelt. He got whatever movies were available. I'm not sure if there were sound recordings at that point, but he really, really worked at it. He wasn't thought of as a fully accomplished dramatic actor, although he does wonderful work. But I think in Rough Riders, which is a two-part show that was on Turner, which can be found on home video now, it's an extraordinary film. Not only is it accurate historically, but it's one of the few war films where at any given point where the battle is and what's going on. So John is a general as well as a writer and director. It's an extraordinary film. And you're right, it does talk about honor, and it does talk about the past in a way. Not that we don't have honor today, but there were traditions, as I said, John feels he's upholding. One of those is you've got to be good at what you do. I mean, that's the sort of thing Howard Hawks made all of his movies about. If you're going to be a professional, damn it, you've got to do the job right and take responsibility for it. In fact, when the movie 1941, which was directed by Steven Spielberg and written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale, when the movie flopped, Zemeckis and Gale were just completely upset by the whole thing. John was one of the executive producers. They say, John, what are we going to do? And John said, well, Bob, there's only one way out of this, seppuku. You have to take responsibility for the movie that you wrote. Obviously, he was kidding, because they made some pretty good movies since then. But John believes that you take responsibility for things. You're the one who picks up the tab.
I'm going to tell you something that is really fascinating to me that these filmmakers have in common, and boy, our trucking audience will really dig this. The one thing about this whole generation of filmmakers, especially in their 70s incarnation, and it's why Coppola so desperately needed really, really good screenwriters to kind of stay on top of him about this, collaborative writers, because when he'd write things himself, he would drift into what I call art school mood pieces. But these men, Spielberg, Lucas, Milius, and I wonder how much of this was actually injected by Milius, the understanding of geography. I keep thinking about, and I'll use a Spielberg film as an example. In Saving Private Ryan, in the first 25 minutes, What's crazy about it isn't the chaos. It is the organization of the chaos, that we know exactly how far they have to go for this nightmare to stop. And that is laid out geographically almost to perfection. And whether it is in the case of Milius with The Wind and the Lion, whatever you think about Red Dawn, whatever you think about a lot of his movies, is that geographically you pointed this out. I remember I got a hold of the book The Crowded Hour after I saw Rough Riders, and I was staggered by how much historical accuracy and historical geography accuracy Milius had got down to a science. Mm-hmm. That he understood that if we didn't literally know where we were, it didn't matter what we had to say, and it didn't matter what we were feeling or thinking. It was more than just mood. It was about where are the good guys, where are the bad guys, and how far do the good guys have to go to carry the day.
Yeah, it's basic storytelling, but it's kind of hard to follow the story sometimes with all the fast-cutting industry and close-ups that people have imposed on movie language today because of the compulsion of watching on a home screen. Do you have 2 minutes for me to tell you the great Red Dawn story that I have with John?
What are you kidding? Go!
Come on.
All right, I was a film critic in Boston when Red Dawn came out, and John and his wife came to town, and we had a great dinner and everything. And he had just come back from Washington, D.C., where he had been given a tour of the Pentagon by Alexander Haig, who was on the board of directors of MGM, which was the producer of Red Dawn. And we're in John's hotel room. He's unwrapping this big cigar, the size of a redwood. He's getting set to light it. And he's talking about the Pentagon. Oh, it's a great place, Nat. They give you a golf cart, and you got to go around in the golf cart. And they got a different floor for each of the services, man, the Marines and the Army and everything. And they got these paintings on the wall, and they got this armor all over the place. And I realized John was talking about the Pentagon as a building, not as an institution of defense. Finally, he stopped and said, "You ever been to the Pentagon, Nat?" And I said, "Well, I demonstrated outside of it a couple of times during Vietnam." And he puffs on his cigar, lights it. He takes it out of his mouth and said, "We have a lot more in common than you'd like to think, and it bugs the crap out of you."
Milius. It's by the way, the other thing is too is that he's so great with a line, with just an absolute killer line, both in the way he tells the story and the way you kind of tell a story about him. But I don't think a lot of Americans who love movies realize how many of their cultural touchstone pieces of dialogue are the direct result of the imagination of John Milius. And by the way, before we go down this road, I want to tell you one of my favorite lines in Red Dawn and favorite lines of all time. Who is on our side? 600 million screaming Chinamen. I thought there were a billion. There were. And then he throws his cup of coffee into the fire, which is great, just great. In the Rockies, we stalked him butt cold. I mean, some of that dialogue is so on the nose and yet glorious at the same time. Just
it
fantastic.
Is one of my favorite lines in that movie. It's very simplistic, but I think it speaks for a lot of us now. When one of the kids says, "We live here." In 3 words, he's summoned really the holiness of what America is to the people who are here. We live here.
Oh, it's a great line.
And
then
he also, go ahead. He also wrote the "I Know What You're Thinking" speech for Dirty Harry. The couple, married couple named the Finks, wrote the script, and a lot of other people worked on it. Dean Reisner, I think, and some others. But they gave it to John for a polish when it looked like Frank Sinatra was going to be Dirty Harry. That's right. And John put in the "I Know What You're Thinking" speech.
I know what you're thinking. Did he fire 5? Or did he fire 6? With all the excitement, I kind of lost count myself, but being this is a .44 Magnum, the most powerful handgun in the world and could blow your head clean off, you've got to ask yourself one question. Do I feel lucky? It's unbelievable. It is a great... Yeah. He knows how to frame a movie, too. You talk about the geography of things, is that not just using great lines, but using great lines as callbacks, using great lines as thematic. A man's got to know his limitations. You know that is not from Michael Cimino. You know that John Milius is like, we got to put something in here thematically to it. If we're gonna make Harry a Law and Order guy, we gotta really kind of codify it into a man's code. Really is. It's about codes.
It is, and Dirty Harry breaks the law, but he keeps the code, which is an interesting dichotomy. I asked John, what about the criticism he got from Pauline Kael and others when Dirty Harry came out? And he said, look, there are some people who need to be dead, and that's why we have Dirty Harry. I wouldn't want to go to the ACLU with that, but he's got a point dramatically.
Oh yeah, well the end of Dirty Harry makes it almost the end of Dirty Harry. He plays it really close. People don't realize that he doesn't violate his civil rights. He gives him a chance. You can surrender, and that guy decides to go for it, and they're in an end. The really difficult moment doesn't come because Scorpio reaches. Scorpio goes for the pistol. I mean, and he frames that final moment of he kidnaps a young boy from a school bus and puts the pistol to his head. And Harry's got to make the same call that Vincent Hanna makes in Heat, which is, do I jeopardize the kid's life? And then has to make a split-second decision. He's really, really good about, giving us those moments. I was kind of curious because it seems that he works really, really well when he's just the writer, too. He's generous in the sense that he gives us the speech from the USS Indianapolis, that he's able to contribute in those sort of ways to do the polish on the screenplay and hand it over to Don Siegel. Was he that way as a person, that he's has so many ideas that he's throwing them to people?
Well, I was the only person to whom he could have thrown anything because I was the guy who had the tape recorder. So it wasn't quite like that. It was more like a colloquy with just the two of us talking. I've only been around on the set of one of his films, which was Flight of the Intruder, and it was during a break. We were all just hanging out and having coffee and stuff. So I can't say as I was ever experienced watching him actually direct, but I do know that he is very generous and he allows people to change lines if they need to, as most good directors will do. I really can't think of another way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's an incredible career. By the way, can you tell us? I want people to understand. There's a great story that I've actually heard on documentaries. That I've actually, I was kind of racing through to get to the stuff that I really kind of know about him. He actually, a lot of people don't realize this. Created the HBO series Rome. Which has a lot of his tropes and his thoughts, and really is about honor in many ways.
It is. I didn't watch all of the episodes, but I'll tell you the pitch, which is one of these. Today they have something called an elevator pitch, which is if you're trapped in an elevator with an executive and you have 30 seconds to talk to him and he can't get out, the elevator pitch is how you try to sell him a movie. John's elevator pitch to HBO was simply, let's do The Sopranos in ancient Rome. And for once, there was somebody there smart enough to catch the pitch, and they triggered the series, and it did very well for him.
He had some financial difficulties because he is a good friend and he does trust people. And I was kind of curious because I don't know the full story now anymore. How is his health? How is he doing? How is his mind? And how are his passions and enthusiasms these days?
John had a serious stroke in 2014 when he was trying to finalize a project on Genghis Khan. And he's been trying to recover ever since then, but it really hasn't been as successful as we all would want. The last time I saw him physically was on his 80th birthday about a year and a half ago. We've had a few conversations on the phone through a friend of his, but it is very difficult to have conversations. He can't get his thinking out his mouth. And this is what happens with strokes. And I think Steven Spielberg said this, the worst possible thing could have happened to a great storyteller is to have his speech taken away. And by the way, when John had the stroke, Steven said over what was then a new invention called an iPad to help John communicate. God knows what it called. He probably got it right from Apple, or Mac, whoever. He's got a lot of friends. I've been over there a couple of times, mostly to be plied with Cuban cigars, which we're not supposed to be smoking there. But you turn up and there's various people. I've never been there when Arnold Schwarzenegger stops by, but Arnold did manage to get a statue of himself on the throne as Conan to give to John. The 300-pound bronze statue had to be carried in by two guys and put in John's house. John is not doing that well, but he is surviving. He's going to be 82 in April this year, and it's been a tough road, a very tough road the past few years. Yeah.
I have followed that from afar because my dad actually had a very, very minor one a couple of years ago. He has made essentially a kind of miraculous recovery, and I was kind of hoping for the same for your friend. You did open the door on Schwarzenegger, and we've got a little bit of time. You could make a case that even before our good friend James Cameron arrives on the scene, that it's John Milius who really proves that Arnold Schwarzenegger could carry a movie, isn't it?
Yeah, as John said, if we didn't have Arnold Schwarzenegger, we'd have to build him. The signal story I remember from Conan the Barbarian. We spoke when he was in Spain shooting it. The movie was produced by Dino De Laurentiis, who's a very tough producer. And I asked him at one point what it was like dealing with Dino De Laurentiis. And he said, well, Conan had to spend time on the Wheel of Pain, and I had to spend time with Dino. They had an interesting case. There was a fellow working for John who he really couldn't get along with, who was a Harvard graduate. And Dino had somebody that he didn't like either. And so one day it came down to John suggested a hostage swap with Dino. And that is, you fire the guy I don't like, and I'll fire the guy you don't like. And that's how they maintained peace on the set of Conan the Barbarian.
Oh, my God.
So,
that, by the way, is
yeah.
a language by the way, you find out that when you're a tough son of a bitch, that often the best way to kind of make a peace treaty with another tough son of a bitch is a summary execution. Yeah.
This is John. I mean, it used to be that every time he signed a contract, he'd want to get a new rifle, and that's kind of passed by now. Although he can still go out skeet shooting, even though he's had a stroke, which is a little scary, but he can. So he survives. He's a hell of a survivor. God knows in this industry of Hollywood, it's tough to survive just for anybody who has everything. And now he's really doing it.
By the way, we should just find some time at some point, Nat, to talk about The Wind and the Lion. We should find some time at some point to talk about the smell of napalm in the morning, that whole adventure over in Vietnam where he was actually looking for an excuse to go over to Vietnam because he couldn't serve, and he was trying to figure out a way to get himself in the middle of, as everybody would call it, the shit. Incredibly courageous man, an incredibly fun human being, a good friend of yours. Big Bad John is the name of the book. We're going to run out of time here, but I want to give you the final word about why you think Milius is so important for the history of Hollywood before we got to shuffle off this radio coil.
Because he writes about ideas, big ideas, and big people who carry them out. And we have a bunch of wimps running around now in movies. I think we need people who are not superheroes, but who are real heroes. And that's John and the people he writes about.
Tough guys in tough situations. And by the way, he is part of the tradition. I agree with you. I think that the Hawks analogy is really great. The idea of men and tough women in extraordinarily tough situations, coping with that world and kind of pulling themselves together to hold by a code of honor is John Milius in a heartbeat. Are there any, other than the Genghis Khan script, are there any unrealized scripts that are still out there that may find their way to the screen at some point?
Oh, there's a sequel to Conan the Barbarian that Arnold had agreed to be in once he finished his day job of being California governor. It's gone through several iterations since then, and I don't know what's going to happen. But John still thinks he can bring the Genghis Khan script out. He may not direct it, of course, but there's still some producer interest in it, so we can always keep our fingers crossed.
I hope so, by the way. The thought that there might not be any more Milius is a very disturbing one in regards to, honor and courage and fortitude in the American film industry. Nat Segaloff joins us, as always. He, of course, is a writer of all things Hollywood, but more importantly, all things movies. And those who love movies will love his books, along with Big Bad John. There are books about William Friedkin out there, books about Rambo. Movies for guys who like movies and for gals who like movies as well. Thank you, Nat. Thank you for being a last-minute pinch hitter for us. We love having you, brother.
We're all professionals, Jimmy. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to your audience. You honor me very much.
Thank you, sir. That's it. We're going to take a break here. Come back on the other side. Nat's the man. You're the man if you're listening right now. You're also the lady. You're also tough as nails. That's what I'm talking about. Some tough guy stuff going on over here, man. We'll be back on the other side of this. Some fun stuff grooving your way. Kazoos coming up.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
We are sure lifting off from the Fastport Studios on National Kazoo Day!
National Kazoo Day. By the way, you know something really upsetting to me is that of all the people that could have made a truck driving movie, a real truck driving movie, a non-screwing around, tough as nails truck driving movie,
dude,
Milius.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? Can you imagine Warren Oates? Can you imagine Warren Oates behind the wheel of a truck?
I was about to ask you, yeah.
I mean, it's Warren Oates, dude. It's
Yeah.
my favorite Warren Oates line of all time. National treasure, God rest his soul, Warren Oates. You know, I hear he checks his sanity with a stopwatch. Yeah, what do you check yours with, a dipstick? Yeah, John Milius line. That's what I'm talking about, John Milius. We're also talking National Kazoo Day. It's important, dude. This is important stuff. I'm not even being funny here, by the way. It's a humble instrument, but it's got a powerful presence in the American landscape, the American imagination. It's all groovy, and I think we should turn to it right now. That's kind of perfect. Darn right it's nice, by the way. I want you to go to Kazoos.com, Kazoos.com, or thekazoofactory.com, or find them at Kazoobie Kazoos on the Book of Face and at Kazoobie Kazoos everywhere you get your social media, by the way. Stephen Murray is joining us this morning. He's the head Kazooist at the Kazoobie Kazoos, joining us this morning. By the way, he's a recovering public servant. He's got a crazy family that drives him crazy to the point of loving them even more, and we are thrilled to have him join us from South Carolina. Are you freezing your tuchus off down there or what? How you doing, man? Welcome to the show.
Good morning to the Nemo Nation, and especially to all those road warriors from a small American manufacturer right here in Beaufort, South Carolina. We appreciate all of you, and we hope you're having a great National Kazoo Day.
Man, the energy matches the kazoo. That's what I like to hear.
It better. You better be a human kazoo if you're going to be a spokesperson and the head kazooist at the Kazoobie Kazoos. Brother, it is so good to have you, by the way. I do want to check in because we have some friends over. We normally have a co-host on this show. She can't make it because literally power is down everywhere in Nashville. Are you guys getting the brunt of this bad weather? Or are you?
Oh, no, man. We're fortunate. We're about an hour south of Charleston, about an hour north of Savannah. We're right on the coast. So we've been able to dodge most of this nasty weather. It's a little cold outside, but no snow and ice. So we're in full kazoo operations today. Again, on National Kazoo Day, trying to spread some joy and energy.
I have a question for you on a personal level from a family standpoint. So most of the time you hear stuff like, do not buy my children a drum set. Do not give my children loud instruments. I'm just kind of wondering what kind of cacophony goes on in your personal life. I mean, is it kazoos everywhere? Are you driving the twins crazy with a whole bunch of kazooing, or
I have twin girls. They're 12, and since they were born, they've had a kazoo in their hand. And unfortunately for my wife, it's typically a 3-on-1 in my house. So we have a playroom with a whole bunch of instruments. In addition to kazoos, we carry all kind of whimsical novelties and noisemakers and crazy things. And I really like to, we call it research and development in my house, not chaos. So we bring them home and just create a bunch of chaos and music and have a lot of fun. But yeah, my girls are great kazoo players, and it's a good time most of the time.
By the way, the world you kind of exist in is what I would call one of those joyful pockets of the world that is so uniquely American. And you gave us a hint of where Beaufort is located. But can you kind of give us a sense of what that community is like, what that world is like, of that particular patch of heaven in South Carolina?
Yeah, man, it's South Carolina Low Country. I'm about 8th generation South Carolinian. It's absolute paradise. We're on an island. We're on Port Royal Island. It's the second oldest city in South Carolina. So we're excited. But we're a global company. We have customers in 35 countries now. We ship all over the world. And again, we're really appreciative to the road warriors who get up every day and make the country move. And if it wasn't for those folks, we wouldn't have a business here. The kazoo is American. It was invented in Georgia in the mid-1800s by a formerly enslaved person named Alabama Vest and an immigrant German clockmaker named Thaddeus von Clegg. Those guys got together, created what they called the Down South Submarine. Now, 160 plus years later, we're still moving kazoos, and so we are proud to make the kazoo right here in South Carolina. It's 100% made in America, and keeping that legacy. And again, the joy of the American kazoo is live and well, thanks to a handful of us in the country.
Well, can you kind of give us a history of that as well, too, really quickly? Because we'll get to the museum as well. But the idea of how does, and by the way, guys, the city of Beaufort is beautiful. I mean, it is exactly what you would expect. It's got all the South Carolina charm you would expect. How does a location like that end up being the center of the kazoo universe? Because you are. I mean, you're the center of the
here, and I grew up in Beaufort, and just I hate to correct you, but North Carolina's got Beaufort, and South Carolina's got Beaufort.
You're not correcting me. You keep on correcting me. You keep on correcting me.
Probably the right pronunciation. We like to be a little different down here in South Carolina. So we call it Beaufort. Again, I grew up here. We fell into kind of the kazoo business back in the late 90s. Company was in Detroit for a little while, then down near Tampa for a little while. But ultimately, I wanted to start a family. My wife's a school teacher, so we moved the operation back to South Carolina in 2009, and haven't looked back. It's a great little piece of paradise, nice place for us to locate. We are wedged in between the ports of Savannah and Charleston. So for all your logistics folks out there, how dominant those two ports are in the Southeast. So it provides a great location for us to be able to get stuff in and out of the country.
Let me ask you this question too, because like I said, I wasn't being glib, nor was I being funny. There's a reason why there's a National Kazoo Day. It really, in many ways, so much of what America is, people don't realize it is. America is we invented marketing. We invented the idea that because people were free and able to make money, we are the first country to really invent the idea of disposable income for joy. That joy as a spending price for the normal human being is a reality in ways that it isn't any place else in the world. Can you talk about why the kazoo is actually very uniquely American in regards to what its importance is in regards to kind of the 30,000-foot view of what America is all about?
Yeah, man, that's a great question. Well, like I touched on earlier, I think first and foremost, it was invented right here. So it is a uniquely American instrument. And I think in addition to that, it is a democratic instrument. Anybody can play the kazoo. So whether you're 2 years old or you're 92 years old, I can put a kazoo in your hand, and within a couple of seconds, you've got some sounds coming out of the thing. It's often derided a little bit as not an instrument, but I'd say it's like anything. You pick up a violin for the first time and put that bow on the strings, it's probably not going to sound good. But if you practice with it and you become proficient, there are some artists like Rihanna Giddens, the Carolina Chocolate Drops, that use the kazoo. Eric Clapton used the kazoo. Jimi Hendrix has used the kazoo way back when. So again, it has a very long American history in American music. Democratic because everybody can play the thing. And I challenge you, if you play kazoo, it is really hard to be in a bad mood and not have a smile on your face if you got a kazoo in your hand and you're humming on the thing.
Yeah, if you can carry a tune, and even if you can't, if you can just simply get someplace close to it, it's one of the few places where you can actually feel like you are participating in the fun. And it's also one of those great instruments too, where if you get a group of people together, a lot of people don't realize there's some sophisticated things, as you point out, some great, great rock and roll songs. But you know what I'm talking about. You get like these groups of people together who are all blowing on kazoos, and they can literally create something really spectacular as groups. There's a lot of really fun sort of, everybody plays, everybody wins kind of scenarios you can play out where you get a group of people big enough together, you can create something really kind of magical and transcendent with a gang of kazoo players. By the way, like birds, is there a name for a group of kazoo players? Is there like a
that's a great question. We probably need to come up with something, and we've done kazoo bands all the way up to 30,000 people in Cincinnati. Back in the late 90s, we've done 5,000 person kazoo bands at Charleston River Dog Stadium. And everything in between. So we love kazoos. We also think it's great to play by yourself. I keep kazoos in my car. And, if I get frustrated within a traffic jam or somebody's, frustrating me with cutting me off or whatever, I'll grab my kazoo. And again, it's hard to be angry when you got a kazoo in your hand. Try to take life a little less seriously. And again, I think, right now, especially in this country, things are feeling a little heavy. And so trying to find moments to create intentional joy to make folks around you, smile and laugh and yourself, I think is important. It's important for us to remind ourselves how great this country is with the opportunities that we have here, and that every now and again we ought to be a little silly.
By the way, I've come up with two possibilities. You can come up with your own as well. I think it either should be a council of kazoos or a clique of kazoos. Either one of those.
I like council.
Yeah.
I like council of kazoos.
I like that. A council of kazoos. I think that's kind of fantastic.
Spelled with a K. We got to spell it with a K.
Oh, of course we will. Yeah. Either that or a coalition spelled with a K. You know what I'm saying? But there's, like I said, it's one of those things, too, that you can really, it's a great icebreaker. It's a great conversation starter. It's a great thing that kind of occupies people. It's one of those things, too, that, they have those little balls with all the little buttons on it that you can squeeze. People don't realize that sometimes just having a kazoo, and by the way, I've got one, and every once in a while when I'll be working at home and I'm by myself, I'll put it in my mouth and kind of think out loud and make myself laugh by kind of talking about my ideas out loud by using a kazoo to do them, and then moving into a place like that. I do want to ask you, by the way, you guys do have a museum attached to all of this. It's pretty spectacular. So can you kind of tell people about what the experience over there kind of getting into that world looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a kazoo museum attached to our factory here in Beaufort, South Carolina. We've got a little over 150 antique kazoos dating back to the mid-1800s on display. It's an interactive museum where you can listen to kazoo music of the past. We have an American flag made out of about 3,000 plus kazoos. It's about a 15-foot tall American flag hanging on the wall here. Our tour guides give you a demonstration of a bunch of the instruments that we sell and make. And then what most folks like, they get to make their own kazoo at the end of the tour after you see how we imprint, package, assemble, and distribute our kazoos from our facility right here. The museum is free if you're in the area. We do charge a small price for the factory tour that includes the build your own kazoo. But again, we're really proud. American manufacturing is what helped make this country really great. And to your point earlier about creating disposable income, going into the Industrial Revolution. And so we are really proud to be an American manufacturer and to still make the kazoo in America in addition to a bunch of other instruments. If you look at the bottom of our kazoos in big bold letters, we put "Made in the USA." Kazoobie kazoos. And so I will say, if you've got a kazoo, turn it over and look at it. And if it doesn't say "Made in the USA," it ain't a Kazoobie kazoo. And let's chuck that thing and get you a primo American made one.
By the way, they don't just come in one form or fashion either. There are multiple kazoos out there. When I first saw it was National Kazoo Day, because we actually do that on this show. We follow We follow all the national days from the wondrous to the bizarre to the self-help and all that stuff. There really is an American tradition that goes back even before the great rock and rollers. And I keep thinking about, I'm not kidding, the first thought I had was Spike Jones, the great Spike Jones, playing on his saxophone kazoo, the pink saxophone kazoo. But it doesn't have to come in one form or fashion, does it? You can actually have different kinds of kazoos, can you not? Am I wrong about that?
Oh, absolutely. So we've got everything from solid, 24-karat gold-plated kazoos. We have an instrument we call the wazoo. It's got a big horn on top of the kazoo that makes it 2 or 3 times louder, makes the sound a little richer. We make a thing called the kazobo that used to be made out of brass back in the 1800s around Boston. It's a 120 decibels, 2-resonator, 10-inch horn kazoo. That is just, really, really, really loud and got a great tone to it. We make an electric kazoo. So for your rock and rollers out there, if you play electric guitar, you can grab our electric kazoo, plug it into your amp, plug it into your effects, and shred on kazoo. So we try to be, all things kazoo. Again, just trying to make some intentional enjoy and fun out there.
Yeah, and keep calm and kazoo on, by the way. There's some apparel over there, too, I'm looking at, by the way, and getting, and like I said, there's some really, and the thing is, too, is that it exists, look, it's been around for a long time, but it exists in a very, very, what I would call, you guys do something really fun, which is, and I've talked about this on this show numerous times, the great engineer and genius of marketing, Raymond Lowry, always talked about if you want to introduce something old, make sure you package it in the future, and if you want to introduce something new, make sure that it has the nostalgia of, something new, you want to put it in the nostalgia of that which was, previous to us. And so much of the designs here, and there's a lot of it too, but so much of the kazoo seems to fix us into almost a Rockwell world, this post-war American boom. And you talk about the good feelings that go along with this, but there really is an optimism in the kazoo as well too, that I think people don't even think about, but it's so present that they don't have to think about, because blowing in a kazoo, as you said, you can't feel bad. It almost becomes a difficult proposition as well. But this is rooted in like what I call, really kind of healthy, normative American values. And I don't mean those words as pejoratives. I mean them as like decency, fun, generosity. Is that fair?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. And again, I think it is a democratic instrument. It crosses party lines. It crosses socioeconomics. We have a lot of companies that buy kazoos when they do like happy birthday celebrations for their employees. Sometimes folks are nervous about singing in front of other folks, but they'll be silly and play kazoo. If you're a company and you're looking for promotional products or something to give away that is unique and it's going to leave kind of a lasting impression, we do a pile of those custom imprints in different colors for different companies, because I think exactly that. It does have a nostalgic feeling to it. It does have a creative sort of sense of warmth and fun that most people want to be associated with.
By the way, my father-in-law is Dave Nemo, and he is a percussionist, and I mean that for real. I mean, he has like I said, he plays, I think it's like 7 or 8 different instruments when they're doing their cover of Supertramp's The Logical song, so you can get all those different kind of effects. I'm just looking at products over here, and like I said, some of them are so fun. Wildly noisy wooden thing, Channelcraft wooden barrel kazoo. One of my favorite things of all time, and Dre knows this one. The lighthouse whistle, Dre? They have one of those. They have Hohner harmonicas, maracas, flutophones, egg shakers, plastic slide whistles, and on we go. Mouth harps. That it's that you guys are basically, in so many ways, that museum and what you guys are doing with the factory attached to it isn't just about it isn't just mass producing nothing but kazoos. You are mass producing music for the masses that can be done very easily and simply and allows everybody to play a game that often people feel very shut out of.
Brother, that's the goal. I absolutely love music. I'm a top 2% Spotify listener of music. I listen to about 3 months worth of consecutive music a year. And we really want to promote music. Now, my mom paid for guitar lessons, for piano lessons, and for trumpet lessons. I have this issue with practice, so now I just play kazoo. But we really do try to promote music and make it accessible for folks. And so you'll see things on our website. We don't sell junk, right? There's enough people selling crap out there. That's not our business. We do try to find and sell high quality stuff that's at a reasonable price point, right? That the average family can afford to buy these things and play with them, and put them in their kids' hands. And the kazoo's got a serious side to it too. We also sell to speech therapists and to respiratory therapists. Because there have been some minor research that the kazoo, as you hum, the vibration will help break up some of the stuff in those passageways, and is good for your sinuses. And in speech therapy, if you have young children that are having issues with speech, having issues making sounds and saying words, the kazoo is a nice way to sort of introduce making sounds and easing into those things again in a fun way. So we're always trying to promote the kazoo as something that's fun, but also something that can have some real health benefits if you play consistently enough.
Well, and like I said, the other thing that's so much fun about this is that I don't know how to kind of put this, but remember this too, that often when we have children that are 3 and 4 and 5, a lot of people can't afford the instruments to help kids figure out whether or not they're musically inclined. I mean, there's a lot of people, we don't know in regards to the history of mankind how many composers, how many great artists didn't become those things because they didn't have access to that stuff when they were growing up. This is one of the best ways to introduce music, even if you're people of limited means. If you have kids that gravitate towards this and figure out this stuff, it's a great early experimentation with a love of music, right?
Oh, absolutely. And this is the kazoo's roots. And in our museum, we have a whole display and exhibit about fad instrument or fad toys. And so if you think about your childhood of what the fad toys was, I'm a child of the 80s. So the Teddy Ruxpin or the Slinky, the Tamagotchi if you're a kid of the 90s. And so the kazoo was the fad instrument of the late 1800s. And we have newspaper articles in our museum that talk about how thousands of kazoos were being sold because just that. It was cheap. It was easily accessible. And so, again, we have these newspaper articles that talk about youth groups and kids, bands getting together that had kazoos of all shapes and sizes. And, again, creating that accessibility to music and letting kids know that, hey, they can be a musician. And so we like to say the kazoo is a gateway instrument to other instruments out there.
That's, by the way I like to think of it, too. Kazoos.com, theKazoofactory.com. You can find them at Kazoobie Kazoos everywhere on the socials, including Facebook. That is Kazoobie. Kazoos. If you don't know how to spell that by now, God almighty, you're not an American. You need to kind of get on top of stuff. And the other thing is, too, I keep going back to this sense of nostalgia, but also joy. I keep thinking about You Can't Take It With You, the movie, Mr. Deeds Goes to Town, all of those Capra films, all those Preston Sturges movies, where you literally have groups of people, one with a triangle, one with wrist bells, one with a train whistle, one with wooden spoons. By the way, you guys make spoons that are actually not spoons. They're just spoons that have actually been merged together to allow people to get that double spoon, both wooden and metal, correct?
Yeah, man. Sometimes you lose a spoon. So we thought, let's put them together and connect them, make them a little easier to pick up the Appalachian legacy there.
Let me ask you something too. Over where you are, do you guys ever do concerts? It's okay if you don't, but do you ever guys get a chance to have people come by and they can see a live concert with a bunch of people playing a bunch of different stuff? Do you guys, in your copious spare time, do you guys ever have any sort of I guess they call them happenings? That's the old '60s term, and they brought that back.
Yeah, so absolutely. We've got a small presentation space in our facility here where we do demonstrations of products on a daily basis. In addition to, just kazoo marketing, we have an artist endorsement and sponsorship program. And so music artists that use kazoos in their creation, we help, provide some free product or support to them in exchange for them, promoting kazoos out there, because we really like to, spread fun and joy out there. And when those artists, if they're coming through the Southeast, we do try to get them to come through Beaufort and either at our location here or play gigs out in town. The dream is one day to have maybe a big kazoo festival and have the couple dozen groups across the country that play kazoo and included in their sets, to have everybody kind of converge on Beaufort and have a big kazoo celebration. But we're not quite there yet.
By the way, guys, if you head to theKazoofactory.com and take a look, by the way, they actually have all the information you need on factory tour infos, how you can get to them, what people think about it. And by the way, you get a really, in kind of going with the trends these days, there's some really great video footage on the website of what the place looks like. And you will see that it is not only beautifully set up with spacious abilities to kind of enjoy everything there. It's not just a crammed room, but also along with that, it really does look like a kazoo. I mean, the whole place is a genuine kazoo in regards to layout and how it's put together. How long did it take you to put this together, and when did you break ground in regards to, when did the demand for the Kazoo Museum get to the point where it's like, we got to add
so
this?
We bought Kazoos.com back in 1997, and we were initially just e-commerce retailers. We would buy products from other folks and sell them. Then in about 2000, 2001, the manufacturer up in Michigan, where we were buying the bulk of our plastic kazoos, his two largest customers went to Taiwan and had a mold built and undercut. He cut out about 60% of his business overnight. So he called us and just literally crying that he was going to have to close the business down, which was going to be kind of the death knell for us. So we ended up buying all of the assets to the business out of Michigan. We moved it south to South Carolina. We didn't know what the heck we were doing, trying to be manufacturers, but we've been figuring it out. So 20 plus years now. Ended up down near Tampa, Florida, in Port Richey. We had molders and tool and die folks and packaging folks down that way. We were down there for about 8 years. And then in 2009, really wanted to start a family. My grandmothers needed some support back here in South Carolina. So we moved the whole facility to Beaufort in 2009. We bought an existing building, and it was larger than what we needed. And so we were kicking around one day. I was like, hey, what should we do with this extra space? And a good friend of mine who's a TV producer and an Emmy winner now, Boaz Frankel up in Pittsburgh, he's also a kazoo collector. And so he and I were collaborating and said, you've got a bunch of antique kazoos. I've got a bunch of antique kazoos. I bet people would like to see these things. Let's put them on display. So we threw up kind of a campy museum in our facility, and what do you know? People did like to come see it. And at one point we were having thousands of folks come through. So about 5 years ago, right after the tail end of COVID, we did a major renovation of the museum. And as you said, you can see some video online of our website. So really proud of the facility here. And again, just trying to keep that American story alive about the legacy of American manufacturing, the legacy of kazoo, and and I've said, the day I have to start making kazoos in China or overseas is the day I'm going to get out of the kazoo business. So we're really appreciative of American consumers who appreciate American-made products and are willing to pay a little bit more from a premium American-made product, because you know what, it matters, and it puts the food on about a dozen people's tables here in South Carolina.
And by the way, let me just kind of let people know, as somebody who's actually been in public service can tell you, 12 people who can put food on people's tables means 12 people who are putting money into the pockets of local businesses. 12 people, by the way, with this institution. This is the big thing that people are talking about these days, Steve. And Stephen Murray, by the way, is who's joining us. He's the head Kazooist at the Kazoobie Kazoos. But the really kind of crucial thing here is that, Mark Cuban has talked about the idea that with the growth of AI and the growth of mass production, people say, well, that's it. We're all going to be out of a job. And he says, not so fast. That if we can create human experiences for people that connect them to the products that are being created, but do it in a way that doesn't feel like a sales pitch, if we can actually convince people that there is a human factor involved and we can do things in real life, that the movement off of being online and actually being in the real world may be the model for moving forward, because people have a hunger and a craving, I think, to have experiences. And it feels like that you guys instinctively understood that. And so what you've done here is create an experience for people, not just a product. How am I doing?
Yeah, amen, man. I think we're really trying. In a commoditized world where it's disposable and people create junk, frankly, I don't want to be a part of that. I know it's a kazoo, but our stuff, we use medical grade plastic. It's dishwasher safe. I mean, it is a lifetime kazoo. Where I've got some kazoos that are 20 plus years old now and still work just great. When you call the 800 number, you get my mom. My mom's my CFO. She's sitting across the office from me, and so when you call that number, she answers the phone. She puts your order in. These things are hand assembled in our facility, and so I like that we still pick up the phone. I like that we can still take care of our customers, that we have a relationship with them, that we proudly put our brick and mortar location on our website with pictures, right? This isn't some guy sitting in an office across the world just passing paper and passing plastic to one another. So I'd like to think that, unique, authentic experiences where folks take care of people and look out for their customers. I'd like to think that those businesses will continue to find success regardless of what technology does to industry. But I will tell you this, we had a hard year last year. We had a great year up until about September, but between tariffs and government shutdown in our local area, it's been a little tough. So I want to be optimistic. We've survived downturns before. Kazoo's been around for, again, 160 plus years. So we're going to keep hanging in there. But I do think it's important to remind consumers that they do have a choice. And when you spend money with big box retailers or big online giants, those folks typically aren't putting money back into your community, either through wages or donations to nonprofits or whatever it is. Meanwhile, these little mom and pop businesses around everybody's community, they're the ones that really are investing right back into your community. So if you've got a choice in where you spend your money, I hope all of us are being a little more intentional in supporting small business these days.
Yeah, if you're going to get behind the red, white, and blue in regards to economic policy, put your money where your mouth is, especially if it's around a kazoo. It got real quiet in the chat. One of our chat talkers on YouTube said, everybody must be playing their kazoos. Laugh my A off. Thank you so much, Stephen. You're welcome back anytime. Thank you, man. It's great to have you. Happy Kazoo Day. Let's all celebrate in our own way by making a little bit of noise out there on behalf of the country and behalf of kazoos. Thank you, sir.
Hey, brother. Thank you so much for having us on. Honored to be a part of the Nemo Nation. And I just want to once again say to all the road warriors out there, as a guy who has a truck pull up to his business almost every day, that's the only way this thing works, is you guys putting the miles on and being safe out there. So I hope everybody has a great National Kazoo Day. Be safe, be well, and play your kazoo.
Well done, well said, well played. We'll be back on the other side of this, by the way. Big thanks to Stephen Murray for making time for us. It is National Kazoo Day. Blow, wind, blow. My man, you need to get out of reefer. A lot less BS and flatbed tank, etc. That's what Joe J's telling a lot of people out there. Still hassle, just much less. Well said, Joe J. Thank you, guys. We'll be right back. Phone lines are open.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom,
honored for their sacrifice,
never forgotten,
always remembered,
through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we're seizing the day with our Kazoos and our friends. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, Phone Master Dre. I know a lot of people out there were looking forward to Lindsay's interview with Marcus Hummon. Marcus lives in Nashville. So does Lindsay. She lives in Franklin, and the idea of Marcus having to go from Nashville to Franklin. It's not the shortest drive in the world, by the way, in this kind of treacherous, inclement weather that's going on these days, and it's only going to get colder this weekend. Tim Taylor on Truckers' Voices just posted that Lindsay will not be appearing on Truckers' Voices podcast this evening, and they're going to just reschedule that and make sure that happens at a different time and a different date. A lot of serious stuff is going on out there. Many of you guys are still out there, by the way. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for being a part of it. Things are going to get really, whatever happens, by the time we get to Matt's, by the time Road Gang Radio arrives at Matt's, by the time Dave Nemo arrives at Matt's in 2026, I'm going to say this, nothing over here will be the same. That is the one promise I can make to you. A lot of big things coming up soon that are going to change things around here. We think for the better. We will see. We want you guys, though, if you have not yet, if you are listening on iHeart, good morning, and any of the other live platforms, YouTube, all of our friends over there in the chat, make sure that you are subscribed to RadioNemo.com. Make sure you're subscribed because it'll start as a quiet sort of build, and then we will make our way to Matt slowly but surely, each step of the way as we kind of, head over to Matt's in a way that we've never headed over before. No longer under the safe, protective, insulated world of Sirius XM's Road Dog Trucking. Done. That's over. Whatever we're going to become is going to unfold and unveil itself over the next few weeks and months. It's going to take some guts and some grit, as Lindsay likes to say. And we're going to see where the road takes us as well. Our good friend Stephen Murray, and we do say good friend because I got to tell you, man, having Nat Segaloff come in and step in, Claire reached out to him last night, and we stayed in touch with Stephen right till the last minute to make sure we could keep him on the show because we didn't know what the weather would be like down there. Pretty close to the coastal empire, by the way, so they were able to, get through this. It's cold there, but it's not treacherous as it is in so many other places in the Mid-South, as it were. We are headed towards destinations unknown here at Road Gang Radio. A lot of good stuff on the docket, a lot of possibilities, a lot of potential, a lot of promise. It really needs you. It needs those who have rallied to us. Phase one of all of this is over. We have a dedicated group of listeners. You guys have gotten us through the toughest spot, and we're now going to start looking at ways that we can kind of increase the peace. One of the things that he alluded to in the last conversation, Dre, and it's something that it's tough, man. What we're kind of cooking up and dreaming up and scheming up is tough. The days of one person behind a microphone, hidden behind a vast broadcasting apparatus, are over. The name of the game is personal service to a large degree. If, in fact, you're racing out the door and think you can just show up and click a button and talk for a couple of hours and that's how you build an audience, that is no longer the equation here. If you think you can just open a factory and send people home at the whistle or the kazoo, that is no longer the reality. I mentioned Mark Cuban, not the Cuban cigars that John Milius still enjoys. John, lay off those cigars. We want you to recover from that stroke, dude. But we get it. 80 years old, 82 years old. We understand what's happening. That being said, there is a desperate, I think, urge for community and communitas, a sense of experience. Mark Cuban talked about this, that he goes, get ahead of the curve. Dean talks about this too. Don't think about what's now. Do what is now. Think about what is next. All right? Because the fact of the matter is that, Dre and I and everybody over here exist in a situation where if anybody here in this that's working with us still is still working with us and treats this as a job, not just them, but all of us are in a lot of trouble. And the big kind of urge that's out there these days is, how do I have an experience? The idea that everything is mass-produced and that everything is just simply, even AI. I mean, all you have to do is go to LinkedIn. All you have to do is, it's disgusting, by the way. It is disgusting because what's happening on LinkedIn, the best case scenario of what's happening on LinkedIn, Dre, is that people are just figuring stuff out. Meaning they're experimenting with all these new AI programs, these new video programs, these new adjustments that happen on the image and all that kind of stuff. If that's what's happening, okay, maybe, but it's making for a lot of slop right now. There's a lot of stuff out there. I was disappointed to find out something I talked about the other day. It is real. the idea of dogs choosing their owners, but not at the scale of the videos that were being produced. People are now producing these massive, monstrous videos, Dre, of like these big, giant, arenas of people getting chosen by their dogs and all that. It's a really small thing that other people have taken those images from and have now expanded onto AI slop, which is disappointing. There's a lot of stuff that makes people feel good that's being generated by AI. There's a lot of stuff, more stuff that makes people feel bad that are being generated by AI. By the way, if it feels true, it doesn't mean it is true. That's the other thing. A lot of people you got to get over it. You got to get over it. What you think is going on is not what it's going on. And I don't mean that in regards to any sort of political thing, but what you think is going on is not what's going on if you're only seeing it online. That's why when somebody like Showtime calls and says, hey, man, I'm having language problems at the fuel island, that's real.
Yeah.
That's a real story. But somebody painting AI pictures of people pouring into areas and invading and destroying stuff, that's not real. Base it on what you see and base it on what you can verify. Ronald Reagan is more important now than he's ever been. Trust, but verify. Verify, verify, verify. And I really think that as we head into the new economy, whatever this economy looks like with ChatGPT and other AI forms and automated vehicles and offshoring and all that kind of stuff, the trick is not to retreat into what was, because it's no longer there, but is to move forward to what's next. And what's next is personal experience. Are you, in fact, presenting yourself and your product in the real, in the now? Do people feel like it is relevant? Do people feel like it is tangible? Do people feel like it's authentic? That word, which gets bandied around so much these days in many disgusting fashions and form, it's become a catchphrase, another buzzword, just like culture. But authentic culture, if you stop screwing around with it and using it simply as a corporate buzzword or a series of corporate buzzwords, authentic culture is when you feel it, you want more of it. There's a reason why the people that show up every morning and chat over that cup of coffee, when Dave and Dean, myself, Lindsay show up to kind of chat with you guys, the reason it feels real is it is. You know Steve is real. You know he's not some bot that we put up there. You know that the people, when you see the listeners, you go like, well, that isn't the number I was hoping for, but you also know they're real people and they're there and they're contributing. And that makes a big, big difference. The more real we can get, the better off we are. IRL. There's an acronym I can get behind. In real life, which is where most of what happens in the world happens. I need things to go back to the way they was. You really want to do that, by the way? The technology's in your way. Here's an idea. Put down your damn phone, except as a phone.
Yeah.
By the way. Tell yourself that you will, unless it's an emergency, that you will call people back. Wake up in the morning, read your damn newspaper, go off to work, do your job, come home, watch the nightly news, watch the national news, and call it a day. You will be stunned, my friends, to see how much the world has not changed as much as you think it has. It looks like it's changed because there are people who are deeply invested on being online and convincing you the world around you has become a darker, more sinister place. I'm not saying it's nice. I'm just saying it's no worse than it ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? And that's the only way it gets worse is if people use the new, as Churchill once said, the new sciences for dark, ulterior purposes. And that's kind of where we're at. By the way, if you notice, there's a lot of people guilty of that on all sides of the aisle. So, you can take comfort in the fact that I ain't taking sides here, except for yours as you drive the highways and byways. Here's some stuff you can give us a call about. We opened up the show, Phone Master Dre and I, Madison and I, talking about onboarding younger drivers to get them to go across the country, particularly through pilot programs, what the kind of intended issues of those things are. We've also been talking about weather. We can't escape it right now. If you see things that look dangerous or difficult, please contribute. Please jump in. We'd love to hear from you. There's a lot of great stories out there. We'll be covering more of them. Dean's got some really important stuff next week that he has to talk to you guys about, and you're not going to want to miss a minute of that when he joins us on Monday for Nemo Nation, and then he's got another appearance later on in the week. Hopefully we'll be getting more contribution from him as we begin to kind of figure out what is next in the trucking industry. We got one phone call coming in at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Who do I got?
Let's see.
Good morning.
I think that's Bruce.
Hey, Bruce.
Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty.
I'm back.
What's happening, brother? What's
Good to have you back, buddy.
Oh, yeah. I didn't go anywhere but on vacation.
Amen.
Nice. What's on your mind?
Oh, not much. I had a couple of things to tell you. Well, tell you about my vacation a little bit. Supposed to go to Arizona. The daughter ended up graduating the time we were going to go on vacation, so we canceled that, going to Arizona. So we got in that van. I bought my wife, and I said, "Where are we going?" She said, "Tennessee." I said, "Okay, what are we going to do in Tennessee?" "We're going to go see the Ark." Did you know there's like a Noah's Ark over there, replica?
I did know that, dude. I've never been to it, but I knew that. You guys went and saw it?
Yep, we went and saw it. It was a little cold to do the outside stuff, but as far as the inside, it was beautiful. Huge.
Oh, my God.
And then the next day, so where are we going now? Oh, let's go to New Orleans and get a king cake. I said, that sure is a long way to get a king cake, but okay.
Wait,
you were on the way down.
Wait, you were in New Orleans? You were in New Orleans?
Yes, sir. Yes. I have to apologize. I didn't get to see it. It was on the weekend. But we do have to go back, and I'm going to make sure we go see it. Definitely.
Okay, because if you do that again, if you come in on a weekend, if you come ever in again on a weekend and you come in to get a king cake and you don't tell me that you're coming in to get a king cake, how can I get you to the place where you can get the best king cake?
Right, exactly.
All right, go on.
It wasn't the best king cake. Oh, so anyway, she says, while you're we're going to New Orleans, can we go see my friend in Memphis, Tennessee? I said, sure. So it's one of those things where you call them up, kind of, I guess, like y'all did this guy with the kazoo. Hey, can you be on tomorrow? We called them and said, hey, we're coming through town. And then they said, oh, good, come stay with us. Okay. So we go do the Elvis tour. We go do see the airplane, go downtown a little bit for the day, get a flea market, and then we leave. And then we're going to, my friend lives in Slidell. So I call her and I said, hey, we're headed that way. Oh, you need a place to stay? Well, not really, but sure. So then we stayed in Slidell, and then we did the New Orleans trip, and ate downtown, and had the beignets, of course. But one thing that was super nice, her parents still live there in Slidell with them. They're not in a home or anything. They're both 88 years old, and I haven't seen them for probably 20 years. It's been a long time. And the one thing that was very touching was her dad has gone through some chemo, some colon stuff, and he was just kind of down and everything, just kind of moping around. So I sat next to him. We get talking. He starts drinking his broth. The next thing you know, he's on 2 cups of broth. He's cheerful and everything. And they said, Bruce, you got to come back. He hasn't been this well in like months. So it was an inspiration to go see now.
That's really lovely, by the way. And I got to tell you, it really kind of hits me right in the feels because, as you know, my mom and dad, you've probably seen 1 or 2 videos with them featured in it, both still moving around, both still thinking straight. And there's something just kind of terrific about people. And we've made a commitment, by the way. They're able to live alone. They're able to live with their privacy and their dignity intact. But part of that has been, I think, to a large degree by my sister in particular and her husband. My brother Ryan has made all of us have made a commitment. My brother John have made a commitment to really making sure that they have a life of dignity and purpose so that they get to go to the churches they want to go to, they get to go to the meals they want to go to, the parties they want to go to. And it doesn't take a lot of effort when you have 4 or 5 siblings who are able to kind of step in and give people a ride. When you have friends who are willing to drop by and give them company, all of that kind of stuff is that, the commitment to keeping the mind of those who are older active is, their responsibility to some degree, but it's our responsibility too as friends and family to make sure that they are engaged with the world around them and not just, falling asleep watching whatever news makes them angry that week, if you know what I'm saying. It's keeping them in touch with the communities that makes a big difference. So good on everybody with that, by the way. How do you feel about that kind of stuff?
I mean, they're lucky to have all their family there. Well, all but one. But they all take care of them. They got the grandkids. They got the, not the aunts anymore, but a lot of kids there to help. And they bought a dog too, so that's kind of a therapy dog, I think.
All dogs are therapy dogs. I'm with BJ Ganem on this one, Bruce. I just think that all dogs are therapy, man. If you're not using your dog as therapy, then you're abusing your dog, because the one thing that a dog is unconditional love, and if you don't take advantage of unconditional love, if you don't take care of unconditional love, you don't deserve it. You know.
And I got a picture of him and the dog and me all together, and I sent it to my friend down there. I said, make sure your dad gets that.
Bruce, I can say this, and I can mean this completely. That makes you good people, dude. That makes you good people. That makes you good people.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. It's a good feeling. I got to go back. I got to go back now to see them and see y'all.
Yeah, dude, you got to, because Dre and I, you get your butt over here, and we'll actually take you to Phong Dung Bakery and get you the best king cake. I got to tell you, Vietnamese people making a king cake, it means French cuisine, dude. Remember, most Vietnamese bakers over here, most Vietnamese chefs and cooks are actually steeped in French colonial tradition. I'm talking about some good stuff that's being made over there, okay? We'll get you set up.
And the one thing that a lot of people don't know about my friend over there, her dad. Do you ever read George Saunders' books?
Yeah. There's a couple of books by George Saunders, yeah.
He just had a new one come out. That's her son.
You bury the lead there, brother. You buried the lead there. That's a good get right there. Yeah, George Saunders. Oh, that's terrific stuff. Bruce, we love talking to you. Get a final thought before we got to wrap this show up. What you got?
I'm going home today, and hopefully I get out of this snow and crap on the road. But everybody else be safe out there. And glad you're back, Drake.
Thank you, buddy.
Yeah, he actually told me point blank not to push the buttons in the wrong direction and screw you all up. Thank you, Bruce. Get out of here.
All right, we'll see you.
All right, man. By the way, it's a great day for the kind of stuff that I love. I love Kazoos, by the way, in case you can't tell.
Just a little bit.
I mean, look, I can sustain any conversation I want. I mean, like with John Milius, though, it's like, blah, 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 blah. But there's no guarantee I could keep a kazoo conversation going. I love kazoos, by the way.
I didn't know the fact that you use it the way you did when you talked about your little process that you use it for.
Oh, yeah.
As your little fidget spinner.
Yeah,
nice.
That's why I always make all those sounds, Trey, all that.
Oh, it's from that?
Yeah,
oh, nice.
That stuff, yeah. The colorful plastic bricks known as Lego have entertained children and adults around the world for nearly 70 years. Come on, man. Toy buildings, vehicles, creatures, machines, anything imaginable. As a matter of fact, there's an alternative universe where my brother is born later and ends up being a Lego architect. I wish he actually, Lego engineer, as they call them. He actually, as a young man, I've told this story before, though, he took... Remember the NASA ones from the 70s and 80s, guys, had moon platforms. You know the platforms I'm talking about where you lock in the Lego onto a foundation. They had those platforms. And they had the moon platforms, which were gray with little mountains ringing around them. John did the math in his head and figured out that if he could get enough plain ones without mountains, make them the four square in the middle, and then surround them with 8 with mountains, he could create a circumference of mountains around them, which is what he did and left one side open without mountains. He then proceeded to build Minas Tirith using black. He took his time. It's like nowadays where you can walk in any Lego store and buy all your favorite colors and do it that way. He built Minas Tirith through discipline over the course of like 2 or 3 years, pulled all the black, the grays, and the whites out, and slowly but surely built Minas Tirith as a Lego model growing up.
Oh, that's impressive.
And they can be taken apart. They can be put back together as long as you like. And by the way, this is back in the day when you didn't have your camera to take all the photos. If you had to take photos, you had to go to the store, buy a disposable camera, take the photos, drop them off, get the photos back, put the photos in a book. It means endless creative play is what Lego really represents. And on January 28th, today, we celebrate National Lego Day, which is pretty spectacular. By the way, there are wonderful things where you actually have people who are building stuff with Lego and not only taking pictures of them or videos of them, they're actually setting up lights in such a way that you can look at those Lego constructions and create a whole world around them, an endless source of imagination, an endless source of wonder, and one that actually deals with hand-eye coordination. Although I'm going to say this right now, make sure, if you vacuum them up, I can live with that. But please make sure if you have children with Lego, do not walk on carpets barefoot. You have to trust me on this.
It'll ruin not just your day, but your life. But did you see the new Smart Bricks that they just did? I think it was about a couple weeks ago or a month ago. It's basically they came in, it's like a standard size bricks, but it also contains like different electronics, like sensors, but also a mini speaker. So it allows you to pretty much respond with motion and play actions with sounds and lights. And they did like it was like how Apple every year they do like, oh, here's the new Apple phone. Well, they basically set it up where they had their new smart brick. And dude, I think they took it and they put it on different things. So they put it on a duck, it was a duck, it was quacking. And they put it on a helicopter, they picked it up, it was doing the helicopter noises. And then it did the crash noise. So anytime they somehow, I don't know what happens to where you can basically put it on whatever they built. I think it probably comes with maybe the already like pre-built stuff, like you can build the duck if you want, and you can build the helicopter and all that, and maybe it knows from that. But from what I saw, it seemed like you can just put it on any built thing and it does that. But
send me the video.
Okay, because that might be a little too crazy,
Just
man.
send the video. That's not crazy at all. That's the ordinary tales of madness. Pop Art Day is celebrated annually on January 28th. By the way, it is my favorite form of American art, by the way. Pop Art Day is celebrated annually on January 28th. And, it's an aesthetic pleasure that I think a lot of you guys, if you take the time, we've had the Buffalo Bill Cody Museum of the West, one of the great museums of all time. They have a whole pop art wing there for the American West, which is really groovy stuff. Can you believe that researchers have found out that art has a way of improving reading and statistical abilities? If anything, we know art is transcendental. We all love to have it on our walls, our clothes, our desk, and all around us. We are, in our own way, beautiful works of art, and that's the absolute truth of it. But the pop art movement is something really incredible. You guys know it from the work of Lichtenstein. You know it from Andy Warhol. It is taking popular culture and then assigning... Lowbrow art is often what it gets called to. You ever heard of the expression lowbrow art?
Yeah, a couple times on this job.
Yeah. So highbrow art, of course, we think about classical painters and all those, Degas is an example of highbrow art. What lowbrow art is and what pop art is you are applying the rigor and the intellectual intensity and the skill set of being a fine arts creator, but you are using it to create images of pop culture.
Yes.
You are using it to draw from images of the contemporary time and the contemporary day. And so you get the famous Lichtenstein prints of comic book imagery, the bang, the pow, those big images there. Andy Warhol's repurposing the cans, the Marilyn Monroe stuff and all that. It's when you're drawing, and pop art collage is one of my favorite arts, by the way, and we're beginning to kind of lean in that direction on our YouTube postings as well.
Nice.
Doesn't make any difference, by the way, guys. Just take a moment to look up works of art every once in a while and just look at them, contemplate them, think about them, write about them. We should write, by the way. We're going to have 2 replays back to back, which means we'll be in studio here. If you want to drop in and comment, we're going to be checking the comment section every once in a while over there if you're hanging out there. And guys, we know a lot of you guys have heard a lot of this stuff already, but it's important to maintain our programming discipline. And that's why we're going to be playing back-to-back ones.
Exactly.
The thing is that we goofballs here. We're absolutely we can be outside the box in regards to our thinking. It is why we showed up on Monday, despite the freeze warnings and all that. Dre and I had a long talk. Madison and I had a long talk. Once it was determined, I asked Dre, "Can I do this? Do you feel like I have enough information?" Because I know how to run the show. Running the show isn't the problem. The thing that had me concerned on Monday was, could I make sure that the feeds got up to YouTube and all that stuff? Once we determined that, it was like, stay home, told Madison to stay home, and then Dave and I came in and did the show. That was the determining factor there. It's really important, inside baseball knowledge, that if you're going to do something, you keep doing it. That's why that whole call we had to make at the end of the year to kind of get our house straight was a really tough call. Because we couldn't figure out a way to keep the predictability going. You guys have to know that Monday through Friday, we are going to be here come rain, sleet, unless this building floods, unless this building is literally cordoned off by government agents, which, by the way, we have no worries about in that score. We got to keep broadcasting. So we're going to play back-to-back We Should Write's. Dre and I will be around. You got a thought?
Well, no, I was going to say, we are going to start off with Autumn McEntire. That is the first one we're going to go into, and then we're going to segue into good old Tera Lynne Pfister. That's going to be the flow of today's reruns.
Yeah, and by the way, that second one with Tera Lynne is a long friend of Lindsay, a good friend of Lindsay. And if you haven't heard that, it's a chance to kind of listen as you roll on down the road. But if you take your leave of us and head off to other places and other platforms, we want you to have the best of days. We want you to be safe out there. And I want to give a particular thank you to all the people who have kept doing the job during these difficult times, especially in difficult places. And if you are going to be helping out with the road ahead and helping people recover, we'd love to hear about that. Here's places you can tell us. You can tell us at RadioNemo.com by simply hitting the contact button. You can reach me, by the way, at Seamus at RadioNemo.com. That's SEAMUS at RadioNemo.com. You can reach out to producer at RadioNemo.com and let Dre know there. You can go to Road Gang Radio at RadioNemo.com. Road Gang at RadioNemo.com. Drop us a note there. You can tell us on the Book of Face. You can tell us everywhere that you can get access to us. Let us know what's going on. Keep sending those pictures. Thank you, by the way. A number of people sent me pictures over the last couple of days. Trey, give me some music here to get me the hell out of here before I keep talking my way through the next show. Thank you, guys. Well done. Well said. Be safe. Be good. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on with Lindsay. And we're out. Thank you, Dre.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? Right. Hi, Autumn. We should write.
Right?
Right.
I know the catchphrase.
She gets it. And the show's over. That's it. Thanks for coming.
That's all I needed for today.
Thanks for coming to We Should Write Training Camp. Hey, guys, today's I think this is episode maybe 14 or so. So I heard that 7 was over the hump. 12 is when people quit.
Oh.
And 14 is when you're going to be amazing, I guess.
Great. Let's go. I'm here for it.
That's why I put you specifically on 14, Autumn.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel blessed.
You are. Well, you are blessed. We're going to talk about that today for sure. Okay, let me dote on Autumn for a second. Today's guest is someone whose presence in the songwriting world is very refreshingly genuine and without really cause of care. This is at least my take on you, Autumn. Without really cause or care of what I should do or what does Nashville want me to do, but what I want to do, which you've gotten to be at that place, I feel like. You can correct me if I'm wrong later, but, that's what I feel like about Autumn McEntire. Autumn, like myself, comes from Oklahoma roots and a family legacy that has helped shape country music because, yes, her aunt is Reba McEntire. You do recognize that name, who she calls both family and work associate. But that is not even close to what makes Autumn the most special. Whatever, Reba. She, just kidding. She was part of the family band that was the Singing McEntires, and storytelling and music quite literally runs in her blood. But what I love about Autumn is that she's never coasted on legacy, but she's built her own
Come on, girl.
Thank you.
She started writing songs and just writing in general at 14. And although I'm going to guess she was doing it before that in quote unquote quiet spaces before anybody knew she was doing it, but we'll find out. She moved to Nashville at 18. She graduated from Belmont with a music business degree, which is badass because she actually knows what she's talking about and living out there. And within a year, she already had landed her first publishing deal. Since then, she's written for super respected artists in country music, from Ashley McBryde to Lauren Elena to, of course, the Grammy-nominated title track from Reba's Stronger Than the Truth. She's co-produced full-length records, and most importantly to me, she does it all while also being a wife, a mother, and a woman of deep, deep faith.
Yes.
Very important things. Okay, so what stands out to me personally, and why I wanted to have Autumn on today, is that she's the kind of writer who makes you feel seen, and we talk about that all the time, that people just want to feel seen in this world. She writes songs that hit you in the truth, and lives in that kind of push-pull between heartache and humor. And that's what makes her relatable, not just as a songwriter, but as a human being. So please make welcome to the show, my friend, soon to be yours, Autumn McEntire. Good morning.
Oh, gosh. Thank you for having me. Can we just, like, do this every day and you just talk about me and make me feel good, and then I'll just go?
Yeah, that's fine. I tell people.
That was an amazing introduction.
Tell people that'd be a fun
worthy.
job, just to make someone feel good about themselves.
Right. Just come in for, like, a good, pep talk, and look what you're doing. Hey, you're actually doing it.
And then send you out in the world
And
to
then
keep
go,
doing it.
Yeah, right? That would
Go
be
do
so
it.
awesome.
Well, I had this chiropractic massage a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah.
And you could tell he was like so excited. He's like, oh my God, you're doing great. I was doing nothing, but he was like pushing and pulling. And I just said, I love your enthusiasm. He goes, my job, I get to make people feel good though. It's so awesome. And so I started thinking about it in songwriting, and I was like, oh, that's kind of,
yeah.
If you find a job that you like and makes other people feel good, then you're kind of living your purpose.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's hard. It's super easy to lose sight of that.
Yeah.
Because you get caught up in like the grind and, all the stuff in the music business part that's, not always fun.
Most of it.
Yeah.
Most of it's not always fun.
But if you can keep your eyes on that purpose, then yeah, it's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be life-giving. It's supposed to be for other people,
Well, you said the word purpose, which is the important part.
Yeah.
Okay, Autumn, I always like to start the show before we dive in with a deep breath together.
Oh, I love
it's
breathing.
Just as much for you and me. I'm glad you do.
I love like the practice of breathing. That's,
I have to really focus on it.
Yeah.
But if it's not even just for you and me, it's for everybody listening as well. If you're in your truck, if you're behind a desk, if you're about to write a song, if you're underwater, I don't know. Remember to breathe, guys. But if you're underwater, don't breathe unless you have
apparatus of sorts.
Of sorts. Okay, on the count of 3, let's breathe together. Autumn and me and everyone listening. 1, 2, 3. I have some bad allergies right now, so I'm like sniffing in the mic and probably annoying everybody. Okay, after that breath, Autumn, in this moment, this exact moment, sitting here in this chair right now, what are you grateful for?
Oh, gosh. My family, Jesus, the provision God's given me in the last 6 months to a year. Gosh, I'm grateful for the weather. I find like since I've turned 40, gratitude's like a thing you practice daily, and I just sit in a pool of gratitude now. Like I could just keep going. I'm grateful for coffee. I'm grateful for good food. I'm grateful for my Jeep. I'm grateful for, my mom living across the street. I'm grateful for my sisters, for my friends. Like I could go on. I'm grateful for the gift of songs that I've been given this year and last year. I'm grateful for the artists I've been working with. Like it's the perspective of gratitude has just been super life-giving.
And
in
did
the
you
past
notice
couple years.
She said, I'm grateful for songs I've been given.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because I talk about a lot after moving out here in the woods, which you're seeing as I've kidnapped you to the woods out here. I've been given songs by being out here. Like it's changed me as a human, but definitely as my writing. I'll walk outside and just be sitting there in a place of gratitude.
Yeah.
Or having like a silent moment, a prayer, meditation, whatever. And all of a sudden I'll be like, what is that? And it's like, oh, that is a whole verse and a chorus just in my brain. So being given, explain a little bit what you mean about when you say being given.
Well, I mean, being a songwriter, there's definitely a craft there's a muscle that you build and, work on, but also like, to me, God is the ultimate creator. And when you write songs, you are co-creating with him. And there have just been too many times that I've received something in my mind out of the blue that I'm like, I had nothing to do with that. Yeah. Like that was not my I did not just come up with that by working out some sort of puzzle or problem in my head to make that appear. Like that was just downloaded into my brain. And with, my faith in the Lord is like, it comes from him. Like I just know it does. And so being open to that, I feel like he has been more faithful in trusting me with more important songs. And I don't know. I haven't made a lot of money doing it, but the songs I get to write and the meaning behind them and how they have touched people makes it all worth it for me. So, yeah.
Well, and if you have faith in that in between when you're not making the money, I mean, because I've also learned that abundance comes in more ways than just money.
Well, and also if you put pressure on your craft to make money, you're going to be resentful towards your craft.
Yeah.
And I was actually that way probably 10 years ago.
You were resentful to the craft?
Oh, yeah, because it wasn't making me money.
Crap.
Straight up, I know. And it's, it's
for anything. That could go for any industry. Really.
For sure, but anything creative, you can't put too much pressure on it. You got to just love it. You got to love the process and do it because it's fun and it's your purpose. And then I feel like everything will kind of follow after that.
It's why phrases like "do what you love and the money will follow" are equal parts right and great, but also sort of tricky, because if you're doing it because you're waiting for part B of that, for the money to flow, because intention is everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking to myself, by the way. Welcome to therapy. Lay down on the couch. Thank you, Autumn, for making me lay down on the couch.
We got to it quick, didn't we?
We do. I don't have time to talk about to say how's the weather, how your neighbors. I don't have time. But although the weather is beautiful.
Oh gosh, it's so nice here in Tennessee right now.
It's perfect.
It's actually fall
for at least a day and a half.
Yeah. Are we gonna get one more like hot burst?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think this is it.
Because Tennessee does that. It'll fake fall a couple times, and then
I think we already had it, but I think we're gonna go for like a week of fall to
freezing cold,
full on parka.
I'm not ready for that.
I was not ready for it this morning. I woke up grumpy when I was freezing this morning. But I'm so grateful. Back to the original. Okay, the other side of the gratitude coin. Get out your the other. Turn the page in the journal. What is heavy on you right now?
Whew, man. I try not to be in the world too much. If I open up my spirit and my mind and my attention to everything that's going on in the world, there's a heaviness that comes. So I try to stay, informed. I try to stay up on what's happening, but like the things that I can't control and I don't have any influence on, I try to like let that go. But I don't know. I'm very empathetic on the people in the world that are suffering right now. And, I don't know. You just feel kind of hopeless and helpless, and you don't know what to do, and you have to like turn all of that over to God and let him like handle it, because you don't have any control. But other than that, man, like I got a pretty charmed life. I ain't got nothing to be heavy about. Truly.
Is the turning it to you though? Is the turning it over? The things that we can't control, because it's easy to be like, I got a charmed life, everything's great, I'll live out here and let the rest take care of itself.
Yeah.
But is it less that living a bubble and being not empathetic, and more like, if I turn over to God, then
here's the thing, like we call it living in a bubble, but really like we're only built and meant for a certain reach. The people who live immediately around us and who we can reach, now via Instagram, via social media, via things like this, like the podcast. And so the people that you come in contact with every day, they need to feel like they're important, and you need to treat them nice and treat them kind. So whoever the Lord brings into my life and into my quote unquote bubble, like that's my purpose and that's what I can do. And then, of course, without getting political, just voting. Like that's what I can do. Speaking up for things I believe in. Speaking up for people who don't have a voice. That's what I try to do with songwriting. Especially in, songs like Good Old Boys and Seven and, the songs we're going to talk about today. But I just try to put voice to things that help people not feel like they're alone in the world, But yeah, I don't know. I just feel like we've been opened up. The whole world is opened up to us, and we can't handle it. And so I feel like that's kind of why we have so much stress and anxiety and depression and all these mental health problems. Is just because we're not made to handle all of the weight of the world.
We know too much that we can't help.
It's
like back medieval times or whatever you want to say. Like they didn't know what was going on.
They didn't know what was happening 30 miles from them, much less halfway around the world.
Right.
And that, like I said, I like to see.
Granted, they were being eaten by bears at night, so I'm not saying it was better.
Hey,
I'm just saying
we don't have to kill our own food anymore. Let's be real. We got a lot of problems. But no, I try to stay informed and I try to be empathetic and help any way I can with my money and my voice. But at the end of the day, it's you just can't take all of the world on your shoulders and put it on your plate.
That's a good point. So we have to try, like that you said, we just, the people that are in our life, but they're in our vortex, so to speak, that we do have access to, that's what we can control, which is a nice shift to talk about co-creation and writing and as it pertains to trust and vulnerability. Now, I personally I have a handful of people that I write with when I write, which has been a while. By the way, the show's called We Should Write, and I'm encouraging everyone else to write. And I'm realizing, when's the last time you did it, Lindsay? So get off your high horse. So I'm coming back around to it. But I have a handful of people, including our friend how I met you through a buddy, Chris Roberts.
Yeah.
Who's a great and infuriating talent.
Oh gosh, yes, he's so talented
and so infuriating.
I know.
Love you, Chris. I'll explain why he's infuriating when he comes on the show actually in December.
Oh, yay.
I mean it actually as a compliment. Yeah, he's going to be on December. So
okay, great. He's so great. Gosh.
He's amazing. He's so amazing that it's infuriating. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
But my point is that I get with certain people that I trust and even more importantly, through that, I figured out a little more how to trust myself. It took me until probably today, right in this moment, to trust myself when it comes to writing. Yeah. So that's something I'd love for you to talk to our audience about, because again, this show is not trying to convince people to become professional songwriters or authors. If they become that as a byproduct, that's awesome. I say that all the time, but it's more about just finding yourself in your writing and clearing out space to see what else you could do in this world.
Yeah.
And to do exactly what you're talking about, guide me to what I'm supposed to be doing. What is my purpose? And I think we find that in our writing, especially if we look back at writings from years ago and you're like, oh, that's what future me was trying to tell current me or whatever. So talk a little bit about, in your writing, how trust and vulnerability, whether you're in a room with songwriters or you're home alone.
Yes.
What your writing has done, or how trust and vulnerability plays into your own writing, I guess.
Well, I mean, now that I've done it for so long, you don't even think about it anymore. You just fall into that almost immediately, It's something that you kind of learned to be cool with. And now it's just drinking water. It's not a big deal. But it wasn't always like that. It's especially when you're co-creating and you have another person in the room, which most of the time you don't know very well. And that's the weird thing about what I love about your catchphrase is we should write, right? Because when you come to Nashville and or you meet somebody who just came to Nashville and you're like, oh, you're a songwriter, y'all should write, right? And you're like, I don't know you.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's why I love the video you sent me, which I'm going to post tomorrow, but you're like, hey, we just met, but we should write, right? It's literally in other people's worlds, how's the weather?
Right, yeah. And when you sit down with complete strangers in a room and, talk about your feelings and your trauma and your story. It's like, it's a vulnerable place, but that makes for the best songs, because the truth comes out. And so if you're not being vulnerable, and if you're not being real with your feelings, and if you're not feeling things in a right, then I think you're doing it wrong. But as far as like the, people who are not professional songwriters, I think writing, whether it's in a journal or if you feel poetry coming on, or if you do some amateur songwriting, or if you just play around with the guitar for fun and put some melody and words to it, it's therapeutic, man. It can just release and tap into things that are hidden in your heart that need to come out, that need to be seen, that need to be healed, that need to be said. Even if you never share it with people, it's okay. And I always encourage people, because I wish I would have been encouraged to do this. It's like, don't be too hard on your art. Don't be too hard on yourself. Like, just because you write a song, it doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be something great. It can just be what it is and be for that moment. And it can just be for you. You don't have to share it with anybody.
That's the biggest piece. Don't be hard on yourself. And it can be, because that could be the overwhelming, like, so many people are like, well, I'm not a songwriter. I'm like, well, yeah, you are. Have you ever seen anything or done anything in the world? Yeah, you could write a song.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a poet. Well, maybe you are, but journaling, like, I think journaling is so important, even just to go back and revisit where you've been, because we forget,
Yeah.
And then you can see how far you come. You can see, oh gosh, I've totally forgot. Even if it's month by month, I try to do it once a month, but like, just going back and revisiting, like, oh gosh, I went through that. I had a hard day that day. I forgot. And we just move on so quickly. It's kind of good to just write it down and see, to have it, not for your kids to read or whatever. Gosh, I hope my kids never read my journals, but just
definitely gonna
just
ask you about that later.
reflection on yourself, and what's going on and how you're improving and growing and healing, hopefully, and just gives you more perspective on where you are.
More perspective. Also, Mimi just left. Mimi, come back. That's how you know this show's live. Oh, there, I see her. Speaking of that, if you're listening live on iHeart right now, RadioNemo.com, YouTube, Facebook, wherever you're listening, or if you're listening back as this as a podcast, thank you for wherever you found us. I yelled at my dog Mimi, so you know this is live. We don't edit. We are not AI. This is a real conversation with my friend Autumn McEntire. And please continue to like this and share it so we can continue to produce it for free. And not like the other platforms make you pay for it. You know who you are. Okay. So I want to talk about the song 7.
Okay.
So we actually had Kaylee Bishop on our show.
Yes.
Not too long ago. And I can't remember how I stumbled across the song 7 or Kaylee, and then realized that you had written, the first time I heard the song 7, I was stopped in my tracks. And to this day, and the hook on it is constantly in my head and keeping me up at night. So thanks for that.
Oh, you're welcome.
It means it's great. But and then when I realized you were part of it, I'm like, of course she was. That makes so much sense. And it actually goes back to something that songs that you write and or cut, some that actually have in common with your aunt. I'll never forget when I was little, the song, and we had Sandy Knox on a couple weeks ago. The song, both she thinks his name is John. And Does He Love You? I sang as a child like it was my story.
Yeah.
I had not had a one-night stand or contracted HIV or been divorced multiple times at that point in my life.
Yeah.
Still have not. Anyway, and I just remember being like, oh my God, this is... I didn't have the wherewithal to think like... To know what was happening. I just know I was feeling something. I didn't know what I was singing about, was feeling something.
Yeah.
And you have the ability to write that in your songs as well, including 7. So why, if this song specifically, anybody who's been divorced or is contemplating divorce, this song will speak to your soul, or anybody's soul rather. So as the story goes, Kaylee came into you and was just kind of told you her story about this divorce, and you just sat there and wrote.
Yeah.
I'd love for you to talk to us about what that felt like, because you weren't, I'm going to guess you weren't like filtering anything or funneling. You were just writing and then eventually y'all picked out the nuggets.
Yeah.
What was that moment when Kaylee sat down with you and gave you her heart and soul, her full heart and soul, and you were able to help kind of direct that for her?
We did not know each other. We had met through a mutual
Even
friend.
weirder.
And it was the first time for us to get in a room and write. And so I just started, I was like, tell me about you, because I don't know anything about you. And she mentioned that she was divorced, and she's so young, you know, it's just like, oh, wow, gosh, I didn't know that. Tell me more. And she kind of made a joke. She was like, she said something about, yeah, I was married for 7 years and my divorce took 7 minutes. And I was like, wait, what? And she just kept telling me more. And as she was talking, like, it was really weird. And this is kind of piggybacking on what we were talking about earlier about songs being given to you. I kept seeing, she kept mentioning like dates and numbers and like just things, and they kept like shining. And I was like, what if this song is called 7? And of course that's like a God number for completion. And it was so funny. Like, I don't know, the way the song written, it's like, you know, 1 look, I was hooked on you. After 2 dates, I swore I knew. 3 months in, we were right on track. You hit all the red flags behind your back. 4 years together, I had a ring. And
keep going.
We got there, and I was like, we need a 5. I said, and I was just typing, and I was like, what about this? And she was like, oh my gosh. I said, I need a 5 though. She goes, our wedding was October 5th. And I was like, show your face. And that's when I knew. I was like, okay, this is something special. Yeah. Like, this is not from me, you know? So I don't know. It just kind of, October 5th, I changed my name. By year 6, we were going through hell, and I begged you for help. The chorus is like, did you know there's 7 days in a week? 7 hours is a good night of sleep. 7's supposed to be lucky. Well, lucky me. It only took 7 minutes, and 7 years were finished. I know.
I just full body chills.
But it's just so. It was such a true story. I'm like, this is a weird song. You know, this is not a commercial. Like, this is not a commercial.
We are not going to make money off
country
this.
radio hit, you know. But I mean, like, it was just so. We could have stopped right there and been like, let's write something more commercial that you can use, and it's going to be more relatable. And we just didn't. I was like, this is so weird that it's so true, and she's such a vocalist, and the way she sings it, it just makes you, just cuts you. Like,
it does.
She delivers it so well.
She does. And you've talked about, we're going to take a break here and come back and we will play it, but you've talked about, which I do as well, the idea that we're told to not get too specific. But in this case, excuse me, you had to, and I think I've said more and more lately, it's like the more specific we get, oddly, the more people we reach.
Yeah.
Because it's like when you can get real specific and create this little movie in your head, then anybody could drop themselves. Even if it's not their story, they can drop themselves in the movie, like playing the part. And I think that's what the song 7 does by Kaylee Bishop, that was co-written by Autumn McEntire here. We're going to take a really quick break. Don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we're going to play. You're going to get to hear Kaylee's beautiful voice and play a clip of that song that we're referring to. I'm joined with Autumn McEntire, who is just a fabulous human, a fabulous writer, and a champion for other humans and writers, and to keep finding your voice and finding your faith. We'll be right back. Phone Master Dre, take us away.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
It's Wednesday.
It's one simple act that helps Wreaths Across America fulfill its mission to remember,
honor,
and teach.
Sponsoring a wreath, one more wreath,
means one more adoring father, one more loving mother,
one more heroic son,
one more brave daughter,
one more beloved family member,
one more dearly missed friend,
one more American,
one more wreath upon the gravestone of someone who served the cause of freedom.
Honored for their sacrifice.
Never forgotten.
Always remembered.
Through one
simple
act.
One simple act. Go to wreathsacrossamerica.org/RadioNemo and keep the mission moving forward.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org. Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Ooh, I'm echoing all of a sudden.
You have some good we have
Right, we're crazy echoing. Ooh, okay, it's gone.
Okay.
Ooh.
That was fun for a minute.
Well, we just do that to remind you that we're live. We want to keep people on their toes.
Yeah.
Okay, before I'm talking with Autumn McEntire, who is a songwriter, who is a mom, a wife, by the way, married to another person in the music industry who travels and tours, is gone. And that's something a lot of our truck driving audience, they can relate to, being gone. And before we go back into the song, I'll just ask you this for the relatability factor. I know my husband travels a lot, and when Freya was even younger, and you have children as well, it was like, okay, whose job today is more important? You're the one who gets to leave. And it was always his, by the way. Like, who's making more today? Okay, I get to stay back.
Yeah.
As the creative.
But luckily, like, that's put less pressure financially on what I do, you know?
True. Yeah.
So I just make it work. It's really a scheduling game is all it is. Trying to figure out who's going to be home when the kids get home.
Will anybody be home?
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, they're coming home.
Our poor dog gets put on the back burner, but kids are taken care of, and I have lots of help, which is good.
Don't worry, guys. Our kids are fine.
Yes, everyone's good.
I said to you earlier, actually, before you came on air, it'd be fun to have your husband Mark on, because he deals a lot with logistics and handles all the transpo side of the artist he works with, and it's a massive endeavor to put on these tours and logistics. So I think it'd be fun to have him come back.
He would love it.
Okay, good. Well, I said it on the podcast, and Mark, now you have to come back.
Yep,
that's how we con people into coming. All right. So before we went to break, we were talking about the song 7, and I want to play a clip of it here, because it's just I think you'll feel the pain in it, but also the promise, perhaps, because there's something on the other side there's always something on the other side of pain. If you can remember that, I don't want to say this has happened to you for a reason, because I don't believe we have to suffer. Once we realize we don't have to suffer, we don't have to suffer anymore.
Well, we go through seasons, and there's usually a couple of like big moments in our lives where you're like, oh, this is the end of something and the beginning of something else, and whether that's divorce, whether that's, a death in the family, whether that's career change or something crazy, like, I feel like everybody can relate to at least that part.
For sure. For sure. So let's play a clip of 7, because on the other side of that, I want to know what you feel like your responsibility as a storyteller is when it's not your story, because that's sort of difficult. This is 7, co-written by Autumn McEntire and Kaylee Bishop, performed by Kaylee Bishop. It is out now. You can download it. Don't stream it. Download. You can stream it if you also download it first.
Either one. Just
listen.
Just go listen to it.
Just listen. This is 7. Hit it, Bubba.
I walked in at 12:01 by 12:08.
God, she's just an incredible singer, incredible person. Yeah.
Incredible person.
I love her.
Good heart. And you feel the heart, obviously, in that. So the idea, do you get lost in your, in the songs, even when it's not your story? Do you feel like it has to sort of, at least for a moment, become your story in order to tell it truthfully?
Well, so I feel like now, especially in the last like 7 to 10 years of me doing this, I've been in Nashville over 25 years, but writing songs, because at first I was writing songs for myself, hoping they would translate for other people, but I kind of like, the Lord kind of turned my purpose. One time he spoke to me and he said, "You're a bridge." And I was like, I don't want to be a bridge.
No, I am not.
It's like, no, you're connecting. You are the person to receive and then send on.
I just thought you meant you're a bridge. People are going to walk all over you in Music City.
No, it wasn't that. Well, that's happened. No, no, he meant like you're to pull people on and send people off. And so I think part of my purpose as a songwriter specifically is to help other artists tell their story. And so stepping into their truth and their story, I really try to be in it with them and try to pull out as much realness as possible and get into the emotion of it, to tell the story as best as possible.
Well,
I love being that now. Like, I own it. Like, I when somebody comes into it right now and they just start like telling me all the crap in their life, I'm like, great, tell me more. Keep going. Yeah, because that's when the good stuff is, man. That's when you can actually like help people who feel lost or who feel like, I'm the only person that's ever felt this way. I'm the only person that's ever been through this situation. Because that's how you feel when your life's falling apart, or when you're stuck in something.
And you can't
and it's
see
just
it.
not true. But if you can turn on the radio, if you don't have anybody to talk to, but if you can turn on the radio and hear a song that makes you feel like you're not alone, like, I mean, that's it. That's it right there.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what art does.
Yeah.
And I've seen you do that. It's funny that you say, like, now you sort of own that and lean in. We got to do a writer's retreat together several years ago in Florida. I think
We
right
did.
before COVID, by
That's
the way.
right, yes.
Or right after.
It was right before.
Right before.
Yeah.
It's like the last fun thing we did before
Mhm.
COVID. Again, I remember watching you in May Estes, who we're going to play a song of hers here in a minute that you also co-wrote. May Estes, who's blown up and is killing it and is another incredible female voice. But I just remember watching some of the girl gang that you had, and you've got a girl quartet that you sing with now, and just realizing what a champion you are for women. I feel like I like that and feel that about myself as well. It's like, if we don't champion each other,
Yeah.
if I don't champion someone else, they're not going to champion me either. So what are we doing?
Yeah.
So we'll play the song from May in a second. But you said, I looked at something on, I think this was on your Instagram, and this relates to the song 7. I think you were talking about the song 7 with this quote, but I want to say it because you said, "I believe the Lord heals hearts through community and relationship when we can feel each other's pain and feel our own at the same time."
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, tell me what you mean by that. Besides, I think that's, again, what you say. That's, we got it.
Well, with that one, like, I'm happily married. I mean, me and Mark have been together 20 years, but like, my parents got divorced when I was 22, and that was one of the huge pivotal moments in my life where everything kind of fell apart,
Mm-hmm.
So even though I wasn't talking about my divorce necessarily, we were definitely talking about Kaylee's. I had plenty to say about it, just because of the way that feels.
Why, when you say everything fell apart, then especially at the age you were at, there's a lot of people whose parents get divorced at that
like
kind of mid-age.
It's when your parents sever, it's, it just affects the kids so much. And, our home that we grew up in was no longer, and, I was in Nashville already, and they were back in Oklahoma, and then like my mom and sister had their apartment together, and my dad was over here. It was just like this weird, crazy. It was just it was like somebody died.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how it feels. It just feels like something died. And so being able to, tell Kaylee's story, having that experience, definitely helped the song.
Do you feel like you have this? I just thought about this in the moment because I'm trying to be better about it. But like when someone goes through something that I haven't been through, I feel like I can be a real pain in the ass sometimes and be like that kind of annoying. Well, but it happened for a reason. I try not to say that kind of crap. But my parents have not divorced. But even just hearing, like you mentioned, that talk about it, I think it's important for people to hear because it's not just like, oh, they divorced, but whatever, it doesn't affect me. It doesn't matter what age you are.
Yeah.
It does affect you if your parents aren't together, whether one dies or they divorce.
Yeah. I mean, even my husband, his parents divorced when he was 2, and he barely remembers it, but like it still affects him.
Yeah.
But like anybody's story, like for Good Old Boys, for example, my song with May, like that didn't happen to me, but that's a story that needs to be told. And so when that story is not mine, I try to get them to talk about exactly what that felt like and try to put it in a way that portrays that feeling in words that other people can understand it and make them feel it without over explaining it too much.
So the song Good Old Boys, we'll go ahead and pivot to that. Is this about losing it?
No. Well, no, it's about rape. And that it was actually kind of a hard song to write. And we were like, should we write this? I don't know. But the idea was so real, and 4 women on a song, and half of us having this experience, it had to be written. So yeah, it's just about like being young and trusting yourself and your innocence and your body to someone who took advantage. That happens way too often.
It does, and what I said about losing it, because when I was listening to it, it's funny, the song, a lot of different people could put their own spin on it, but basically what you're saying in the song is, this is, the guy's perfect. He opens the doors, and, he goes to church. He does all the right things. He's a good old boy, but he gives good old boys a bad name because what he's doing that nobody else knows about. She, or, in this scenario, she is the only person, at least in her story, that knows the bad side of things.
Yeah.
But it made me think, well, now knowing what you say, like the hard side of it, obviously it makes sense. But I just started thinking even just about girls, just women who just like losing your virginity, actually, even. I know we're not supposed to talk about that.
Yeah.
But even that in general, especially if it's lost in this regard and in something like this.
Yeah.
In this way, I think it's important for women to talk more about that, especially women who have daughters, people who have daughters, because not enough. We don't openly, because it's supposed to, at least how I was raised, you just don't talk about that.
Right.
And it's, and then it gets sort of cast aside. But like that first time in anything should be so respected. And if it's lost against your will,
yeah,
that's a whole thing. But even if it's lost to someone that didn't make you feel safe or shouldn't have been the right person, I mean, I think that's something to talk more.
Oh, it should all be talked about. I do feel like these younger generations are changing that from the way that you and I were raised.
Yeah.
And I want to change that for my daughter. I want her to always be open and be able to trust me in anything that she has to say or any experience she's gone through. And I want her to be informed as much as possible. And as hard as those conversations are to have with parents and kids, like it needs to happen.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I just think this is a tale as old as time, this story, and it just needs to be brought into the light. And that's just what we were trying to do with this song.
So we're going to play a clip of May Estes, who recorded this song, who you co-wrote it with and co-wrote it song. The song's called Good Old Boys. And, this is an uncomfortable truth that you guys wrote about. What's interesting, too, about May, another beautiful, like, iconic country voice. Her voice is so country,
yes,
in the most melodic, I'm not saying in a twang way, in the most melodic form.
Mm-hmm.
So she is a storyteller in a whole different way when she puts her voice on something. So this is them doing Good Old Boys and really naming these hidden truths as a form of justice and liberation. Really, here's Good Old Boys by May Estes, co-written by McEntire.
Hold the door, hold your hand, yeah.
songs, and I'm like, that's my favorite country music. And so I was like, wait a second, you come over here with me. Like,
come here, little girl.
We're gonna stick together for a while. So no, we've hit it off, and she's just such an amazing talent and has such a voice and such a, gift and such a good vision for using her gift. And so I'm happy to be along for the ride and help her however I can.
You're a conduit, another conduit.
Yeah, a bridge. I'm happy to be a bridge now.
Bridge.
I just want to say to the crowd, like, I have some happy songs too. I do write up tempo ditties every now and then.
Divorce and
rape, sexual
Great.
harassment.
Great.
Let's go.
Thanks for joining. Wah,
Yeah.
wah. Everybody go cry in a corner today. No, you do actually. That's what I said in the intro. You were a really good balance of you and May specifically have written some barn burners.
Yes, yeah.
You do have that, but this show and by the way, that is healing too. Like we like sad music, but the for lack of a better term, the throwaway songs are healing in their own right. They get people up and make them dance. That's important too.
Oh, yes, absolutely. You can have a fun song that helps you celebrate something or get you out of a bad mood or out of a funk or, drink a beer too. Let's go.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
She does drink a beer. I love Jesus, but I drink a beer. Come on.
Same.
I'm going to talk about parenting first, but before that, briefly, because I say briefly because we've talked about it quite a bit, but I want to talk about your faith. Specifically as a creative portal, because so this weekend, my mom and I are getting baptized.
Have you not been baptized?
I was sprinkled as a baby, but that's it.
Okay, that's amazing.
And I actually didn't even realize. I just assumed. I kind of thought I'd been baptized.
Yeah.
And then I realized just a couple weeks ago I hadn't.
Yeah.
I know that sounds strange, but I was like, I just watched all these people get baptized, and I realized I hadn't. And at church a couple weeks ago, he was talking about. He was just using verbiage that was screaming at me that day and talking about I'm super woo, and he was talking about the supernatural, and so it was like locked in everything he had to say, and then the word cleanse kept hitting me, and I thought, man, I talk so much about writing to get stuff out so that we can make space, and I always say, well, if you're redecorating a room and there's a couch over there, you can't put anything else there, and it hit me in that moment when he was talking about being cleansed so we could have this new version of ourselves. I'm like, oh, he's talking to me. I need to get that is cleansing out. I've done so much work on myself over the past few years, but now I got to cleanse it away and really make this commitment and start anew. So I'm very excited about it. And, but so talk a little bit about that, just from, faith as a creative portal and writing as worship a little bit for you. And I'm not talking about writing worship music. I'm talking how writing is worship for you.
Oh gosh. So writing as worship would be really honing in on what my purpose in life is. Like, why am I here? And why do I have this gift? And what am I supposed to do with it? And if I'm doing that, if I am doing what God has put me on this earth to do, then I am worshiping, giving glory to Him. As far as my faith, I technically became a Christian. I had my quote fingers up when I was 14.
That's why we need cameras around here.
Walked the aisle in the Baptist church, came up, confessed my sins, was baptized, and that was it.
And everything's been dreamy ever since.
Yeah, not so much. Yeah, and so I've always professed to be a Christian, just to make sure I've checked the box and don't go to hell when I die. But about 6 years ago, I kind of had I took a deep dive and been there was some people in our small group who kind of had a crisis of faith, and they kind of had a good point in a lot of ways on some topics, and I've just been like, okay, wait, what do I really believe? And I just kind of came to the Lord with okay, what about this? What about this? What about this? What about this? And I just kind of brought all my doubts and all my worries. And I told my husband at one point, I was like, I might come out an atheist on the other side of this. It was that serious.
What was one of your biggest doubts at the time?
Just why does bad things happen to good people?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, yeah, I just took like a deep dive, and it completely turned and went the other way. And I hear his voice, like I've met him like face to face. It's just so sweet, and he's been so faithful, and he's just been so loving. And getting to know how much God loves you, I don't think we focus on that enough.
Did you figure out
church?
Did you figure out why bad things happen to good people?
Well, that's a very heavy, complicated. I don't know if we have time for this podcast for that.
You've got 30 seconds left. Go.
Okay,
No,
so
just kidding.
here's a short answer to chew on. So love begs a choice. Okay? So you can't make somebody love you. God can't make you love him. Okay?
Okay.
True, real love begs for choice. So therefore, you have to have free will. And so in this world, there's a lot of wills that are involved. My will, your will, God's will. How many billion people are on the earth? All of their wills. And then you have the will of other spiritual powers, all in play. And so with all that going on, there's going to be some bad stuff that happens to good people. I don't know. That's like something to chew on.
That
I mean,
helps.
that's the only way I can really understand it. But the good news is that God can redeem the bad.
Strong will.
Yeah.
Isn't that a line in your Reba? There's no whiskey stronger than the truth.
There's no whiskey stronger than the truth. Yeah, that's the Reba song.
You say strong will and another with
stubborn will. Are you thinking stubborn will?
Stubborn will.
Yeah, that's a May
yes.
song. Yeah, have you heard that song?
Yes.
Cool.
Stubborn. That line hit me.
Yeah.
Can you think of what's the line in that? Speaking of will.
Oh gosh, you put me on the spot.
I know.
I can't think of any of my songs really.
It's too much.
Do you ever do that? Do you
All the
ever
time.
like hear a song and you'd be like, "Oh, that's a cool song. Who wrote that?" And they're like, "You did."
You
and I was
did,
like,
dingo.
"Oh, I forgot."
Well, I am very talented, might I just say. That is amazing. All this stubborn. It's this won't, but stubborn will. So anyway, that's kind of the gist. Anyway, it's
Hopefully that song will come out. That's still in the hole. We'll
I
see.
think I heard her playing it on Instagram.
She's played it she's played it on Instagram. She played it at the Opry too, I believe.
Yeah, check out May Estes, Maestes if you haven't yet. Her voice will make you very happy.
Yeah.
So we have a couple minutes left. Parenting. There's a lot of people listening who are parents. But by the way, Tera over in the chat says we sure like it real and raw around here.
Well,
yeah,
you got
girl.
it.
Yeah, girl. That's what we do. Lay down. Welcome to the therapy couch. No, but I say it's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity because you're also absurd. You're fun.
Oh, well, thank you.
I've had a beer with you. You're fun. I've had a beer in a hot tub with you, as a matter of fact, in Florida. We had some fun. That sounded creepy. But
It did.
Not creepy at all. You mentioned at the beginning of the show, I hope my kids never see my journals, which is a funny take on something as well. But with that, I want to circle back to it because I hope my kid never sees my journal, but also I hope my kid understands that what's in my journal is lived. And we all have things we don't want people to say. How is your writing, not even professionally, just in your output, changed your oldest is 13 now, so you've been a mom for some time.
Yes.
But how is your writing or your views on your creativity and output changed since being a parent? What is anything off the table, I guess, as well?
Perspective, just life perspective is what children gives you, and I think that just affects everything in your whole life, creatively. Having my creativity as a songwriter helps me be a better mom, just to have that outlet and that time. I don't know. Is anything off the table? I mean, I try to clean it up a little more. Not as much partying songs as I used to, I don't know. I just try to be as real as possible. I try not to be perfect in front of my kids. I think I used to put my parents on a pedestal when I was young, and I don't want them to do that to me. I want them to look up to me, but I don't want to
still relate. You want to
seem,
still relate.
yeah, I don't want to seem like perfect. Like I do a lot of stuff wrong, and I don't get it right, and I've apologized to my kids if I've, done something wrong. And I don't know. I just try to be as real as possible.
You're doing great. You're not perfect. Trust me.
Thank you. Yes, I am aware.
Just kidding.
I am aware of my imperfection.
You're doing great. We'll close on this because we just have about a minute or two left, two minutes left maybe. What would you say to people out there listening? Not anybody who needs to or wants to become a professional songwriter, but like someone in their truck or someone behind a desk right now. Does writing save you every day, and how can it save somebody else perhaps? Maybe not every day, but in general.
Jesus saves me every day. But writing can get out of you what is in you that needs to come out. We tend to bury things as human beings and souls, especially in this culture and day and age where we don't want to be made fun of. We don't want to be weird. We don't want to be, whatever. We feel like we have deep, dark secrets that can't see the light of day, but just write it down. Like, get it out. Sing to the radio at the top of your lungs. Sing in the shower. If you feel poetry, be a poet. I don't know. I just like I tell my kids all the time, they're always writing songs or coming up with. My son is like, he'll try to like rap and I'll help him do like, instead of being like, that's dumb, I'm just like, ooh, no, you need a better rhyme for that, or whatever.
My mom helped me become a rapper.
Oh, really?
No.
Oh,
you.
Me.
He will say
that I cannot.
One day.
I am like white girl from Oklahoma. There's no rapping in me. But no, like just be like, let it happen. Everybody needs to journal. I'll say that.
Yes.
Everybody needs to journal. And then review your journals.
Everybody needs to journal.
Yes.
Everybody. Not every day, but as much as possible.
Or every day. Just write a little something down. What you're grateful for. Start there.
I'm grateful for you.
I'm grateful for you. Thank you so much for having me today. This has been so fun.
Oh, good. Thanks for doing it. Thanks for coming to my house in the woods and being a part of it. Please tell your friends.
I will. Yes, for sure. For sure.
Joining me next week, that's what Autumn and I were talking about. We're like, there's so many different perspectives. Actually, joining me next week is author Teresa Bruno, who she was had a jewelry company, was like a marketing icon, lost her company, lost it all due to this crazy sort of scam, whole deal, lost her whole company, and then her husband committed suicide.
Oh gosh.
This all happened like within a year. She's gone on to kind of turn her life around, has written a book about it and healed through all that craziness. She's doing great on the other side. But my point in saying that there's so many different perspectives. She healed all of that. If she can heal that through writing, you can heal whatever's happening in your day through writing. And Autumn can help you convince that too. Autumn, where's the best place people can find you?
I am only on Instagram. So you can find me there.
Not only fans.
Autumn McEntire songs. I'm only on Instagram, not only fans. I just found out what that was the other day. I was like, yikes. Okay. I also, if anyone's on Apple Music, I do have a playlist of my songs that other people have recorded. You can go check that out too.
Perfect.
Yeah, the link is on my Instagram.
Autumn McEntire, thank you.
Thank you for having me. We should write.
Right? Thank you guys for tuning in. This show has been executive produced by me, Lindsay Lawler, technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, and brought to you by the good people of RadioNemo. Y'all keep listening, keep tuning in, keep sharing so we can continue to produce this show to you for free. Keep writing. You're going to find a really cool version of yourself on the other side. Autumn, we should write.
Right?
Y'all have a great day.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Well, hey there, it's Lindsay Lawler, y'all, and welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm your host, Lindsay Lawler. I'm a songwriter, a performer, and a longtime radio voice. I'm also a storyteller and a proud advocate for the incredible men and women of the trucking industry. And let me tell you, they've got stories. Okay, so We Should Write is where sarcasm meets soul. It's equal parts vulnerability and absurdity. We talk to songwriters, authors, and creatives of all kinds about how putting pen to paper help them heal, grow, and work their stuff out. Because let's be honest, writing is cheaper than therapy and way more, dare I say, honest. So take a breath. Now, let's get it out. Let's get into it because we should write, right? We should write, right?
Right?
Right.
My goodness.
I'm so happy you're here.
Thank you. I'm ecstatic to be in your presence once more.
Oh, that's very kind. Say that again. Oh, Andre's having a moment. Guys, welcome to We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. I'm Lindsay Lawler, and I'm so excited about this episode. What's so cool is that every week has blown my mind because it's so different, whether it's somebody I know well, somebody I kind of know, somebody I respect and want to know. That's why I got a radio show, so I could kidnap people to my house that like I admire and be like, now you're stuck here.
Mm-hmm.
But every perspective has been so different, and I have no doubt that this one will be the same, yet different. It will have that same motif. So guys, today I'm sitting down with one of my very, very, very dear friends. My favorite firecracker in Nashville, and somebody who I've loved and was drawn to from the very beginning. Now, what happened years ago, I'm going to say, how many years ago, if you had to guess how many years?
I was thinking about that this morning, and I really couldn't put a number to it. I've been in town for almost 13 years, so I want to say I've known you for at least, I'm going to say around 10. Would you say?
Let's say 12 because it sounds better.
Yeah.
So we've known each other for 2,000 years. And a long time ago.
We're only 17. It's crazy.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Magic is real, guys. One of my dear friends, a mutual friend of ours, Chris Griffith, said to me one day, he's like, I'm working with this chick. I don't know why, but I know you need to come see her.
Yeah.
Come check her out. Y'all need to know each other. When people say that kind of thing, I listen.
Mm-hmm.
And so I went and I saw you play. And here's the thing. I don't remember exactly what it was that I was like. I don't remember the exact moment and what I was drawn to you, but what I know is that something in me said she is both incredibly talented and also real, incredibly talented and also authentic, incredibly talented and also likable. And to me, if you don't have that second part, the talent doesn't mean shit. So it was very cool to me. I was in that moment like, oh my God, you're great and you're also great.
Thank you. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do. I feel exactly the same way whenever you get out and meet some people. It's like, especially in this town, you kind of look around and you go like, all right, where can I find, where's the authentic, where's the real, where's we can actually be friends.
Yes. That's why I liked her then. That's why I still like her now, guys. And on top of it, her single Born to Rock got a roll, hit a 7-day #1 streak on the Amazon Country Digital Sales Charts. Badass.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Yeah.
She's open for Thomas Rhett. She's headlined global festivals like I've been waiting to say this, like Switzerland's Badenfahrt.
Yeah, nailed it, sister.
I did.
Nailed it.
Badenfahrt.
Uh-huh.
That's unfortunate. And she earned recognition from CMT, Cowboys and Indians, Forbes, and more and more and more. With her fiery, fierce red hair, her powerhouse vocals, and a sound, guys, that's influenced by, correct me if I'm wrong, Bonnie Raitt, Casey Musgraves, and the band.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, a lot of that stuff.
She brings soul. She's tongue-in-cheek. She's grit. She's heart. She's one of my favorite people. She's an artist who truly lives and breathes her craft. And if you want to know what it takes to make it in anything, I'm not even talking music today, anything, my friend Kimberly's here as well. Hey, Kimberly and Chris.
Kim.
Kimberly and Chris new to Nashville from California. If you want to know what's the roadmap on how to do something that you love and do it well, Tera Lynne is our person. Please make welcome to the show, my dear friend, soon to be yours, Tera Lynne Pfister. Good morning,
Good morning, my love. That was an introduction and a half. I'm blushing. Thank you.
You're an introduction and a half. Okay, Tera. First of all, you're one of my dear friends, and I've yet to ask you what you want the people that know you and love you well to call you. I'm like, this is Tera Lynne Pfister. This is Tera Lynne. This is T-Dog. What does Daddy call you?
Well, my dad calls me T.
Okay.
But I always say Tera Lynne. I would say those who have known me since I was itty bitty call me Tera, but professionally it's Tera Lynne.
Yeah. Well, I've always called you Tera Lynne.
Yeah.
Because it feels like
like one
naked.
word. Yeah, Tera Lynne. I feel like the people who call me Tera are people who have known me since I was, like in grade school. And even then I'm like, I don't even, your names take on personalities. And
Yes.
I'm like, I don't feel like, I think I've grown out of, I love that girl, but I don't think I'm her anymore.
I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. Like you, Kimberly. It's like, don't call me Kim. I'm Kimberly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, got it.
And now I know.
Now you know.
Now I know.
You can call me. I've been called way worse than Lindsay, so call me whatever. Okay, so I love to always start the show with a deep breath. This is as much for us as it is the people out there listening. Yes. As you know, Tara, we have a lot of truck drivers that listen to the show.
Mm-hmm.
So whether you're behind the wheel of your truck, whether you're behind a desk, or driving down the road, or about to go on stage somewhere, let's all take a deep breath together.
I'm in.
Count of 3. 1, 2, 3. God, that's good.
It's just lovely.
So easy. Why do we make life so hard?
Mm.
All right, now take out your gratitude journal. She brought it with her. It's real pretty. It's red and sparkly. I love it. I love it very much. Tera, Lynne, in this moment, both in this moment and this time of life, if you're going to write in your gratitude journal, what are you grateful for right now?
What am I grateful for right now? I'm glad I've actually been doing this quite consistently. I've been going through a book called The Artist Way.
Yeah, dude.
I think it's Julia Campbell.
Julia Cameron.
Cameron, thank you.
I've started it 5 times and finished it none.
Okay. Well, listen, you should join. The reason I started doing it, similar story. I had it on my fireplace for probably, I'm going to say 3-4 years, going like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. And finally, I was speaking with one of my fellow artists. His name's Garrett Thorne. I was like, hey, let's hold each other accountable.
Yeah.
Let's get together every Sunday and go through a chapter or a week, as Julia says it. And we brought on my other friend, Miranda, who's a painter. She does a lot of the murals in East Nashville and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
And so us 3 get together on Sundays, and we've been going through it week for week. But a huge part of that process is your morning journals, to the point where it's like she makes it very clear that if you get nothing else out of this, take your morning journals if you get nothing else. And it has been eye-opening. It's just crazy. She says you have to do at least 3 pages, and it doesn't matter. Just get them done. Just if you have nothing to write, start with, I have nothing to write today.
Yeah.
You know, da 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 da.
My grocery list is.
Yes, exactly. Just start free writing. And as of this year, I would say I'm grateful for the ability to take a breath. I think that's a learned habit as you get older.
Not weird.
Be able to breathe.
Not weird.
Yes. And I'm grateful that I started yoga. I started doing yoga really 3 to 4 times a week in the beginning. I would say probably around March or so. And I'd been to a handful, 10, 12 yoga classes, whatever. But doing it consistently, I was going for the physicality of it. But what it has done for me emotionally, spiritually, all those inner workings parts, I'm really grateful to have found it. I was kind of one of those people that was like, oh, kind of eye rolled and like, yep, this is great and whatever. But when you do it consistently, you really do start to feel yourself. You kind of come out of your chrysalis a little bit.
Yeah, I hear crystals. I love that.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say the ability to take a deep breath, the ability that I found yoga, and I've also been working really hard. Not working really hard. I've been conscious of.
Good choice of words.
Yes.
We say working hard. Our brain thinks that we have to work hard.
Yeah, no. I've been very conscious of being in my feminine. I think in this industry, it's very easy for us ladies who are in a very male-dominated world, and we're in charge of a lot of men. If you're an artist and you're a band leader and you're an independent artist and you're running all of your metrics and doing all of your things, you're in charge of a lot of guys. It's easy to meet them at their energy, or maybe easy is not the word, but it's
fall into it.
Yeah, second nature, I guess, to fall into their energy. And I just found myself, I was like, I'm just wore out and I don't know why. And that's something that yoga helped me find out. Is like, I am not in my body. Like I'm not swinging my hips when I walk. I'm not, letting people get doors for me. I'm like, oh, I can do it. I don't need you. No, that's not how I want to be. That's not how I want to function. So it's been really lovely to be able to feel feminine again.
I love that.
And just let the world revolve around me.
I love that. That's really landing for me. I'm going to take a page out of your gratitude journal because I do the same thing. It's like, I'm the same as you. As I've run a band, and you want to be like, I'm one of, like, it's been a badge of honor. You want to be
one of the guys.
Yeah, it's been a badge of honor to be like, I'm one of the guys. But the reason we stand out in a group of guys is because we're not one of the guys.
Yeah, amen.
We have
sister.
to own the feminine side too. That's why they want us around.
Yeah, and it's an interesting energy. When it shifted, I started noticing, because just male, female dynamics. If you're both, attracted to the opposite sex, it's like I started knowing I could look at them and be like, they're looking at me different, or like they're like treating me differently, and nothing had changed other than I had gone like, this is I'm just gonna be the woman. I'm just gonna, I can still be a badass, and I can still run my business, and I can still gallivant the world, but I can do it feeling like a woman and not feeling like I'm just foreheading through brick walls all the time.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Who runs the world?
Girls.
Who doesn't run the world? No, just kidding.
Men.
Just
Who thinks they run the world?
kidding. It takes all kinds. It's a balance, guys. By the way, over in the chat right now, Trucker Bozen, listening, he just said, "Good afternoon, you lovely ladies. I'm ready for a therapy session to begin." See?
Welcome. Step into our office.
Welcome. Lay down, if you will. Okay, turn the page in that gratitude journal, and what? My friend Tera Lynne Pfister. You can find it teralynne.com or at I am Pfister. Come on.
Hey.
Speaking of badass. What is heavy on you right now?
What is heavy on me right now? I think what is heavy on me, we're going to be honest.
Please.
So I'm going to be 35 in March, and what's weighing heavy on me is the thought of family and children, having my own or not, or being married or not, or, I think 35 is just kind of bringing a reality of, this kind of stems back to the yoga thing. End of last year, beginning of this year, I was putting on weight like crazy for unbeknownst to myself. And it was like the healthiest I've ever been, the most sleep I'd ever gotten, the most hydrated I'd ever been, the most emotionally stable I'd been in a long time. Like, it did not add up. I was gaining weight. Went to the doctor, had my hormones checked, and my hormones were like plateaued. Like, I had no estrogen, no progesterone, my testosterone was through the roof, like, which is also was a catalyst for me to being like, I need to find my feminine again.
Mm-hmm.
So,
was your cortisol off the chart?
Oh yeah, the whole 9 yards. And
which is your stress hormone, by the way, guys.
And so after getting my hormones regulated, but the scary part of this was that when the doctor read my chart, spoke with the nurse, and they were like, I know you're only 34, but technically all these levels, like, you're basically on like the verge of perimenopause. Mm-hmm. So, and automatically my brain was like, well, it's one thing to say I don't want to have kids. It's another thing to be told I can't have kids, or that I'm past that point or anything. And I was like, okay. And it was just a reality. It was like, okay, well, I have all the information. I know how to move forward. I'm thankful that that doctor was able to help me get my body back to where I felt like myself, and my levels back to where I felt not just plumb exhausted all the time for no reason. And it allowed me to kind of reevaluate some things where I was like, some measures have to be taken and some decisions have to be made, and I'm kind of in the thick of that right now. So,
wow, that's the first you've talked about that.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
Well, you know that I can identify with everything you're saying. So anytime you want to talk about having kids, I'm your girl.
Yeah.
We could have a kid together. We could try.
Look at us.
Who knows? Who knows? This is a safe space. Wow. No, well, thanks for sharing that, because that is something that a lot of people deal with. And I'm just going to, a quick note to anybody, because I went through that same thing. And ask questions to your doctors, men and women, men as well, because I found out too late. And it was something I found out when I was too late, that it was going to be hard to have kids.
Yeah.
If somebody would have said something to me 10 or even 5 years earlier, we would have been on a different place. And I love that you said it's one thing to be like, I don't know if I want kids. It's another to be told that we can't do something we were put on this earth that we were supposed to be able to do.
Yeah.
It's hard. It's really, really hard. And if you have somebody in your life who is going through that, I can't stress you enough, just ask them how they are. It's not prying. Ask them how they are, because it's a very lonely place to be. It's a lonely place that so many people go through, and we don't have to hold that alone. So, ask somebody, don't ask people like my daughter does when they have a belly. Don't ask them if they're pregnant, though. That's a different conversation.
Okay, well, that's hilarious, because one of the reasons, like one of my final straws where I was like, something is wrong, and it's not just like I need to be in a calorie deficit and sweat more. Like, I just knew something was wrong. I had never gained weight like that before. But one of the things that happened is I went to go get my nails and toes, like a manicure and pedicure. Mm-hmm. And I sat down, and the woman, who's gracious as all get out and kind, but she looked at me and she's like, when are you due?
Oh, God.
And I was like,
oh, dear God.
You're kidding me. So that was like a real...
That's fun.
Oh, yeah, it was...
That's fun.
I went home and looked in the mirror. I was like, and we're done. Whatever is going on is officially done. We're going to figure this out and be an adult and take some measures. And I feel much better now.
Good. Well, you look great. That happened to me at Home Depot. I was shopping with Seamus, and Seamus had already been giving me shit because I was wearing this, as he calls my boob crusher, like dresses that smush you down, but they're muumuu. It's a muumuu, dude.
Yeah.
And a man working at Home Depot came up to me and he said, same thing, when are you due when you have a baby? And I said, excuse me? He said, when are you due? I said, no, I heard you. I said, excuse me? And Seamus was just around the corner. He's like, I told you that dress is not good.
Yeah.
Okay. So I've been saying this about you leading up to this conversation. I've been talking about you on air. All good. And I admire probably the thing that I admire most about you, the very top of the list, is that you were so all in on music. It's your North Star, it's your compass, sometimes to the detriment of other things in your life.
Yeah.
I.e. what you just talked about.
Family, yeah.
And I don't have that the same way that you have that. I scatter myself in different areas. You were so in on, what you want to do, and there's no backup plan. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is amazing.
I still go when I think about it, but I'm like, yeah.
Well, it's
right.
It's the only. I had a incredible hit songwriter on the show, David Malloy, a while back, and he's incredible.
He is.
And he was like, I never had a plan B, and he said, any of the artists that ever walk in my door, if they have a plan B, I don't work with them.
Yeah.
And I was like, blah. So anyway, talk to me about that a little bit, because I want to know from a writing perspective as too, from an artistry perspective, of course, whether you're an artist or something else. Talk to people out there, because here's the thing. There's somebody listening right now that's like, oh, that must be nice to be able just to do what you love all the time, but I have to work. You know who you are listening. You do work. Like, this is a 24/7 job.
Yeah, this is entrepreneurial at its best.
So why continue to keep choosing it day after day?
I'm gonna get a little hippy dippy on here because I don't know how else to answer it. But the only thing I can say is that I've known since I had conscious thought that music is what moves me. It's what saves. Sounds dramatic, but I do think it saves people. And I have always felt an overwhelming sense that I was someone who was supposed to keep it sacred. Wow. And I think there's a lot of people in music that's not their mentality, that it's not a sacred thing, that's a gift that's powerful and meaningful, and used to, when you're putting frequencies out into the world, you're literally affecting everything around you. It's, music moves through inanimate objects, through bodies, through time, through space. And that's science. That's not even just me being like, and everything's great, like peace and love. But it's, I just feel that I've been put here to be a keeper of that flame, that I know who I am at this, I woke up this morning and I know who I am. I may be different tomorrow, but I know who I am today. And I know that what I can do is make sure that music is still made reverent. And that's what I want to do. That's why I'm here. So, and I have a whole conspiracy theory. I don't even want to use the word conspiracy theory, but I have this entire, so many songs on the radio that get force-fed to us, to our kids, to everyone, truckers listening, but it's all about, drinking too much. It's all about going home with somebody you shouldn't be going home with. It's all about calling that person you shouldn't call. And yes, there are the few songs on there that are still good and beautiful, but I feel like we are force-fed this agenda into our systems that has us all functioning at a low vibration. And then we all look around and go like, man, the world's a really screwed up place. Like, well, yeah, look at what we consume on the daily, whether it's the, pharmacy ads on the television telling you why you're messed up and what you should take to fix it, or it's an alcohol ad telling you that the best thing you can do is crack one open with your friends on the weekend and forget about the week, or it's music telling you that, leave your lady at home and go find whoever's on the dance floor. It's just like, well, yeah, of course, are we allowed to cuss?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, like, of course the world's a little fucked up. It's like, that's what we're consuming as a humanity on the whole, so that's how we function. And I want to be someone who can help reverse that as best I can.
Wow. That really landed when you said you're supposed to keep it sacred.
Yeah. Music is sacred.
It is. And, I had someone on the show last week talking about music as frequencies, and he was way, way, way out there. And there are people in the chat like, oh, you guys what have you been smoking? I'm like, no. It is. It literally is. It is a frequency.
Yeah.
And you think about, like, when I listened to that, did it make me feel good? Or did it fill me with rage?
Yeah.
If you're listening to something and right after that you want to kill somebody, maybe listen to something else. Like it can do that. It can move even the things that move us to cry and make us sad. That's a good thing too. Being sad, guys, watch Inside Out. You need all the emotions.
You do. We are full circle here.
Not rage though. Notice rage is not on Inside Out 1 or 2, by the way.
Yeah.
Not yet. Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so I think that, and you are going to sing a couple songs for us here. I think that personally, as somebody seeing you, knowing a lot of your different sides, I think that you're way more mature than people would notice, and when they would understand if they just come to a Tera Lynne Pfister show. I say that as a compliment to both sides, to stage Tera, performer Tera, and to stage Tera Lynne, and to Tera, who she's not anymore, but who she loves and respects. Because you are this powerhouse, these big vocals you put on, like, that people will have a choice, and when they come to see you, you're going to leave them with something. But you are also very, very deep, very insightful, very, very emotional, very empathetic,
introspective.
You are, but you carry a lot of people's emotions around you. I've seen you do that with family and with friends and with former bandmates that you finally found boundaries. So that's fine. So I want to talk about how carrying other people's emotions informs your writing, your personal writing, whether that be your flow pages in the morning or what makes it into a song. Because we're going to talk later about what's allowed to make it in a song and what's maybe shouldn't go in a song.
Okay.
But how does carrying other people's emotions around you, when you're an empath, when you take on other people's emotions, how does that affect or inform your writing? Are you able to say like, oh, that was mine or that was somebody else's, if that makes sense?
Sometimes, yeah. And I would say there is also the moment where you're like, wow, I have no idea where that came from. Like, I'm not sure if that was mine or not. But as far as being a songwriter, I think it's a wicked tool to have in the belt. It allows you to write from different perspectives. It allows you to write for people outside of yourself. And it allows me to dig into something that maybe I haven't experienced yet, but I could feel what they were feeling as they were telling me about it. And it allows me to just be more well-informed on the emotion that I'm trying to grasp and have my audience experience. So it's kind of like being, not to make it weird, but like you can kind of like get in their skin for a minute, and kind of go like, ooh, that didn't feel good here, or that makes me cry, or that enrages me, or that, that was an injustice, or whatever I'm trying to convey. Being able to be empathetic to someone else and feel what they're feeling is one of the best tools in my tool belt.
I love that.
But on a personal level, it's definitely something to be honed in when you're just walking around open to everybody. And maybe I think growing up, you don't realize that you're taking everybody's emotion and feeling and thoughts, and reading a room. You don't realize that you're actually taking it all in and feeling it yourself. But I feel like as I've gotten older, I've learned like, okay, one, being able to feel things, something that I have found incredibly helpful is when I feel something, instead of just feeling it, instead of going like, oh, I'm feeling it and I'm going to react, being able to give things a name and go, oh, I'm angry, or like, oh, I'm sad, or oh, that hurt my feelings, or oh, that's weird, I don't feel welcomed, but being able to put a name to the emotion that I'm feeling has allowed me so much grace in not moving forward with my first reaction. Instead of being, someone hurting my feelings, and be like reacting and yelling back, or reacting and slamming a door and, evading it, like whatever, or avoiding, excuse me. But like being able to go, wow, I'm angry. And then go, okay, where do I feel it? All right, it's in my stomach. Why is it in my stomach? What made me angry? Who am I around? Did they say something to me, or did I watch something happen that just made me angry? Like that person didn't treat that person well, or, did they lie to me? Do I feel like they're lying to me? Like it allows me to analyze it in a way where instead of just being like, I'm hurt and now I'm going to go home and I'm just going to be hurt and I'm going to puddle up, like I'm allowed to go, hey, first of all, whatever boundary's been crossed, something's been crossed because I'm angry and I'm feeling it. And I think it's you, and I know it's you, and why did you feel so comfortable making me feel that way? And when you approach people with calm, direct eye contact and brutal truth, it's very interesting to watch them go, oh, because it's not reactive. It's not emotions flying at each other. You know, you're not just like, who can scream louder? It's not a like, oh, I can, you know, who's ever loudest wins, or whoever says the more hurtful thing wins. It's not like that. It's like they're kind of, when you hold them responsible plainly, people don't know how to handle it sometimes.
I like naming
the majority
the
of the time.
I like the idea of naming it, being like, oh, that, because then you know it's not you.
Yeah.
You're not naming it Tera Lynne. You're naming it something else.
Well, another thing I've learned is like anger is not a bad, you know, I felt like I was raised that like anger's bad. Anger's bad. Anger's bad. You don't want to feel anger. Anger is your body telling you that your boundaries have been crossed. That's all that is. And that was mind-blowing for me to learn that I'm allowed to feel this, and it's actually really healthy, and it's taught me where my boundaries are and if I'm going to allow somebody to step on them or not. So
ain't no one gonna step on Tera Lynne's boundaries anymore.
I hope not. I hope I'm sure I will succumb to it at some point, but right today we're doing well.
Today we're doing great. Hey Dre, can we go over the commercial time? Because I'd love for her to sing before the break. The answer is yes, he says. That was going to be yes regardless.
Dre's got the power.
Dre runs the world, but he usually says yes when a room full of ladies ask for something, right? Okay.
What a man.
What a man. So we talked about. I know that you've thought about what you're going to play today. Has it shifted based on what we talked to, or are you still feeling
a little bit? I kind of wanted you to give me a little bit of a guiding light. I have an idea, but
what's your idea?
Well, we've been speaking of a lot of emotional stuff. We've been speaking of how I like to keep songwriting sacred, and I think I have a song that brings those things together.
Okay.
This song is called Big Picture. It's not out yet. It is finished, but it hasn't been released. I wrote this with a gentleman named Eric Erdman and another gentleman named Jess Gromit, and one of my favorite ladies, who's my Switzerland connection, Ms. Beth Behe. Beth, if you're listening, I love you. We wrote this at my songwriters retreat that I host down in Port St. Joe. It's called Hooked. And it's, here we go. Big Picture, y'all.
Not released. You heard it here first.
Yes, I have. Lindsay Lawler special.
Yeah, girl.
Dark night, moonlight, stardust in my soul. And how'd we get here? Is this really home? Are we all just a tear from a cosmic eye? Do the trees know the difference between win and white? How do the words in a song make you cry, cry, cry? Hard as I try, still learning that I can't put a frame on the big picture. Big bang heartbeat lit the flame for us. And how I found you, I can't believe my luck. Is it all just as simple as rhythm and rhyme? Is our love complex? Was it made by design? Feeling infinite hope in a finite time. Hard as I try, still learning that I can't put a frame on the big picture. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
even if I tried, can't put a frame on the big picture. I can't put a frame on the big picture.
Woo! That's so, yeah, Dre was over there up on all his smiles, just like, rock fingers. I can't put a frame on the big picture. How's nobody ever written that? That's brilliant.
And it wasn't my idea. That was Eric Erdman. He came in and we were having other worldly discussions, talking about the ether and whatnot. And he was like, listen, y'all, he's from Alabama. And he's got swag for days, Lindsay. The man is swag in a person. He was like, I've had this idea for a long time. He's like, I've brought it up a couple times, but never stuck. He's like, I think this is the group of people to write this song. And he's like, hear me out. He's like, it's gonna sound corny, but just the idea that like the big picture of life, we just can't wrap our arms around it. Nobody really has any of the answers. We're all just making this up, and some say it confidently, so we believe them, but nobody really fucking knows. And I was like, he's like, so I want to write about you can't put a frame on the big picture. And I was like, sit down,
you have
Eric.
come to the right place,
Come to
Eric.
the right woman. Let's go.
Swag and a human. We have to take a quick break. We are joined with Tera Lynne Pfister. You can head over to teralynne.com. That's Tera, teralynne.com. She's also at I Am Pfister on all social media. She's a badass. Download her music. Download it. Don't just stream it. Download it. It's so good. The new album, Flowers from the Ground, is such a vibe. We'll talk more about that in a minute. We'll be right back. This is We Should Write, a show about the healing power of writing. Tera Lynne, we should write.
We should write, girl. Come on.
We'll be right back.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to We Should Write with Lindsay Lawler, a show about the healing power of writing. Let's dive back in, shall we? Because we should write, right?
Yeah, the Artist Way is sitting over there. Actually, I reached out to her people about her being on the show, and they came back and they did not say no.
I will
poop my
be
pants.
on
Yeah.
your driveway.
Yeah, same. Yeah, I'll let you know. Guys, we are joined still with Tera Lynne Pfister. You can find her at teralynne.com. And it was really cool after she told me on the commercial break that the guitar she was playing in that song, she just bought from the buddy who introduced us.
Yeah,
Chris Griffith.
He's in the room.
Chris Griffith, shout out to a good man who I love dearly, even though his Detroit Lions beat my Cowboys on my birthday. So he's not that good of a friend, but whatever.
We love him regardless, right?
We love him still. Okay, so I have this, I don't know why I have, this is complete sidebar, but I have this note in all caps over on my screen, and it's because some song I listened to of yours this morning, but I just typed in all caps, "Are you a good liar? Are you a good liar, Tera Lynne?"
I don't think I'm a good liar. No, I think for a second I thought I was a good liar. Or I was kind of like, oh, I've got this under wraps, and I don't. I definitely do not.
It's probably a compliment. I am unfortunately a good liar, which is not.
I mean, but it serves
I don't
you
lie
well
anymore
in some
though.
situations.
It does.
Yeah.
I don't. I use it discretionary though.
Yeah.
I use it as long as no one gets hurt.
You have to use it for good.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
I use my magic wand of line for good. Yeah,
Yes.
fair. Okay, so you're going to sing another song for us in a little bit, perhaps maybe a Christmas song, but you might shift as well, which is also fine.
We'll follow the. We'll segue with the water here. See
Okay,
where we go.
perfect. So, you lost your beautiful, wonderful mother.
I did.
Several years ago. How long has it been now?
She passed in 2019.
Okay, 2019.
I'm not good at math.
I'm not either. That's 6 years ago.
Yeah, something like that.
6 years ago. Only reason I know that because my daughter's 7 and she was born in 2018. So we lost your beautiful mother, whose name is Lisa. 6 years ago. So I the reason I bring her up because I know you have. First of all, you've written a song about her.
I have. Yeah.
Perhaps multiple.
Yeah, I would say once very specifically and one kind of in honor.
Okay. I was thinking about this last night. Like, how do you bring up something like that? I have not lost a parent yet, and I can't imagine what it'll be like. My husband lost both of his parents this year.
Oh my goodness, I remember.
Which is
devastating.
Yeah, that's a bummer to and I was close with them as well. But then to watch your partner go through that, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to prepare for it, and you don't know what it's like till you're in it, and then you're in the club, and it is what it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did losing your mom crack open inside of you? As in, who is Tera Lynne, the writer, before your mom passed and after your mom passed?
Ooh, Lindsay. I don't know if I've ever taken stock on that notion. Let me think for a second. I would say, well, one, your first question of like, what did it kind of do? Let's say for me.
Yeah, sure.
Losing my mom, what did it do for me? I would say it definitely, I had never really felt mortality. I never felt it. I mean, you know the word. I understand the definition. You see movies, people die, dogs pass, horses, your friend's cousin, you experience loss in whatever capacity growing up. But I had never lost someone directly to me. I still had all my grandparents at the time. I just hadn't experienced loss like that. That loss that was real. How about that?
Yeah.
So her passing really just, I was like, wow, we really are gonna die. Like it made your mortality is just all of a sudden it was like visceral, like tangible in the room. I could like grab it and hang on to it. And so it made me realize that you really do just, my mom was young. She was only, I'm bad at that too. She was either 53 or 54. I don't remember. But she was young. And she passed from pancreatic cancer. It came out of nowhere. My mom was healthy. My mom had never smoked a cigarette, drank a drink in her life. Like she was the queen of outside, around horses. She, built like a brick shit house. She just, it came out of nowhere. And it took her from like diagnosis to passing was a year and a half. And so it was just a real slap in the face of like, I think at that time I was 29, 28, something like that. And it was like, if I live till, I only have, let's say, maybe 20, 30 more years, if I go the way she did, it's like, and that's not a long time. So it really just brought forward to me that I had one life to live, and whatever I wanted to do, I need to get to business. So my mom passing was really the catalyst for me going, I don't want to sing in a cover band for my entire life. And I don't want to be in bars my entire life. And if my purpose here is to make music and make music that can help people heal, it's time. Like now or never. It really catalyzed my now or never button, which is very strong these days. I have a very strong now or never, or how hard can it be? I have a healthy dose of both of those. And as far as songwriting goes, prior to my mom, I think I was writing, I was younger also, but I was writing a bit more party, a bit more sexy, sassy, which is still in my music today, but maybe the direction of the songs were just not as introspective or not as emotional. Maybe they were, just after my mom, I just deep dove into, because I could still feel my mom sometimes. So many things are answered when you experience death, and so many things are left unanswered. It's crazy. It's such a weird dichotomy to experience losing your mom at a younger age, because part of me went like, oh, I have one life to live, and I've got to get to it, and what do I want to do, and how am I going to do it, and who's going to help me, and I can't do it by myself, but can I? And then there's another part of me is like, oh, take a deep breath, and you better experience this because you don't know how long it'll be, so maybe you should just live, So there's finding that happy medium of being like the go-getter, digging out the mud, being in the trenches, force, keep going. I don't care if I'm tired. Wake up, go, bus, train, stage, bus, train, and the other part of me is like, and I should also do a silent retreat in Bali for 2 weeks.
Well, yeah, sure. Of course. No, but what's so cool about all those things, of course, I will go with you.
Yeah.
No, but what's cool about it is what I think, what I just took from that, which is inspiring, hopefully to anyone listening. I'm sort of obsessed with near-death experiences.
Yeah.
I don't want to have one. I feel like I've already, in my own like awakening.
Yeah.
I feel like I've already sort of had it. And I would like to stress to people, like, you don't, hopefully you don't have to get to a place where something rocks your, things are going to rock
like
your world.
catastrophically turns you upside down. Yeah.
Right. Hopefully you don't have to get to that to be like, oh,
Wake
up, look around. We're here to experience joy and live a life.
Amen.
But you did. That's what your mom passing did for you.
Yes.
I say for everything's, And so I think that's a good reminder that we can take things into your own hands. You want, if something is lighting you up, it's lighting you up for a reason. You're supposed to follow it. That's a compass that God gives us to be like, follow that path, follow that yellow brick road, dummy. Like, there's a reason you're interested in it. There's a reason it sparks some joy. The reason you sit and study and want to dive deep at home at night, reading or Googling or whatever it is. Why are you obsessed with that thing? Follow that thing.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's positive and makes you feel good and doesn't,
Yeah.
not the same as frequency. What was Christmas like when your mom was alive?
I was just thinking about this the other day. I went home this last weekend. I had a corporate Christmas gig in St. Louis, and I stayed with my aunt and my uncle, and she had gotten a little Christmas tree out in their back porch, and she was like, oh, you want to help me put the ornaments up? I was like, and I thought about it, I was like, I have not done that. I don't know, and how long it's been since
You haven't put ornaments on a tree?
No.
What's at your house?
Lindsay, I'm in the point where all of my money goes into my project. Like, I'm not going to go spend $300 on Christmas.
Yeah, but do you
decorations.
not have any ornaments or anything from growing up?
I do, and they're in a very cute,
Charlie Brown
they're in a
tree.
very cute bag in a very cute place. But one day they will be on a tree.
Okay.
But it was my favorite day was we would put on Mariah Carey's Christmas.
Of
This
course.
is in my head. I'm sure my siblings would say something different. Yes, exactly. She's defrosting as we speak. But my mom had a box she would bring up, and we had garland, and we had lights, and we had, our little stocking holders and our stockings, and I'm sure there was some type of Christmas candle burning, and we would just decorate the house.
Yeah.
And my dad and brother would put up Christmas lights on the house, and I'm still a sucker for Christmas lights on a house. I just think every neighborhood should require them. It should be part of your HOA that you have to put up Christmas lights.
Agree. It reminds us to follow light.
Yeah, and it 'tis the season, and it just gives you that cozy feeling. My mom,
But you don't do
oh my
it.
God, you want to hear a silly story?
Yeah.
Here's a silly story about Christmas, and this is I was little, and my mom, got all the Christmas things. This is from Santa. This is from Mom and Dad. I'm one of three. I'm the youngest.
By the way, I hate that because sometimes I'm like, why does Santa get to give the good gift
Well,
and not me?
This is the exact avenue we're going down. Are
Okay.
you ready for this? So anyways, we all open our presents. I get whatever thing I wanted. I do remember that Christmas, there was some type of like diary thing that came in like this plastic lockbox that you had to have like a secret passcode to open it to get to the diary. I was very excited. So I got this diary, and at the end of all the present opening, I realized that all of my presents were from Santa. So whatever happened, and my mom tagging all of the Christmas presents for all of us kids, she just forgot to give me a present from mom and dad. All of my tags said Santa. So I went to like this deep depression that my parents hadn't got me anything for Christmas.
Oh my God.
And I still full-heartedly believed in Santa. Like I was in the sauce. And my mom, I just remember I like drifted off into like a corner of the room very dramatically. My mom came over and was like, "What is wrong? Like what? Like I don't understand." And I was like, you didn't get me anything. And she was like, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "None of my presents were from you. They're all from Santa." I was like, "Santa's the only person who got me anything for Christmas."
No one loves me but Santa.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
God.
I just remember,
the irony.
Yes, and her face was just like, what is she to do? How in the world do you navigate that?
Well, you're sad about that. Let me tell you this: Santa isn't real.
Yeah,
You wanna
Santa's
get
not real,
real
and I
sad?
paid for all those.
I hit you twice.
Yeah, I just remember that is something that I don't know. I don't want to say every Christmas, but every once in a while it'll pop into my head, and it's just one of those like it's so endearing and it's so silly, but it was so traumatic at the time.
No, it's as a parent to a 7-year-old who's right in the thick of the magic of Christmas. I'm consciously like Santa gets to bring one gift, and Santa can put some stuff in the stocking, but
Sure.
Santa brings the bike.
Yeah,
Santa bring whatever, that's cool, but like you need to understand that mom and dad worked their ass off to make this happen.
Yeah,
that's funny. It's a good reminder.
It
So
was.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I think about things like that. I'm like, oh, Lisa, I really did put you through some things sometimes, didn't I?
Lisa. Seamus's mom, and Seamus has now adopted this from his mom. She would write on presents. She would be like, from Mrs. Claus or from Reindeer, or from Frosty.
Yeah,
she would
my
name it
grandma
for the
did that
people.
too.
I think that's sweet.
Yeah, my grandma on my dad's side she would give him like from the dogs. She'd be like, this is from Angus, this is from Ava, this is from like whatever our dogs were. It was cute.
Is there a Christmas song that you'd be willing to play? Because this is our, it's December. If you're hearing this live, you know that it's December. If you're hearing this back on a playback, we're 2 weeks before Christmas. Is there something because I feel like now it's on me. Speaking of taking on people's feelings, to get you in the Christmas spirit, I might need to come to your house and just decorate it when you're out of town next week.
I have the Christmas joy in my heart. I'm a walking Christmas light.
Okay. Yeah. I'm
I just
worried
don't have
about you.
I just don't have a Christmas tree in my house this time.
I might send you home with one. There you go. Thanks, Trey. Hey. Are you feeling it?
Yeah, I can feel it. Can't you see it in my eyes? Look at the glim.
Do you feel like blessing us with a Christmas
I
song?
do. So you brought up Casey Musgraves earlier.
Yes.
So I'm gonna segue a little bit. But so Casey put out a Christmas album. She's one of my even like business wise, I love the way that she has handled her career and the moves that she has made, whether in her marketing, her branding, the products that she sells, all of those things. Her entire business model, I think, is wonderful for an independent artist. And but she put out a Christmas album, I don't know, a couple years ago. It was great, but it has a song on it that I think is, and I think the truckers will really relate to it because they're gone, just like musicians are.
Yeah, and actually, by the way, speaking of that, somebody over in the chat just said Santa is real, and he's driving a truck somewhere in the Midwest at this very moment.
Amen.
So
yes, he is.
he ain't wrong about that. Okay, so what is it?
So it's a little bit of a Debbie Downer, but it's right on the nose for songwriters, artists, musicians, anyone who travels for work and you don't live near your family, and every time you see them, you're just a little bit reminded of time past. But it's gorgeous.
Okay,
yeah.
Let's go.
So this is not mine, y'all. I wish it was, but this is called "Christmas Makes Me Cry."
Do you know if Casey wrote this?
I don't. We should look it up.
Okay, I will while you're playing, because Christmas Makes Me Cry is a little too spot on around this time, but in the best of ways. Listen, sad writing is also important.
Yeah, you got it. It's cathartic, right?
Yes, ma'am.
It's all red and gold and acting cold and tinsel on the tree. It's twinkle lights and snowy nights and kids still believe. And I know that they say have a happy holiday, and every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry. It's the ones we miss, no one to kiss. under the mistletoe. Another year gone by, just one more I couldn't make it home. And I know that they say, have a happy holiday. Every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry. Seems like everybody else is having fun. I wonder if I'm the only one whose broken heart still has broken parts, just wrapped in pretty paper. And it's always sad seeing Mom and Dad getting a little grayer. And they always say, have a happy holiday. Every year I sincerely try. Oh, but Christmas, it always makes me cry.
Queen.
Yes. Yes. Casey who?
Thanks, Dre.
To not be shocked, Casey did write it with, of course, Shane McAnally and Brandy Clark.
There it is.
Of course.
The
trifecta.
I was going to say the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, if you will.
Yeah, listen, that might be sacrilegious, but it's true. Those three are a powerhouse. I saw when I first moved to town, the first person, one of the first people I saw perform, and this was before Shane McAnally, who's written almost everything you hear on the radio. Yeah. And Brandy Clark as well. I saw them perform together over at Mad Donna's in East Nashville, like just a songwriting night that I was at. God. Just them.
Lore.
Oh, it's so great. If you don't know their work, check them out.
When I first moved to town, Brandy Clark was one of my, like we talked about North Stars earlier. She was one of my, she had that album 12 Stories.
Oh my God, so good. God.
Yeah, and that album was one of my like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. Like this is it. This is the blueprint of what I want to do and who I want to be.
Truth telling.
Yeah.
Truth telling.
And, great singer, but she uses her voice. She's kind of got that Jamie Johnson thing where it's like, yes, they're singing. Yes, they're good singers, but they're talking.
She's conversational. Yeah.
Conversational. Yes. It's like, there's just something about her where you're like, you can't not sit down and go, she's saying something. Everyone be quiet.
Yeah.
Like by myself in my own room. Who am I talking to?
Yeah, for sure. She definitely has that. And and her coming up is actually appropriate timing because I wanted to talk to you about being yes, put that guitar down. Being we only have a few minutes left, which is sad. I know, it means you have to come back. But
an extended version.
That can happen. So being a not only a female in the music business, and I don't mean this in a cliche way, but also stepping into your feminine side when you run your camp, because being an independent artist means you run your camp. There's so many beautiful things about being independent. There's so many hard things about being independent, and you just weigh them out and which feels better. But you've been able to really, because you're independent, make your own choices and then lean on people, correct me if I'm wrong, that feel like, oh, this person actually sees me and supports me. Let's see where that goes, right?
Yeah.
But how, you haven't had to, because of that, some people don't understand that when you are on a major label or beholden to some sort of entity, that also informs your writing. You don't get to write about what you want and who you want. You're more writing about like, okay, what is working on the radio right now? Now go write that. That's not real. That's not authentic. It might pay the bills more, but if it's somebody here that's like you, that's supposed to bring the sacred side of music to the world, that doesn't work. So
it's an interesting line to walk. That's for certain.
Break that down a little bit for people listening, and why. I mean, I'd be willing to guess that if somebody showed up tomorrow and said, here's the biggest record deal in the world, you would take it. But also it would change who you are. It would change your music. So talk about walking that line and how much you do it consciously or not, I guess.
Yeah, this is the last I want to say year and a half, 2 years of my life have been the most that I've ever really been indulging in the business side of things. You know, I've been working with a marketing strategist for about a year and a half now. I've got.
Is it helping?
Yeah,
Okay.
I've got some distribution. What would you call? I guess what would you call it? Like an analyst or I don't know, strategist as well. But
Sure.
And they've been my power duo here for about a year and a half. But they've really made me conscious of, you know, we're speaking of my branding, my person, my artistry, and how that business is involved. But like nowadays, you're not just selling your music. You're not selling just the song. You're selling an entire experience of who is Tera, what does she do, what is she about, where does she go, what does she like, what does she dislike. And it's navigating those waters of, I think a lot of times artists, you know, we are very focused on, we just want to talk about the song, or we just want to perform, or we just want to create. And being and understanding that business is business, and this is music business as well. Like I'm not too far in the clouds that I'm like, I'm just gonna do what I do and it'll happen. I have an ounce of that for certain. There is a part of me in there that's like, yep, that part could be very true, but two things have been true at once. And I've really thoroughly enjoyed learning how to play the game a little bit more, and learning that my network is monumental in helping me move my dial forward. Because I was thinking about John Mayer. When you speak of like John Mayer, you watch interviews, he's like, oh no, when I was making those pop albums, when I wrote My Body Was a Wonderland, or Your Body's a Wonderland, he's like,
He might have written it as My Body's a Wonderland.
Yeah. But he said in this interview, he was saying, he's like, no, I knew what I was doing. I knew that they wanted a pop album. I knew that I was writing commercial. He's like, but I had the forethought that I knew that if I could make this work for the next 10 years of my career, and I can solidify my spot in that pop world, and I can solidify myself as an artist, as a musician, that when I have the financial backing and I'm settled in my you know, my audience is there, I'm going to be able to make whatever I want for the rest of my life. So being able to stay true to yourself while still serving the business side, and knowing that you're playing the game a little bit. There's got to be give and take. People are, yes, they want to make money. Yes, I want to make money. But to have the forethought of like, if I can jump this hurdle and, you know, 50-50, 60-40 with those who believe in me and give me direction, I'm going to make music forever. My music will not run dry. You know, if I can play a game for 10 years and get me in a good spot in a honey hole, I'll do whatever I want for the rest of my life.
I believe I'll be in your honey hole, girl.
Yeah,
I believe in you,
sister.
I believe in you
You're welcome.
wholeheartedly. I mean that I do. I don't have a lot of bandwidth anymore to surround myself with anything other than somebody that I believe in, that inspires me, and that makes me want to do and be better. And you do that for me.
Thank you
for what it's worth. So
yeah, and I think at this point in my career, it's been nice. I'm thankful that it doesn't really start popping off till my mid-30s, because I'm grounded enough in who I am that I can see those around me and go like, you actually know what you're talking about, and you do seem genuine in your being. Maybe I don't know you very well, but I think you're someone I would like to work with. Because what did they always say? Like, water seeks its level.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So I am trusting my gut that I'll make good decisions for that.
Light recognizes light.
Yeah.
I like that
Yeah.
too. I
Okay.
like that. As we wrap up, we should have about a minute left. What would Lisa, your mom, say about the artist and the person you've become right now, sitting in this moment?
I think she would be ridiculously proud and wildly impressed. And I think I can hear her saying, like, I just don't know how you do it.
I love that.
Yeah.
How does she do it?
Yeah, that. Yeah. How does she do it?
I don't know how you do it, but I want a little piece of it. I want a little piece of your honey hole, friends. Guys, I have so loved introducing you to Tera Lynne Pfister. If you didn't already know who she is, you can head over to teralynne.com to find out more, TERA Lynne.com to find out more, or find her at I am Pfister. I love you. I adore you.
I love you too. Thank you for having me.
Thank you
And
for taking-
congratulations on this success. This is wonderful.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Join us next week when my guest will be Colin Stowe from American Idol. He's a Southern rock, kind of meets Americana, badass vibe. You're going to love that, guys. This show has been executive produced by, well, me, and technically produced by Phone Master Dre over there, keeping us on the ones and the twos, and brought to you by the good people of Radio Nemo. Head on over to radionemo.com/We Should Write. Hear all the past episodes and hear what's coming up next. Tera, Lynne, thank you for joining me. We should write.
We should write, honey. Let's do it.
We should write.
We should write, right?
Right.
Right.
Here it is. You guys have the best day. Get home safe.